Tonight, we drift back in time, not just by centuries, but into the very rhythm of life as it once was. We'll explore a world lit by fire and governed by the sun and moon, a world where sleep itself was a different country. We'll uncover a forgotten secret of the night, a pattern of rest that our ancestors knew well, a two-part slumber that shaped their dreams and their days. We'll walk alongside kings and peasants, in a kingdom where the simple act of sleeping became a tool of power, a source of rebellion, and ultimately, a lesson in humility. It's a story about why the ancients, and perhaps even the Romans, slept twice a day, and what they found in the quiet darkness between those two sleeps. If this journey into the night helps you find your own peace and rest, perhaps you'll consider leaving a like or subscribing for more tales. For now, just let the story unfold and let your mind wander. Let's get started. In the heart of a forgotten kingdom, nestled between mist-shrouded mountains and a restless sea, lay the realm of Eldoria, a place governed by the strict edicts of its ruler, King Thuron. He was a man whose arrogance was as legendary as the ancient stones of his castle, a fortress that clawed at the sky, casting a long, oppressive shadow over the lands below. But the most peculiar of all of Thuron's laws was not about taxes or tributes. It was about sleep. From the highest noble to the lowliest peasant, every soul in Eldoria was commanded to observe the two sleeps, a tradition so old its origins were lost to the mists of time, much like the kingdom itself. The first sleep, known as the primo somno, began shortly after dusk, when the world was cloaked in a deep velvet black and lasted for a few precious hours. Then, in the dead of night, a bell would toll from the highest tower of the castle, its cold, iron voice echoing through the silent valleys and slumbering villages. This was the signal for the vigilia, the waking watch, a period of quiet reflection, prayer, or work that was meant to last until the second bell, which signaled the time for the secundo somno, the second sleep that would carry them until dawn. To the people of Eldoria, this was simply the way of life, the natural rhythm of the night, as unchanging as the tides. They would wake in that strange, tranquil hour, the world suspended between dream and day. The bakers would begin to knead their dough in the soft glow of the hearth, their hands moving with a practiced, gentle rhythm. Scholars would light a single candle, its small flame a beacon in the vast darkness, and pore over ancient texts, their minds sharp and clear in the profound stillness. Lovers would share secrets in hushed whispers, their words weaving a tapestry of intimacy in the close, warm dark. It was a time of quiet industry, of whispered prayers, of shared warmth and solitude. The air itself seemed different during the vigilia, thick with a kind of magic, a sense of possibility that faded with the first light of dawn. But King Thuron, in his boundless vanity, saw this ancient tradition not as a source of peace, but as an instrument of control. He believed the two sleeps were a gift he bestowed upon his people, a testament to his benevolent rule, and he enforced it with an iron fist. Guards patrolled the winding, cobbled streets of the capital city, their lanterns casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to mock the quietude of the night. They were the king's eyes and ears, tasked with ensuring that every soul in Eldoria adhered to the sacred rhythm of the night. Their mandate was to listen for the sounds of unsanctioned sleep during the waking watch, to peer into the shuttered windows of cottages and the grand estates of the nobility. The punishment for being found asleep during the vigilia was severe, a cruelty designed to sow fear and ensure compliance. First-time offenders would be sentenced to a day in the public stocks, their faces streaked with grime and their bodies pelted with rotten fruit by jeering crowds. A second offense meant a week of hard labor, their muscles aching and their spirits broken under the relentless sun. But a third offense, a third surrender to the sweet, siren call of slumber in the forbidden hour, was met with the ultimate penalty, the waking nightmare, a form of torture so cruel it was spoken of only in hushed, fearful whispers. The victim would be locked in a dark, cold cell deep within the dungeons of the castle, a place where the sun was a forgotten memory. And there, a relentless, maddening dripping of water would echo, each drop a tiny hammer against their sanity, and a guard would be posted to strike a loud, jarring drum every time the prisoner's eyes began to close. Sleep was denied, transformed from a gentle refuge into an unattainable torment, until the mind itself began to fray and unravel, lost in a waking dream of exhaustion and despair. In the shadow of the king's cruelty lived a young woman named Alara, a weaver whose hands were as skilled as her spirit was resilient. She lived with her younger brother, Leo, in a small, thatched-roof cottage at the edge of the royal woods. Leo was a frail boy, his body often racked with a persistent, hacking cough that stole his breath and his strength. The only thing that seemed to bring him any measure of peace was uninterrupted sleep, a long, unbroken journey through the night that allowed his small body to gather its meager resources. For Alara, the tolling of the midnight bell was not a call to quiet reflection, but a source of gnawing anxiety. Every night, she would sit by Leo's bedside during the vigilia, her heart a tight knot of fear in her chest. She would watch the gentle rise and fall of his chest, her hand resting lightly on his forehead, ready to gently rouse him at the first sign of a passing patrol. She would whisper stories to him, tales of ancient magic and faraway lands, her voice a soft, soothing melody in the quiet room, a desperate attempt to keep him hovering in the gentle space between sleep and wakefulness, a space safe from the king's cruel law. She knew the risks were great, that the price for a single night of uninterrupted rest for her brother could be her own freedom, her own sanity. But the thought of subjecting Leo to the terror of the waking nightmare was a far greater torment than any she could imagine for herself. Her love for her brother was a fierce, protective flame, a small but defiant light against the encroaching darkness of the king's tyranny. The king, Thuron, however, was a man who had never known the simple comfort of a good night's sleep. He suffered from a peculiar affliction, a restlessness of the mind that even the two sleeps could not soothe. During the primo somno, he would toss and turn in his opulent bed, the silk sheets feeling like coarse burlap against his skin, his mind a whirlwind of paranoid thoughts and grandiose ambitions. He would rise for the vigilia not with a sense of clarity, but with a simmering rage, a deep-seated resentment for the peace that seemed to elude him. He would pace the cold stone floors of his chambers, a solitary figure silhouetted against the grand arched windows, gazing down at the sleeping city below. He saw the soft, flickering lights in the windows of his subjects not as signs of quiet industry, but as tiny sparks of defiance, a silent mockery of his own sleepless torment. He believed that if he could not find peace in the night, then no one should. His cruelty was born from a deep, gnawing envy, a desperate need to exert control over the one thing he could not command, the serene and peaceful surrender of his own mind. His queen, a woman named Lyra, was a gentle soul who watched her husband's descent into tyranny with a heavy heart. She had tried in the early days of their marriage to soothe his troubled mind, to offer him comfort and understanding. But her words were like water on stone, leaving no impression on the hard, unyielding surface of his arrogance. She was a prisoner in her own castle, her life a gilded cage, her pleas for mercy and compassion dismissed as the foolish ramblings of a soft-hearted woman. She knew that the kingdom was a tinderbox of resentment, that the people's fear was slowly, imperceptibly, turning into a simmering rage, and that a single spark was all it would take to set the entire realm ablaze. One night, as the first flakes of a harsh winter began to fall, blanketing the world in a cold, white silence, Leo's cough worsened. His small body was engulfed in a fever that left him weak and delirious, his breaths coming in shallow, ragged gasps. Ilara sat by his side, her heart aching with every pained breath he took. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that he needed a full night of unbroken rest to have any hope of fighting the sickness that gripped him. The thought of waking him for the vigilia was unbearable. As the time for the first sleep approached, she made a decision, a choice born of love and desperation. She would defy the king's law. She would let Leo sleep. She barred the door to their small cottage and covered the single window with a thick, heavy blanket, plunging the room into an almost total darkness. She sat in a chair by his bed, her senses on high alert, her ears straining to catch the faintest sound of approaching footsteps, the distant, rhythmic crunch of boots on the freshly fallen snow. The silence of the night was a heavy, suffocating thing, amplifying the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. When the midnight bell tolled, its mournful sound muffled by the snow-laden air, she flinched, her body tensing as if struck. The vigilia had begun. For a while, there was only the sound of the wind whispering through the eaves and the soft, shallow rhythm of Leo's breathing. Ilara allowed herself a sliver of hope, a fragile, fluttering thing in the vast emptiness of the night. Perhaps, just this once, they would be overlooked. Perhaps the guards would be huddled by a fire, seeking refuge from the biting cold, their diligence momentarily forgotten. But her hope was short-lived. A sudden, sharp rap on the door shattered the silence, the sound as loud and jarring as a scream in the quiet cottage. Ilara's heart leaped into her throat, a wild, terrified bird beating against the cage of her ribs. "Open in the name of the king," a rough voice bellowed from the other side of the door, the words sharp and cold as the winter wind. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her. She looked at Leo, his face pale and still in the faint light filtering from under the door, his chest barely moving. Waking him now would be a cruelty she could not bear. She remained silent, her body frozen in place, hopping, praying that they would simply go away, that they would assume the cottage was empty. But the pounding on the door grew more insistent, more violent, the wood groaning under the force of the blows. And then, with a splintering crash, the door flew open, and two guards, their faces grim and shadowed by the flickering light of their lantern, filled the doorway. Their eyes, hard and cold as chips of ice, swept the small room, landing on the still form of the sleeping boy and the terrified woman by his side. A slow, cruel smile spread across the face of the lead guard, a man whose reputation for brutality was whispered in every tavern and marketplace in the kingdom. "Well, well," he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "It seems we have found a little bird who has forgotten how to sing the king's song." Alara rose to her feet, her body trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "He is sick," she pleaded, her words a desperate whisper. "He needs his rest. I beg you, have mercy." The guard laughed, a harsh, grating sound that held no trace of humor or compassion. "Mercy is a luxury reserved for those who obey the king," he said, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. "And you, woman, have broken the most sacred of his laws. Not once, not twice, but for the third time." Alara's blood ran cold. It was a lie, a blatant, calculated falsehood. She had never been caught before, never been accused. But she knew in that terrifying moment that the truth did not matter. Her fate and the fate of her brother had already been sealed. They dragged her from the cottage, her pleas and protests lost in the howling of the winter wind. She was forced to watch as they roughly shook Leo awake, the boy's weak cries of fear and confusion tearing at her soul. They were both hauled through the snow-filled streets, the icy ground biting at their bare feet, towards the grim, imposing silhouette of the king's castle. The journey was a blur of fear and despair, the faces of her neighbors a pale, ghostly tableau in the darkened windows, their eyes filled with a mixture of pity and terror, too afraid to intervene, too afraid to draw the king's wrath upon themselves. Alara was thrown into a cold, damp cell in the deepest part of the dungeons, the heavy iron door clanging shut behind her with a sound of utter finality. The only light came from a small, barred window high up on the wall, a cruel reminder of a world she might never see again. And then the torture began, the waking nightmare, the relentless, maddening drip of water, each drop a tiny explosion in the profound silence of her cell. And the drum, the soul-shattering, jarring beat that erupted every time her eyelids, heavy as lead, began to drift shut. Days and nights blurred into one long, seamless stretch of torment, a waking hell where the sweet release of sleep was a forbidden paradise. Her mind, starved of rest, began to play tricks on her. Shadows danced in the corners of her cell, morphing into monstrous shapes. Whispers slithered from the damp stone walls, weaving tales of despair and madness. She clung to the memory of Leo's face, his small, trusting eyes, using it as an anchor in the swirling vortex of her disintegrating sanity. But with each beat of the drum, with each maddening drop of water, the anchor slipped, and she felt herself being pulled deeper and deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, news of Alara's fate and the blatant lie that had sealed it spread through the kingdom like a contagion. The story was whispered in hushed tones in the marketplaces, in the taverns, in the quiet spaces of the Vigilia. The injustice of it, the sheer, unadulterated cruelty, was the spark that the queen had feared. The people's simmering resentment, long suppressed by fear, finally began to boil over. The two sleeps, once an accepted, even cherished rhythm of life, was now seen for what it had become under King Thuron's rule, a symbol of his tyranny, a weapon of his oppression. The quiet industry of the Vigilia was replaced by whispered conversations of rebellion. The bakers, as they kneaded their dough, spoke of rising up. The scholars, as they read their ancient texts, found passages that spoke of justice and the downfall of tyrants. The lovers, in their secret whispers, pledged not only their love for each other, but also their allegiance to a cause that was greater than themselves. A rebellion was brewing, a silent, secret storm that was gathering strength in the heart of the kingdom. The leader of this burgeoning rebellion was a man named Cale, the village blacksmith, a man whose massive frame and calloused hands belied a keen intellect and a deep, unwavering sense of justice. He had known Alara since she was a child, had watched her grow into a strong, compassionate woman, and the news of her torture had ignited a fire in his soul that could not be extinguished. He began to organize secret meetings during the Vigilia, his forge, its fires banked low, becoming the clandestine headquarters of the resistance. He spoke not in grand, sweeping speeches, but in quiet, simple truths that resonated with the common people. He spoke of freedom, of justice, of a kingdom where sleep was a refuge, not a crime. In the castle, Queen Lyra, too, had heard the whispers. Her network of loyal handmaidens and sympathetic guards brought her news from the city, tales of growing unrest and the people's anger. She saw the storm clouds gathering on the horizon, and she knew that if she did not act, the kingdom, and the man she had once loved, would be consumed by the fire of rebellion. She went to her husband, her heart heavy with a mixture of fear and determination. She found him in his chambers, packing restlessly as always, his face a mask of anger and sleepless exhaustion. "Thuron," she began, her voice soft but firm, "you must listen to me. The people are angry. The law of the two sleeps, it is no longer a tradition, it is a tyranny. You must release the girl, Alara. You must show them mercy before it is too late." The king turned on her, his eyes blazing with a wild, paranoid fury. "Mercy," he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "They dare to challenge me, to question my authority, and you speak of mercy. They will learn the price of defiance. I will crush this rebellion before it even begins. I will make an example of this weaver girl, a lesson so terrible that no one will ever dare to disobey me again." He announced that Alara's waking nightmare would have a public culmination. She would be brought to the castle courtyard at dawn, and there, in front of all the nobles and commoners he could muster, she would be subjected to the final stage of the torture, a horrifying spectacle designed to break not just her spirit, but the spirit of all who watched. Queen Lyra was horrified. She knew then that her husband was lost, consumed by a madness from which there was no return. Her love for him died in that moment, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. She could not save him, but she could, perhaps, save her people and the young woman who had become a symbol of their suffering. She sent a secret message to Cale, a small, coded note delivered by a trusted guard. The note was simple, but its message was a call to arms. It revealed the king's plan for Alara and the exact time of the public torture. It was now or never. Cale and his followers had little time to prepare. They were blacksmiths, bakers, farmers, and scholars, not soldiers. Their weapons were hammers and pitchforks, not swords and shields. But they had something the king's well-armed guards did not: a righteous fury, a desperate courage born of love for their community and a shared hatred for the tyrant who ruled them. As the first pale light of dawn began to streak the eastern sky, they gathered in the silent streets, their faces grim and determined. They moved as one, a silent, determined river of people flowing towards the castle, their makeshift weapons held tightly in their hands. Inside the castle courtyard, a large, grim stage had been erected. King Thuron sat on a gilded throne, his face a mask of smug satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with a cruel, anticipatory light. The nobles of his court stood around him, their faces a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. Alara was dragged onto the stage, a pale, skeletal figure, her eyes wide and vacant, her mind hovering in the twilight world between reality and nightmare. She was so weakened by the torture that she could not stand, and was tied to a post in the center of the stage. The king rose to his feet, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Let this be a lesson to all who would defy me," he boomed, his voice echoing across the silent courtyard. "This is the fate of those who disrespect the sacred tradition of the two sleeps, the tradition that I, your king, have so graciously preserved for you." But as he spoke, a low, rumbling sound began to fill the air, a sound that grew steadily louder, the sound of hundreds of determined feet marching on the cobblestones. The castle gates, which had been left unguarded in the king's arrogance, were thrown open, and the people of Eldoria, led by the towering figure of Kale, poured into the courtyard. The king's guards, taken by surprise, were quickly overwhelmed. The rebellion was swift and decisive. The nobles, seeing the tide turn, abandoned their king, eager to save their own skins. King Thuron stood alone on the stage, his face a mixture of disbelief and fury, his smug satisfaction replaced by a dawning, terrifying understanding. He was a king with no subjects, a ruler with no one to rule. Kale, his blacksmith's hammer held loosely in his hand, approached the stage, his eyes, filled with a cold, righteous anger, fixed on the king. "Your reign is over, Thuron," he said, his voice calm and steady, but carrying the weight of all the suffering the king had caused. "You have abused your power, you have tortured the innocent, you have turned a tradition of peace into an instrument of fear. And now you will face the justice of the people." The king, for the first time in his life, knew the taste of true fear. He was no longer a king, he was just a man who had sown the seeds of hatred and was now about to reap the bitter harvest. He was taken to the same cell where Alara had been held, and there he was left, alone with his own tormented mind, to face the waking nightmare of his own making, without the jarring beat of a drum or the maddening drip of water, but with the deafening silence of his own conscience, the ghosts of his own cruelty his only companions. Queen Lyra, with the support of the people, took control of the kingdom, her first act as ruler to abolish the cruel laws that her husband had created. The law of the two sleeps was no longer a command, but a choice, a gentle, natural rhythm that people could embrace or not, as they saw fit. Alara was gently carried from the stage, and with the loving care of her brother and the entire community, she slowly, gradually began to find her way back from the brink of madness. The quiet peace of the night was restored to Eldoria, and the people, for the first time in a long time, could sleep soundly, their dreams untroubled by the fear of a midnight bell and the tyranny of a sleepless king. The story of King Thuron became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from one generation to the next, a reminder that true power lies not in control and cruelty, but in compassion and justice, and that even the most powerful ruler can be brought down by the quiet, determined will of the people. And in the heart of the kingdom, the gentle two-part slumber of the night, the primo somno and the secundo somno, became once again what it had always been meant to be. A time of peace, of rest, of quiet contemplation, a gift of the darkness, not a tool of a tyrant. The kingdom of Eldoria drew its first, deep, collective breath of freedom. The air itself seemed lighter, no longer thick with the oppressive weight of fear. In the days that followed the rebellion, a quiet joy settled over the land, a sense of weary but profound relief. The most immediate and celebrated change was the silence of the midnight bell. Its absence was a sound in itself, a beautiful, resonant emptiness that spoke of liberation. For the first time in generations, the people of Eldoria were masters of their own nights. They could surrender to sleep's embrace at dusk and not stir until the sun kissed the horizon, a long, unbroken journey into the land of dreams. It was a novelty, a luxury once unimaginable, and they reveled in it. The first few nights were filled with a strange giddiness. Families would pointedly and performatively bank their fires, snuff out their candles, and declare their intention to sleep the whole night through, a small act of defiance against a tyrant who could no longer harm them. It was a symbol of their new world. Yet, as the novelty began to fade, a subtle and unexpected disquiet began to creep into the fabric of their lives. The rhythm that had governed their existence for centuries was gone, and in its place was a void, an unstructured emptiness that they were not quite sure how to fill. The baker, a jovial man named Finn, was one of the first to feel it. He had always used the quiet hours of the Vigilia to begin his work, the gentle, methodical process of kneading dough in the still, cool air of the night. It was a time of peace, a meditation in flour and water. Now trying to do the same work in the bustling pre-dawn hours, with the rest of the village beginning to stir, felt chaotic and rushed. His bread, while still good, lacked the certain lightness, the perfect crust that had made it famous throughout the valley. He found himself irritable and out of sorts, his own internal clock still chiming with the phantom echo of the midnight bell. The scholars and the elderly, too, felt the loss. They missed the profound clarity of mind that came with the waking watch, that unique period of quiet contemplation when the rest of the world was still, and the mind was free to wander through complex thoughts without distraction. They would wake from habit in the middle of the night, their minds alert and buzzing with ideas, but the shared sense of purpose was gone. They were alone in their wakefulness, isolated islands in a sea of slumber. Even the simple social fabric of the villages began to show signs of fraying. The Vigilia had been a time of quiet community. Neighbors would exchange a soft greeting in the dark, as one tended to a restless animal and another fetched water. The shared experience of being awake together in the dead of night had fostered a unique, unspoken bond. Now, with everyone locked away in their homes from dusk until dawn, a sense of isolation began to take hold. The streets, once patrolled by the king's guards, were now empty and silent all night long, and with that emptiness came a new and unfamiliar fear. Petty thefts, once unheard of, began to occur. A prized chicken would vanish from a coop. A bundle of firewood would disappear from a porch. These were small crimes, but they were cracks in the foundation of their peaceful society, a sign that the darkness now held a different kind of danger, one that was not born of tyranny, but of simple opportunity. Queen Lyra, in her earnest desire to rule with a gentle hand, was troubled by these reports. She had believed that freedom would be a simple and immediate balm for her people's wounds. She had not anticipated that the removal of the old, rigid structure would leave them feeling adrift, like a ship that had lost its rudder. She resisted the advice of some of her new counselors to institute a mandatory night watch to replace the king's guards with her own. She was determined not to rule by force, not to replace one set of commands with another. The people had to find their own way, to forge a new rhythm for themselves. But the path was proving to be more difficult than she had imagined. For Alara, the night was a different country altogether, a landscape of terror from which she could not seem to escape. The absence of the drum, the silence of her cell, did not bring her peace. Instead, her mind, conditioned by days of relentless torment, filled the silence with its own horrors. She would lie awake in her small cottage, Leo sleeping peacefully in the bed beside her, and the slightest sound, the creak of a floorboard, the sigh of the wind, would send a jolt of pure, unreasoning fear through her. She would see shadows move in the corners of her room, hear whispers that were not there. Sleep, when it finally came, was no refuge. It was a place of nightmares, a relentless reliving of her time in the dungeon, the maddening drip of water, the soul-jarring beat of the drum. She would wake up screaming, her body drenched in a cold sweat, the terror of the dream clinging to her like a shroud. Her love for the night, for the quiet magic of the Vigilia, had been poisoned, transformed into a source of deep and abiding trauma. She, who had once found solace in the darkness, now feared it more than anything. Her loom, once a source of comfort and creativity, sat untouched in the corner of the cottage, its threads gathering dust. The act of weaving, of creating order and beauty from chaos, felt like a distant memory, a skill that belonged to a person she no longer was. Kale, the blacksmith, watched these changes with a heavy heart. He saw the unease in his neighbors' eyes, heard the worry in their voices. He saw the shadows under Alara's eyes, the way she flinched at sudden noises, and it filled him with a quiet, helpless rage against the deposed king. He had been a leader in the rebellion, a man of action who had fought to give his people freedom. But he was beginning to understand that true freedom was more than just the absence of chains. It was a state of being, a sense of balance and purpose, and his people seemed to have lost theirs. One evening, as he sat outside his forge, watching the sun bleed across the horizon, he made a decision. He would not stand by and watch his community unravel. He had helped them tear down the old world. Now he had to help them build a new one. The next day, he went to visit Finn the baker. He found him glumly pulling a batch of slightly too dense loaves from his oven. "The rhythm is wrong, Kale," Finn said, wiping a floury hand across his brow. "Everything is rushed. The yeast does not have time to dream." Kale nodded, his expression thoughtful. "What if," he said slowly, "what if we brought the rhythm back, not as a law, not as a command, but as a choice?" And so it began. That night, an hour after dusk, Kale did not go to bed. Instead, he went to his forge, lit a single lamp, and began to work. The rhythmic clang of his hammer on the anvil, once a sound of the daytime, now echoed through the quiet streets of the sleeping village. It was a soft, steady sound, a heartbeat in the darkness. A few villagers, woken by the unfamiliar noise, peered from their windows, their curiosity piqued. The following night, Kale did the same. And this time, Finn the baker, hearing the distant, comforting rhythm of the hammer, decided to rise as well. He went to his bakery, lit his own lamp, and began to work the dough for his morning bread, his hands moving with their old, familiar grace in the quiet solitude of the night. A few nights later, an elderly scholar, missing the clarity of his midnight studies, saw the lights in the forge and the bakery and decided to light his own candle. He opened his books, and the words on the page seemed to shimmer with a newfound brilliance in the profound stillness. Slowly, tentatively, a new pattern began to emerge. It was not a law, it was an invitation. The sound of Cale's hammer, the smell of Finn's baking bread, the small, brave light in the scholar's window, they were beacons in the night, calling to others who felt lost in the unstructured darkness. They were rediscovering the Vigilia, not as a period of forced wakefulness, but as a time of quiet opportunity. Ilara heard the sound of the hammer from her cottage. At first, it filled her with a familiar dread, the rhythmic beat a cruel echo of the drum that had haunted her dreams. She would pull her blankets tighter, her body trembling, her mind bracing for the terror that was sure to follow. But the sound was different. It was softer, more measured, and it was accompanied by the distant, comforting smell of baking bread and the faint, almost imperceptible scent of wood smoke from a neighbor's rekindled hearth. Night after night, she listened to the sounds of her village quietly coming to life in the middle of the night, not out of fear but out of choice. She began to distinguish the different sounds: the blacksmith's hammer, the baker's rhythmic kneading, the soft murmur of conversation from a nearby cottage where a family was sharing a cup of hot cider. These were sounds of life, of community, of a peace that was being actively, deliberately chosen. One night, drawn by a curiosity that was stronger than her fear, she rose from her bed and went to the window. She peered through a small gap in the shutters and saw it. A small constellation of lights scattered through the village, a testament to the quiet, voluntary return to the old ways. It was a beautiful sight, a quiet rebellion against the chaos that had threatened to consume them. A small, fragile seed of an idea began to take root in her mind. Her fear had taken the night from her, but perhaps, just perhaps, she could take it back. She looked at her loom, standing silent and forlorn in the corner. She thought of the threads, of the simple, honest work of her hands. She thought of creating something beautiful in the very hours that had been filled with so much ugliness. The next night, when the now familiar sounds of the voluntary vigilia began to drift through the village, Ilara did not hide under her blankets. She took a deep, shuddering breath, rose from her bed, and lit a single, small candle. Its light pushed back the shadows, creating a small, warm circle of safety in the darkness. She walked over to her loom, her heart pounding in her chest, and sat down on the familiar wooden bench. She reached out a trembling hand and touched the threads. They were cool and smooth beneath her fingertips. She closed her eyes, took another deep breath, and began to weave. At first, her movements were clumsy and hesitant, her fingers stiff with disuse and fear. But as she worked, a strange thing happened. The rhythmic clatter of the shuttle, the soft thud of the beater, the gentle hum of the threads, they began to merge with the sounds from the village outside. The clang of the hammer, the scent of the bread, the soft glow of her own candle. It all came together, a quiet symphony of the night, a tapestry of sound and light and scent. She was no longer an isolated island of fear. She was a part of something, a single thread in a larger pattern that was being rewoven, not by the command of a king, but by the quiet, collective will of a community. She was weaving her way back to herself, reclaiming the darkness, one thread at a time. The design that emerged from her loom was one she had never attempted before. It was a complex and beautiful pattern of a dark, star-filled sky, with small golden threads representing the lights of the village, all of it connected, all of it part of a greater whole. It was the story of their lost rhythm, and of how they had found it again, not in the pages of a law book, but in the quiet, resilient beating of their own hearts. Queen Lyra heard of the changes in the villages, not from official reports, but from the whispers of her handmaidens, from the contented smiles on the faces of her staff. She saw the change in the quality of the bread served at the royal table, and she knew that Finn had found his rhythm again. She saw a new tapestry hanging in the great hall, a magnificent piece of work that seemed to capture the very soul of the kingdom's quiet resilience, and she knew that Alara was healing. She realized then that her decision to not impose a new order had been the right one. True leadership, she was learning, was not about command and control. It was about creating the space for people to find their own way, to rediscover their own wisdom. The two sleeps had returned to Eldoria, not as a yoke of oppression, but as a cherished tradition, a natural, gentle cycle of rest and activity that brought balance and clarity to their lives. It was a testament to their ability to heal, to adapt, and to find their own light in the darkness. The lesson of King Thuron's downfall had been learned, not just by the queen, but by all the people. The kingdom was stronger now, its foundations built not on fear, but on a shared understanding and a mutual respect for the quiet, sacred rhythms of life. They had faced the darkness, both the tyranny of a king and the chaos of a world without structure, and they had emerged into a new dawn, a little wiser, a little stronger, and a great deal more grateful for the simple, profound gift of a peaceful night's sleep, in whatever form it chose to take. The story served as a living memory, a reminder that the most valuable traditions are those that are embraced with an open heart, not those that are forced upon a fearful one. The seasons turned, and the harsh winter that had mirrored the kingdom's despair melted away, giving rise to a gentle, hopeful spring. The land of Eldoria seemed to heal alongside its people. Wildflowers bloomed in the meadows where snow had once lain thick, and the air, which had for so long carried the chill of fear, was now filled with the sweet scent of damp earth and new life. The rhythm of the two sleeps had woven itself back into the fabric of the community, no longer a rigid cage but a soft, familiar blanket. The voluntary vigilia became a time of quiet productivity and gentle camaraderie. It was a time when the village felt most like itself, a network of souls connected by the soft glow of their lamps and the shared purpose of their chosen tasks. Alara's healing was a slow and quiet spring of its own. Her tapestry of the starlit village, the one she had woven on the night she chose to reclaim the darkness, now hung in the great hall of the castle, a gift to the queen and a symbol of the kingdom's resilience. People would come from all over the realm to see it, and they would stand before it in reverent silence, their own memories of that dark time reflected in its intricate threads. Alara had found her voice again, not in words, but in color and pattern. She continued to weave, her hands moving with a newfound confidence, her creations telling the stories of her people, not just of their suffering, but of their strength, their quiet courage, their enduring hope. Kale, the blacksmith, had become a trusted advisor to Queen Lyra, his common sense and unwavering integrity a grounding force in her new council. He and Alara had found a quiet comfort in each other's company. He would often stop by her cottage at the end of the day, his large, calloused hands surprisingly gentle as he examined her latest work, his presence a steady and reassuring anchor in her life. A tentative, unspoken affection was growing between them, as delicate and as promising as the first buds of spring. Leo, her brother, was now a healthy, vibrant boy, his laughter echoing through the small cottage, a constant and joyful reminder of what they had fought for. The kingdom of Eldoria, under the gentle and wise rule of Queen Lyra, was at peace, a peace that felt earned, precious, and fragile. It was a peace they guarded fiercely, a peace they never took for granted. But the world beyond their mist-shrouded mountains had not stood still. And peace, as they were about to learn, is a difficult thing to hold on to in a world where greedy and ambitious men still held power. The first hint of trouble came with the arrival of a traveling merchant, his wagon laden with exotic spices and silks, and his mind filled with news from the neighboring kingdom of Grith. He spoke of its ruler, King Malachi, a man known for his cruelty and his insatiable appetite for conquest. Malachi had been a lifelong rival of King Thuron, the two men locked in a constant, simmering conflict of border skirmishes and political maneuvering. The merchant spoke of how Malachi had mocked the news of Thuron's downfall, how he had sneered at the idea of a woman on the throne of Eldoria, a weaver queen, advised by a blacksmith. He saw Eldoria's newfound peace not as a sign of strength, but as a symptom of weakness, an open invitation for a man of his ambition. The merchant's words were a cold stone dropped into the placid pool of Eldoria's contentment, sending ripples of unease throughout the kingdom. The whispers started again, not just in the marketplaces, but in the quiet hours of the Vigilia. But this time, they were not whispers of rebellion, but whispers of a new and different kind of fear, the fear of an outside threat, of an invading army that would not distinguish between the guilty and the innocent. Deep beneath the castle, in the cold, damp cell that had once held Alara, the deposed King Thuron existed in a world of his own making. The silence and the darkness, which had so effectively broken Alara's mind, had a different effect on him. His arrogance was a fortress that even the most profound isolation could not breach. He did not descend into repentance. He descended into a deeper, more venomous madness. He did not see the ghosts of his victims in the shadows. He saw the faces of traitors who had betrayed him. He spent his days and his waking nights packing the small cell, his mind a feverish whirlwind of revenge fantasies. He believed with an unshakable conviction that he was still the rightful king, and that the people of Eldoria would soon realize the folly of their rebellion. He saw their peace as a temporary and foolish indulgence, a weakness that would be their undoing. And he waited, with the chilling patience of a predator, for the opportunity to reclaim what he believed was his. His only contact with the outside world was a young guard named Marcus, a boy who was too young to remember the worst of Thuron's reign, and who was secretly awed by the presence of a king, even a deposed one. Marcus would bring him his meager meals, and Thuron, with the cunning of a serpent, began to work on the boy's impressionable mind. He would speak to him in a low, conspiratorial whisper, his voice a venomous honey. He told the boy that Queen Lyra was weak, that the blacksmith was a common usurper, that the kingdom was vulnerable. He painted a picture of King Malachi as an unstoppable force, a wolf at the door, and he, Thuron, as the only one who had ever known how to keep the wolf at bay. He was planting a seed of doubt, a poisonous weed in the fertile ground of the young guard's insecurity. As the rumors of King Malachi's aggression grew more concrete, a shadow of the old fear began to creep back into the hearts of the people. Some began to wonder if Thuron had been right. His rule had been cruel, yes, but it had been strong. The kingdom had been secure. This new world of gentle freedom suddenly felt terrifyingly fragile. The fear was a quiet, insidious thing, and it threatened to erode the very foundations of the peace they had built. Queen Lyra was not blind to this. She saw the worry in the eyes of her subjects. She heard the doubt in their voices. She knew that her greatest challenge was not the approaching army of King Malachi, but the fear that was taking root within her own kingdom. She called a meeting of her council, a gathering of bakers, scholars, and farmers, the very people who had helped to overthrow the old regime. Kale was there, his face grim, his presence a source of quiet strength for the queen. "King Malachi is a bully and a coward," he said, his voice a low rumble. "He preys on the weak, and he thinks we are weak. We must show him that he is wrong. We must show him that a kingdom united by choice is stronger than a kingdom held together by fear." The council debated late into the night. Some argued for a preemptive strike, for meeting force with force. Others argued for diplomacy, for sending an envoy to reason with Malachi, a suggestion that Kale met with a cynical snort. "You cannot reason with a wolf when it has already scented blood," he said. Queen Lyra listened to them all, her expression calm and thoughtful. She knew that a conventional war would be disastrous. Eldoria's army was small, no match for Malachi's seasoned legions. And she would not, force her people to fight and die in a war they did not choose. She remembered the lesson she had learned in the aftermath of the rebellion, the lesson of creating a space for her people to find their own solutions. And in that memory, she found an idea that was as audacious as it was unexpected. "We will not fight Malachi's war," she announced, her voice quiet but firm, cutting through the heated debate. "We will fight our own. We will not meet him on the battlefield with swords and shields. We will meet him with the one thing he cannot understand, the one weapon against which he has no defense: our silence, our stillness, our darkness." The plan she laid out was radical, a strategy born from the very soul of their shared experience. It was a plan that would turn their greatest perceived weakness into their greatest strength. It was a plan that relied entirely on the unique rhythm of their lives, the rhythm of the two sleeps. On the day that Malachi's army was expected to cross their borders, the entire kingdom of Eldoria would simply vanish. Every person in every city, town, and village would retreat into their homes an hour before dusk. They would take their livestock with them. They would extinguish every fire, every candle, every lamp. The kingdom would plunge itself into a total, profound darkness and a complete, unnerving silence. There would be no battle cries, no ringing of steel. There would only be the vast, empty quiet of the night, the primo somno. And then in the deepest part of the night, during the time of the Vigilia, a select few, the quietest and most sure-footed among them, would move through the darkness like ghosts. They would not engage the enemy directly. They would become instruments of a subtle psychological warfare. They would create strange, unsettling noises in the woods. They would leave cryptic, unsettling symbols on the trees. They would whisper on the wind, their voices distorted and otherworldly. They would create the illusion of a haunted, cursed land, a place where the very shadows were hostile. It was a war of nerves, a battle for the enemy's sanity. It was a terrifying gamble. It required an extraordinary level of discipline and trust, a collective act of faith in each other and in their queen. But as Lyra explained the plan, as she spoke of how their shared experience of the Vigilia had taught them to navigate the darkness, how their suffering under Thuron had forged in them a quiet resilience that no army could break, the fear in the room began to be replaced by a different kind of energy, a surge of defiant hope. They would not be victims. They would be the masters of their own darkness. The plan was set in motion. In the days leading up to the invasion, the people prepared. They stockpiled food and water. They muffled the bells on their livestock. They practiced moving in the dark, their senses growing sharper, their feet learning to read the terrain with a new intimacy. Ilara, Kale, and the other leaders of the old rebellion moved from village to village, their presence a calming and unifying force, explaining the plan, answering questions, and reinforcing the people's resolve. Ilara's role was a special one. She, who had once been so terrified of the darkness, now found herself teaching others how to embrace it. She taught them how to use the silence, how to listen to the language of the night. Her own healing became a source of strength for others, her scars a testament to the fact that what was once a source of terror could be transformed into a source of power. The kingdom held its breath, united and ready, waiting for the arrival of the man who thought them weak, ready to show him the true power that resided in the quiet heart of the night. King Malachi of Grith was a man who understood the simple, brutal arithmetic of war. He believed in overwhelming force, in the shock and awe of 1,000 marching feet, the glint of sun on 1,000 spear points. His army advanced into Eldoria like a plague of locusts, confident and loud, their drums beating a rhythm of conquest, their voices raised in coarse, boastful songs. They crossed the border at dawn, expecting to be met with a hastily assembled militia, a rabble of farmers with pitchforks. Instead, they were met with nothing. The first village they came to was silent, the smoke from its chimneys long since gone cold. Doors were barred but not locked in a way that suggested a frantic escape. They were simply closed as if the inhabitants had just stepped out for a moment. The fields were empty, the livestock gone. It was not a scene of panicked flight. It was a scene of deliberate, unsettling absence. Malachi, perched atop his black warhorse, felt a flicker of annoyance. He had anticipated a fight, a glorious and swift victory that would be sung by bards for generations. This eerie silence was an insult, a refusal to even acknowledge his power. "They are cowards," he spat, his voice full of contempt. "Hiding in the forests. Find them. Burn the village. Let them know that hiding is not an option." His soldiers, emboldened by their king's bravado, ransacked the empty homes, their boisterous shouts echoing strangely in the quiet streets. They found pantries stocked with food, beds neatly made, a child's wooden toy left on a doorstep. It was as if the entire population had simply evaporated. As dusk began to fall, they set the village ablaze, the flames a roaring, defiant orange against the darkening sky. They made camp in the fields beyond the burning village, the fire at their backs a comforting, man-made sun in the encroaching wilderness. They ate and drank, their laughter loud and forced, a desperate attempt to fill the vast, unnerving silence of the Eldorian night. But as the last embers of the village faded and the world was plunged into a deep, starless dark, the laughter died in their throats. The silence that settled around them was a physical presence, a heavy blanket that smothered all sound. They were an army of 1,000 men, yet the only sounds were their own heartbeats and the nervous shuffle of their feet. This was the primo somno, the first sleep, and for the invaders it was a time of profound and growing unease. Then in the dead of night, the true haunting of Eldoria began. It started with a sound, a low, mournful note from a single flute that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a melody of sorrow and loss, a lament that seeped into the very bones of the soldiers, chilling them more than the night air ever could. The moment they sent a patrol to investigate, the music would stop, leaving only the sound of the wind whispering through the trees, a sound that now seemed to be filled with mocking whispers. An hour later, from a different direction, came the sound of a woman weeping, a sound of such profound grief that it made the hair on their arms stand on end. Again, patrols found nothing. The sentries, their nerves stretched to the breaking point, began to see things in the deep shadows beyond the firelight, fleeting shapes, eyes that glinted and then vanished. They were professional soldiers, men who had faced death on a dozen battlefields, but this was a different kind of war. They were fighting an enemy they could not see, an enemy that seemed to be made of shadows and sorrow. When dawn broke, a pale, anemic light that did little to dispel the gloom, a new terror awaited them. Hanging from the branches of the trees at the edge of their camp were strange, intricate symbols woven from dark thread and raven feathers. They were beautiful and terrifying, a form of artistry so alien that it felt like a curse. King Malachi, his face a mask of cold fury, ordered the symbols to be torn down and burned, but the damage was done. His men were spooked, their bravado from the previous day replaced by a sullen, fearful silence. They marched on, deeper into Eldoria, and the pattern repeated itself. The next village was empty, silent, untouched. They made camp, and the night brought a new chorus of horrors. This time it was the sound of a child's laughter, high and clear, echoing from the dark woods, a sound that was far more terrifying than any battle cry. They found more of the woven symbols, and in the morning they discovered that the harnesses on their horses had been relaced with thorny vines, a feat that would have required someone to move among their sleeping army with the silence and confidence of a ghost. King Malachi was a man of action, and this inaction was driving him to the edge of madness. He raged at his captains, accusing them of incompetence, of cowardice. "It is a trick," he bellowed, his voice hoarse. "A nation of cowardly farmers and weavers trying to scare us with children's ghost stories. We will march on to the capital, and we will burn it to the ground, and we will find this weaver queen and her blacksmith general, and I will show them what true fear is." But his words rang hollow, even to himself. He was a conqueror with nothing to conquer, a warrior with no one to fight. His army was not being defeated. It was being unraveled, its discipline and morale fraying thread by thread with each passing haunted night. Deep within the castle of Eldoria, in the very cell where he had once tormented others, Thuron listened to the distant, muffled sounds of the world. He could not hear the haunting, but he could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the subtle change in the guard's demeanor. He could sense the growing fear, and it filled him with a wild, triumphant joy. His moment was coming. He intensified his manipulation of Marcus, the young guard. He fed the boy's fear, telling him that the strange magic assailing Malachi's army was the work of the Weaver Queen, a dark sorcery that would consume them all. "Malachi is a brute," Thuron whispered, his voice a hypnotic hiss through the bars of his cell. "But he is a king of flesh and blood. He can be reasoned with, an alliance can be forged. But this woman, she communes with shadows. She is a witch. When Malachi's army breaks, and it will break, who do you think she will turn on next? The very guards who once served me. She will see you all as traitors." He painted a vivid picture of a future where Marcus and his fellow guards were purged, their loyalty to the old king punished with the same dark magic that was now tormenting the invaders. "But there is another way," Thuron continued, his eyes gleaming in the gloom. "I know the secret of this land. I know its rhythms, its weaknesses. Malachi needs me. With me at his side, he can conquer this cursed place. And when he does, he will reward those who helped him. He will reward you, Marcus. I will see to it. I will make you a lord." It was a potent and poisonous cocktail of fear and ambition, and Marcus, young and terrified, drank it down. His loyalty to the queen, a woman he barely knew, was a fragile thing compared to the charismatic certainty of the king who spoke to him every day, who knew his name, who promised him a future of glory instead of a gruesome, magical death. On the third night of the invasion, as Malachi's army huddled around their fires, a shivering, paranoid mass, Marcus made his choice. His hands trembling, he stole the key to Thuron's cell from the sleeping warden's belt. He moved through the silent corridors of the dungeon, his heart a frantic drum in his chest. He opened the heavy iron door, and Thuron stepped out, a skeletal figure with eyes that burned with a feverish, mad light. "You have done well, my boy," Thuron whispered, clapping a heavy hand on Marcus's shoulder. "You have saved this kingdom from itself. Now, fetch me a cloak and a dagger. I have an old rival to meet." Thuron slipped out of the castle through a forgotten servant's passage, a ghost of a king melting into the same darkness that his people were now wielding as a weapon. He moved through the land with a predator's instinct, his mind alight with visions of his triumphant return. He was not just escaping. He was on his way to what he believed was his destiny, a meeting with another king, a forging of an alliance that would crush the Weaver Queen and her peasant council and restore him to his rightful place on the throne. Meanwhile, the psychological siege on Malachi's army reached its crescendo. Kale and Alara, guided by Queen Lyra's strategy, had saved their most potent weapon for the third night. They knew the invaders were at their breaking point, their minds fertile ground for the seeds of absolute terror. As the vigilia began, the haunting took a new and terrifying form. From the darkness came not just sounds, but sights. Teams of Eldorians, cloaked in dark, ragged cloth and holding aloft long poles topped with the skulls of animals, their eye sockets filled with glowing phosphorescent moss, began to move at the very edge of the firelight. They moved with a slow, ritualistic grace, a silent, ghostly procession that seemed to rise from the earth itself. They did not attack. They simply watched, their glowing, empty eyes fixed on the camp. To the sleep-deprived and terrified soldiers of Grith, this was the final proof. They were not in a mortal land. They had invaded a kingdom of the dead, a realm ruled by a sorceress who commanded an army of specters. A collective scream of pure terror rose from the camp. Discipline shattered completely. Men dropped their weapons and fled into the night, their madness sending them running blindly through the same dark woods that held their tormentors. Others turned on each other, their minds broken, seeing enemies in the faces of their comrades. King Malachi, his face ashen, his arrogance finally and utterly shattered, found himself standing in the ruins of his own army, a king of madmen and deserters. The great invasion of Eldoria had been defeated not by a single sword or arrow, but by a whisper, a shadow, and the terrifying power of a unified people who had learned to master the night. And it was into this scene of chaos and madness that a new player was about to walk, a deposed king, his mind equally broken, believing he had come to claim his prize. The night was not over yet. The silence that followed the chaos was, in its own way, just as terrifying. For King Malachi, it was the sound of his own monumental failure. He stood amidst the smoldering fires of his camp, a solitary figure in a landscape of ruin. His army, the proud and disciplined force that was the bedrock of his power, was gone. Some had fled into the haunted darkness, their screams fading into the distance. Others lay on the ground, curled into balls, muttering nonsense to themselves, their minds shattered by the night's phantoms. A few, the most loyal or perhaps the most terrified, remained by his side, their faces pale and their eyes darting nervously at every shadow. Malachi had built his entire identity on the foundation of strength, on the belief that any obstacle could be overcome with sufficient force. Now, that foundation had crumbled into dust, swept away by an enemy that had refused to fight. He felt a rage so profound, so impotent, that it left him feeling hollowed out, a king-shaped shell with nothing inside. He had not been defeated in battle. He had been dismantled piece by piece by a whisper and a shadow. It was into this tableau of despair that a figure emerged from the woods, walking with a strange, gliding confidence that was utterly out of place in the scene of devastation. The man was gaunt, his face a pale mask in the pre-dawn light, but his eyes burned with a fire that Malachi recognized, the unholy fire of absolute self-assurance. The remaining guards raised their swords, their hands trembling, but the figure paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed solely on the king. "You seem to be having some trouble, Malachi," the man said, his voice a dry rasp, yet carrying an unmistakable tone of regal arrogance. Malachi stared, his mind struggling to place the face to connect the skeletal apparition with the man he had known. "Thuron," he breathed, the name a disbelieving whisper. "By the gods, what are you?" Thuron smiled, a thin, cruel stretching of his lips. "I am the man who is going to help you conquer this cursed kingdom," he said. "I am its rightful king." Malachi let out a short, harsh laugh that held no humor. "Conquer it," he echoed, gesturing with a sweep of his hand at the wreckage of his camp. "Look around you, Thuron. Your kingdom is defended by demons and ghosts. It is a land of madness. There is nothing here to conquer." Thuron's smile did not falter. "You tried to fight it with force," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You tried to tame the darkness. Fool, you cannot tame the darkness here. You must become a part of it. I know the rhythms of this place. I know its secrets. The Weaver Queen, she uses the night, the Vigilia, as a weapon, but I taught her how. I was the one who enforced the two sleeps with an iron fist. I know its power, and I know how to turn it against her." He drew closer, his burning eyes locking onto Malachi's. She has her ghosts and her whispers, but I have a key, a secret, a way into the very heart of her castle, a path that no one living but me knows. Her magical tricks are useless if we are already inside the walls, standing behind her throne with a blade to her throat. For the first time since the haunting began, a flicker of something other than fear and humiliation sparked in Malachi's eyes. It was a desperate, ugly hope. He had lost his army, but he had not lost his thirst for revenge. The idea of a swift, surgical strike, of snatching a victory from the jaws of this humiliating defeat, was a potent lure. He looked at Thuron, at this ghost of a king who had seemingly risen from the grave, and saw not a madman but a tool. An unpleasant, dangerous tool, but a tool nonetheless. "And what is your price, Thuron?" Malachi asked, his voice low and cautious. "You don't strike me as a man who does favors." Thuron's grin widened. "My price is my throne," he said simply. "Help me take the castle, help me put down this peasant rebellion, and I will grant you the northern provinces, a generous reward for a few hours of quiet, bloody work. We will rule together as allies. We will bring order back to this land of chaos." The two kings, one broken by the night and the other driven mad by it, stood in the ruins of an army and forged an unholy alliance, their pact sealed by a shared lust for power and a mutual hatred for the woman who had bested them both. Back in the capital of Eldoria, the first rays of dawn were met with a quiet, cautious sense of triumph. Scouts had returned with news of the invading army's collapse, their stories of the soldiers' panic and flight spreading a wave of profound relief through the waiting populace. They had done it. They had faced the monster at their door and had turned it away not with violence, but with the quiet strength of their unity and the wisdom of their traditions. Queen Lyra stood on the castle battlements, watching the sun rise over her peaceful kingdom, her heart filled with a deep and abiding gratitude for her people. Cale and Alara stood with her, their faces weary but their eyes shining with pride. "We showed them," Cale said, his voice thick with emotion. "We showed them that the strength of a kingdom is not in its armies, but in the will of its people." Alara nodded, a small, genuine smile gracing her lips for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. She looked out at the dark woods, the source of her deepest fears, and felt a sense of peace. The darkness was not her enemy anymore. It was her ally. But their moment of peaceful victory was short-lived. A frantic guard came running towards them, his face pale with alarm. It was the warden of the dungeons. "Your Majesty," he stammered, bowing hastily. "It's the prisoner, King Thuron. He's gone." The words hung in the crisp morning air, a sudden, jarring note in the symphony of their relief. The warden explained, his voice trembling, how the young guard Marcus was also missing, along with the key to the cell. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with horrifying speed. Lyra's blood ran cold. She looked at Cale, and the same terrifying understanding was reflected in his eyes. Thuron was not simply a fugitive on the run. A desperate man fleeing for his life would be of little concern. But Thuron was not desperate. He was arrogant, vengeful, and profoundly dangerous. "He's gone to Malachi," Lyra said, her voice a barely audible whisper. "He will see this as his chance. He will offer Malachi something, some piece of knowledge that will give him an advantage." Cale's hand instinctively went to the hilt of the hammer that now rarely left his side. "He knows the castle," he said, his voice a low growl. "He knows its weaknesses, its secret ways. He grew up within these walls." Ilara's mind, sharpened by her own ordeal, immediately went to the most terrifying possibility. "He knows how to get in without an army," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that was coiling in her stomach. "He won't try to lay siege. He will try to sneak inside to get to the queen directly." The nature of the threat had changed in an instant. The danger was no longer a faceless army on their borders. It was a serpent, a familiar and venomous serpent that had been loosed within their own walls, now guiding a wounded and desperate wolf towards their door. The celebration was over. A new and far more personal war was about to begin. The kingdom was safe, but its queen was now in more danger than she had ever been before. And their enemies were not in a distant camp anymore. They were somewhere out there in the quiet woods, moving through the familiar landscape like a poison, making their way toward the heart of the kingdom, guided by the intimate knowledge of a king who knew exactly where to strike. The transition from relief to high alert was instantaneous. The soft, golden light of dawn now seemed harsh and revealing, exposing the new and terrible vulnerability at the heart of their kingdom. Queen Lyra did not panic. The ordeal of her husband's reign and the recent crisis had forged in her a core of steel. Her voice was calm and clear as she issued a series of rapid commands. The castle was to be sealed. No one was to enter or leave. The victory celebrations were canceled, replaced by a quiet, grim state of high alert. Every guard, every able-bodied man and woman within the castle walls was mobilized, not for a battle but for a search. "He is a rat in his own maze," she said to Kale, her eyes dark with a weary resolve. "But a rat who knows every tunnel, every crack in the walls. We must find his bolt hole before he can use it to let the wolves in." Kale took charge of organizing the search parties. He was a blacksmith, not a general, but he understood the mind of his enemy. He knew Thuron was a creature of immense ego. The secret he held would not be something humble or practical. It would be a reflection of his own grandiose self-perception. "Forget the dungeons and the servants' quarters," Kale instructed his teams, his voice a low, urgent rumble. "Think like he did. Where is the one place he felt most powerful, most divine? Where would he build a secret door to mock the world, a testament to his own untouchable cleverness?" The searchers spread through the castle, their footsteps echoing in the suddenly tense and silent halls. They tapped walls, examined tapestries, lifted ancient flagstones, but the castle, for all its age, kept its secrets well. Meanwhile, Ilara, who had been tasked with ensuring the queen's personal safety, found she could not stand still. The thought of Thuron, the architect of her torment, moving freely, plotting his return, was a poison in her veins. She found herself drawn, as if by some grim magnetic pull, to the one place in the castle that represented the heart of his power, the throne room. It was a vast, cavernous space, designed to awe and intimidate, with a high vaulted ceiling and cold stone floors that amplified every sound. The great throne, carved from dark, unyielding oak, sat on a raised dais, a monstrous and empty monument to a fallen tyranny. While guards searched the perimeter of the room, tapping the walls for hollow spaces, Ilara simply stood in the center, her weaver's eyes taking in the entire space as if it were a single, massive tapestry. She was not looking for a door, she was looking for a flaw in the pattern. Her gaze swept over the intricate stonework of the wall behind the throne. It depicted a grand, heroic scene of Eldoria's founding, a carving that Thuron had commissioned to glorify his own lineage. It was a masterpiece of propaganda, seamless and perfect. Almost. Her eyes, trained by a lifetime of working with threads, of spotting the smallest inconsistency in a complex weave, caught something. It was a tiny detail that anyone else would have overlooked. In the intricate scrollwork that bordered the massive carving, one small, carved leaf was oriented in the opposite direction to all the others. It was a deliberate imperfection, a signature hidden in plain sight, a secret known only to the artist or to the one who had commissioned it. Her heart began to pound. She walked slowly towards the throne, her eyes fixed on the errant leaf. She reached out a hand, her fingers tracing the cold stone. As her thumb pressed into the center of the leaf, she felt a faint, almost imperceptible click. And then, with a low, grinding groan that seemed to rise from the very foundations of the castle, a section of the wall beside the throne swung inwards, revealing a dark, narrow opening, a black maw that smelled of damp earth and long-forgotten secrets. At that very moment, deep within the hidden passage, Thuron was leading his small, desperate party towards the same opening. The tunnel was claustrophobic and cold, the air thick with the smell of decay. Water dripped from the low ceiling, each drop a mocking echo of the torture he had so enjoyed inflicting. Malachi, his royal finery stained with mud, and his face a mask of sullen fury, followed close behind, his initial flicker of hope having long since been extinguished by the foul, suffocating reality of the passage. The young guard, Marcus, stumbled along at the rear, his face a ghostly white in the flickering torchlight, his mind a torment of regret and terror. This was not the glorious restoration he had been promised. This was a sordid, undignified crawl through the guts of the earth. "It is magnificent, is it not?" Thuron hissed, his voice unnaturally loud in the confined space. "Built by my grandfather's grandfather, a king's final recourse. They think they have me trapped, the fools. They search for armies at the gates while I am already in the heart." He pushed on, his mad confidence a stark contrast to the grim silence of his companions. He could see a faint line of light ahead, the end of the tunnel. He could almost taste his victory, the feel of his throne beneath him, the sight of Lyra's face when he stepped from the shadows to reclaim his kingdom. His heart hammered in his chest with a manic glee. "Prepare yourself, Malachi," he whispered, his voice trembling with anticipation. "You are about to witness the return of a true king." He put his shoulder to the stone door, expecting to emerge into a silent, unsuspecting throne room. Instead, as the door swung open, he was met not with silence but with the sight of his own worst nightmares. Queen Lyra stood before the throne, not as a cowering victim, but as a ruler, her expression one of cold, unwavering resolve. Beside her stood Cale, the blacksmith, his hammer held loosely in one hand, his stance as solid and unmovable as the anvil in his forge. And there, by the opening, her hand still resting on the secret switch, was Ilara, the weaver girl, her eyes meeting his not with fear, but with a calm, quiet strength that was more terrifying than any army. Thuron froze, his triumphant grin collapsing into a mask of stunned, uncomprehending rage. The element of surprise, his one and only advantage, was gone. He was trapped, a rat that had followed the maze not to freedom but to the waiting jaws of the trap. Behind him, Malachi cursed, drawing his sword, his face a snarl of desperation. He had been led from one humiliation directly into another. The standoff was absolute, a frozen tableau in the grand, silent throne room. The two deposed kings, a terrified guard and their would-be conqueror, facing a queen, a blacksmith, and a weaver. It was not the clash of armies, but a deeply personal confrontation, a final reckoning for all the pain and suffering that Thuron's reign had caused. "It's over, Thuron," Lyra said, her voice echoing in the vast chamber. It was not a plea, nor was it a threat. It was a simple statement of fact. There is no throne for you here. There is no kingdom for you to reclaim. There is only the justice you have so long evaded. Thuron's shock curdled into a wild, cornered animal fury. He grabbed the young guard, Marcus, pulling the boy in front of him and pressing the point of his dagger to the boy's throat. "Justice," he screamed, his voice cracking. "I am the justice in this kingdom. You will let us pass, or this fool boy dies." But Marcus, who had been trembling on the verge of collapse, found an unexpected and final reserve of courage. He looked at the terrified faces of the kings he had been foolish enough to believe, and then at the calm, resolute face of the queen he had betrayed. In that moment, he saw the difference between the blustering tyranny that masqueraded as strength and the quiet, unshakable power of true leadership. With a sudden, desperate movement, he slammed his head back into Thuron's face, causing the mad king to roar in pain and surprise, his grip on the dagger loosening for a fraction of a second. It was all the opening Kale needed. He moved with a speed that was astonishing for a man his size, his hammer not a weapon of war, but a tool used with precise, practiced force. He did not strike to kill, but to disarm, shattering Thuron's wrist with a single, decisive blow. The dagger clattered to the stone floor. At the same time, Malachi, seeing his last desperate gamble fail, lunged towards the queen, his sword aimed at her heart. But Alara, moving on pure instinct, kicked a heavy wooden footstool into his path. The king, not expecting the obstacle, stumbled, his lunge becoming a clumsy, off-balance fall. Before he could recover, the royal guards, who had been waiting silently in the wings, swarmed him, disarming and subduing him with practiced efficiency. It was over, not with a great battle, but with a single, decisive moment of courage from a terrified boy, a precise and measured action from a blacksmith, and the quick thinking of a weaver. Thuron, clutching his shattered wrist, his face a mask of agony and disbelief, finally broke. The arrogance that had been his armor for so long shattered, and he collapsed to the floor, weeping with the ragged, hopeless sobs of a child. He was no longer a king, not even a tyrant. He was just a pathetic, broken man, undone by the very people he had so profoundly underestimated. The two kings were led away, not to a cell this time, but to a secure tower, their unholy alliance ending as it had begun, in failure and humiliation. Marcus, the young guard, was taken into custody, but Lyra, seeing the genuine remorse and the flicker of courage in his eyes, knew that his fate would be one of penance, not vengeance. In the aftermath, a true and lasting peace finally settled over Eldoria. The kingdom had been tested, not once, but twice, first from within and then from without, and it had not only survived but had emerged stronger, more unified, more certain of its own identity. Queen Lyra ruled with a wisdom and compassion that became a legend in the surrounding lands. Kale, her trusted advisor and friend, helped to build a new and just society, one where strength was measured not in swords, but in the bonds of community. And Alara, the weaver, continued to tell their stories in her tapestries, her threads weaving together the darkness and the light, the suffering and the resilience, the fear and the courage, creating a legacy not of a fallen king, but of a people who had learned to master the rhythms of their own lives, to find their own strength in the quiet hours of the night, and to understand that the deepest, most profound sleep comes only after the waking watch has been kept, not by the command of a tyrant, but by the free and unified will of a people who have chosen to face the darkness together, and in doing so have found their own enduring light. The two sleeps, once a tool of oppression and then a weapon of defiance, settled back into its natural rhythm, a gentle, timeless pulse in the heart of a kingdom that had finally, truly, learned the meaning of peace. Tonight, as you settle in, let's travel back in time, not to a world of grand battles, but to the quiet, shivering nights of a kingdom long ago. We'll explore how the simplest things, a warm stone, a shared blanket, a flickering flame, became matters of life and death, and how the arrogance of a powerful king was humbled by the enduring wisdom of the common folk. If this story helps you find a moment of peace and relaxation, perhaps you'll consider leaving a like or subscribing for more tales to guide you into a restful sleep. Let's get started. In the shadow of the great Mount Parnassus, where the winds whispered tales of gods and titans, lay the kingdom of Phrygia, a land of stark contrasts. Its summers were a painter's dream, with sun-drenched valleys and fields of golden wheat that danced in the gentle breeze. But its winters were a cruel and different beast altogether. When the sun god Helios drove his chariot far to the south, a biting cold would descend from the snow-capped peaks, a cold that seeped into the very bones of the earth and turned the once vibrant landscape into a monochrome world of gray and white. It was during these long, dark nights that the true measure of a person's resilience was tested. For the people of Phrygia, survival was an art form, a collection of ancient knowledge passed down through generations, a quiet dance with the elements. They knew how to read the sky, how to seal the cracks in their simple homes with clay and straw, and how to huddle together for warmth, sharing not just their meager blankets, but their very breath. But this ancient wisdom was about to be challenged, not by a harsher winter or a fearsome enemy, but by the chilling decree of their own king. King Lycomed sat upon a throne carved from the finest cedar wood, inlaid with ivory and gold, in a grand hall so vast that a man's voice would echo into nothingness before reaching the far wall. He was a man of great stature and even greater pride, a ruler who believed that progress meant severing all ties with the past. He saw the old ways of his people not as wisdom, but as weakness, a primitive stain on the glorious future he envisioned for his kingdom. He dreamt of a Phrygia of soaring marble columns, of intricate mosaics, of a society so orderly and advanced that it would rival the legendary city of Athens itself. But his vision was as cold and hard as the polished marble floors of his palace. He had little understanding and even less empathy for the daily struggles of the peasants who toiled in the fields below. He saw them as mere cogs in his grand machine, their lives expendable for the sake of his ambitions. His queen, a gentle soul named Cassia, often watched him from the shadows, her heart heavy with a quiet sorrow. She had come from a northern land where the winters were far harsher, and she understood the life-giving importance of a simple fire. She saw the worry in the eyes of the servants, the way they shivered in the drafty corridors of the palace, and she feared for the common folk beyond the castle walls. But her voice was a soft whisper against the roaring wind of her husband's will. As the days grew shorter and the first icy tendrils of winter began to snake their way down from the mountains, a new and terrible idea began to form in the king's mind. He looked out from his balcony at the scattered plumes of smoke rising from the chimneys of the village below, and he saw not warmth and comfort, but disorder and inefficiency. He saw waste. He saw 100 small, untamed fires when there could be one great, magnificent flame, a flame that he alone would control. And so, born of arrogance and a profound ignorance of his people's needs, King Lycomedes conceived of a law that would forever seal his fate and plunge his kingdom into a darkness far deeper than any winter night. He called it the hearth tax. It was a simple, yet monstrously cruel decree. From that day forward, no commoner was permitted to light a fire in their own home after sunset. The penalty for disobedience was severe, the confiscation of all property and a public flogging in the frozen town square. Instead, the king declared all his subjects would be granted the privilege of warming themselves by the great hearth in the central courtyard of the palace. A colossal bonfire would be lit there every night, a symbol of his benevolent power, a single, unifying flame for all of Phrygia. The nobles, eager to curry favor with the king, applauded his brilliant and forward-thinking idea. They spoke of the reduced risk of accidental fires in the village, of the efficiency of a centralized heat source. They did not have to live with the consequences. Their own chambers in the palace were warmed by private, roaring fires, their beds piled high with furs and thick woolen blankets. They were insulated from the cold reality of the king's decree by their wealth and their sycophancy. But in the village, a stunned silence fell. The people could not believe what they were hearing. To be denied a fire in one's own home was like being denied air to breathe. The hearth was the heart of the family, the place where stories were told, where food was cooked, where the young and the old found comfort from the biting cold. It was more than just a source of heat. It was a sanctuary. Ilara, a young woman with eyes the color of the summer sky and hands calloused from working the loom, listened to the royal proclamation with a growing sense of dread. She lived with her younger brother, Lycos, and their aging grandmother in a small, sturdy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was humble, but it was filled with a warmth that had nothing to do with wealth. Every night, they would gather around their small clay hearth, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls as their grandmother told them stories of the old gods and heroes. The fire was their shield against the creeping frost, their companion in the long, dark hours. The idea of trekking through the snow and biting wind to the palace courtyard every night seemed like a nightmare. The journey itself was perilous for the elderly and the very young. And what warmth could a distant bonfire truly offer? It was a spectacle, not a comfort, a performance of power, not a genuine act of care. As the first night of the new law descended, a grim procession made its way from the village to the palace. Huddled together in their worn cloaks, the people shuffled silently through the snow-covered paths, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resentment. The great hearth was indeed a sight to behold. A mountain of logs blazed in the center of the vast courtyard, sending sparks spiraling up into the starless sky. But the heat it produced was a deceptive illusion. The sheer scale of the open space meant that the warmth dissipated quickly, reaching only those who could push their way to the very front. The courtyard became a miserable, crowded space, a constant struggle for a fleeting moment of warmth. The old and the weak were shoved to the back, where the icy wind seemed to blow even harder, mocking the distant flames. Ilara held her brother's hand tightly, pulling her grandmother closer as they stood shivering on the periphery. The king and queen appeared on a balcony overlooking the courtyard, bathed in the warm, golden light spilling from the palace windows. King Lycomedes raised a goblet of wine, a smug smile on his face as he looked down upon his grateful subjects. "Behold," he boomed, his voice amplified by the cold, clear air. "One kingdom, one people, one flame. Let this great hearth be a symbol of our unity and my unending care for you all." A few half-hearted cheers rose from the nobles standing near him, but from the crowd below, there was only a chilling silence, a silence punctuated by the chattering of teeth and the quiet sobs of a cold child. Queen Cassia stood beside her husband, her face a pale mask of sorrow. She looked down at the shivering masses, at the elderly couple huddling together, their breath turning to frost in the air, at the young mother trying in vain to shield her baby from the wind. She saw not unity, but suffering. She saw not a great flame, but the dying embers of her people's spirit. The walk back to their cottage was even worse. The fleeting warmth of the distant fire was quickly forgotten, replaced by a deep, penetrating cold that left them aching and exhausted. When they finally reached their home, it was a dark and frigid shell. There was no welcoming glow from the hearth, no gentle warmth to soothe their frozen limbs. They piled every blanket they owned onto their shared bed, huddling together in the darkness, but the cold was relentless. It was a guest that had not been invited but refused to leave. Sleep offered little respite, as their dreams were haunted by images of a roaring, unreachable fire and the arrogant smile of a king who had stolen their warmth. Days turned into weeks, and the winter tightened its icy grip on the land. The great hearth in the palace courtyard became a nightly ritual of misery. The initial shock and disbelief of the villagers gave way to a quiet, simmering anger. The injustice of it all was a bitter pill to swallow. They watched as the king's servants hauled cart after cart of firewood to the palace, wood that had been harvested from the communal forests, wood that had once been theirs to gather. They were now forced to beg for the warmth that was their birthright, to stand like supplicants before a fire that offered more spectacle than substance. The cruelty of the law was matched only by its foolishness. People began to fall ill. The constant exposure to the cold, the exhausting nightly trek to the palace, and the lack of warmth in their homes weakened their bodies. A persistent, hacking cough echoed through the village, and the local healer, an old woman named Thea, was overwhelmed with patients. She had remedies for fevers and potions for aches, but she had no cure for a cold that came from deep within the bones, a cold that was nurtured by a king's decree. The children suffered the most. Their small bodies were not equipped to handle the prolonged exposure to the freezing temperatures. They grew pale and listless, their laughter replaced by whimpers. Lycos, Ilara's bright and energetic brother, was one of the first to fall seriously ill. His fever raged, and his small body was racked with shivers that no amount of blankets could quell. Ilara watched him, her heart breaking with each labored breath he took. She knew that what he needed most was the one thing she was forbidden to give him, the deep, steady warmth of a simple hearth fire. Desperation began to gnaw at her. One night, as Lycos tossed and turned in a feverish sleep, his skin alternating between burning hot and icy cold, Alara made a decision. She looked at her grandmother, whose face was a road map of worry, and saw her own fear reflected in the old woman's eyes. The law was unjust, and an unjust law was not a law to be obeyed, but a tyranny to be resisted. Her resistance would be a quiet one, a small act of defiance in the face of overwhelming power. While the rest of the village made their nightly trek to the palace, Alara stayed behind. She sealed the single window of their cottage with a thick blanket and stuffed rags into the cracks around the door. Her hands trembled as she gathered a few precious pieces of dry wood she had hidden away. She arranged them in the cold, dark hearth, the same hearth where she had listened to her grandmother's stories since she was a child. With a piece of flint and steel, she struck a spark. It was a tiny, fragile thing, but in the oppressive darkness of the room, it glowed with the brilliance of a fallen star. She nurtured it, feeding it with dried moss until a small, hesitant flame flickered to life. The fire was small, barely more than a handful of embers, but it was theirs. It was a secret flame of rebellion. She carefully controlled the smoke, letting only a thin, almost invisible wisp escape from a small, hidden vent in the roof. The warmth that radiated from the hearth was glorious. It was a gentle, life-giving heat that seemed to push back not just the cold, but the despair that had taken root in their hearts. She warmed a broth for Lycos, and for the first time in days, he was able to drink it all. She dipped a cloth in warm water and bathed his forehead, and slowly the fever began to recede. She and her grandmother sat by the fire, their hands outstretched to the flames, and for a few precious hours, their little cottage was once again a sanctuary. They were no longer subjects shivering at the mercy of a distant king, but a family, drawing strength and comfort from their own hearth. This small act of defiance, however, came with a terrible risk. The king had appointed special guards, men known for their cruelty and unwavering loyalty to the crown, to patrol the village at night. They were called the Frost Guard, and their sole purpose was to enforce the hearth tax. They moved like ghosts through the silent, snow-covered streets, their eyes scanning the rooftops for any telltale sign of smoke, their ears listening for the crackle of an illicit fire. That night, as Alara's small fire burned, two members of the Frost Guard, a brutish man named Draco and his wiry, sharp-eyed partner, Kale, were making their rounds. The wind was particularly fierce, and it carried with it a scent that was now alien to the village at night, the faint, unmistakable smell of wood smoke. Kale, whose senses were as keen as a wolf, stopped and lifted his nose to the air. "Do you smell that?" he hissed, his voice a dry whisper. Draco grunted, his face half hidden by a thick scarf. "It's just the wind carrying the smoke from the great hearth." "No," Kale insisted, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the dark cottages. "This is different. It's closer." They followed the scent, moving stealthily through the alleyways, their footsteps muffled by the fresh snow. It led them to the edge of the village, to a small, unassuming cottage with a single, heavily shuttered window. There was no visible smoke, no flicker of light, but the scent was stronger here. Kale pressed his ear against the cold wooden door and his eyes widened. He could hear it, the faint, gentle crackle of a dying fire. Draco grinned, a cruel, predatory expression. He drew a heavy iron bar from his belt and without a word of warning smashed it against the door. The wood splintered, the lock burst, and the door flew open, revealing the scene within. Ilara and her grandmother gasped, their faces illuminated by the terrified glow of the small fire in the hearth. The sudden rush of cold air made the flames dance wildly. For a moment, no one moved. The two guards stood silhouetted in the doorway, their presence filling the small room with a palpable sense of menace. Lycos, startled awake by the crash, began to cry weakly from his bed. Draco stepped into the room, his lip curled in a sneer. Well, what do we have here? A little nest of lawbreakers. Ilara instinctively moved to stand between the guards and her family. Please, she begged, her voice trembling but firm. My brother is sick. He needed the warmth. It was just a small fire. The law doesn't make exceptions for sickness, Kale said, his voice cold and flat. He kicked at the embers in the hearth, scattering them across the stone floor. The fire is out now. Draco's eyes roamed around the humble cottage, settling on the finely woven tapestry hanging on the wall, a piece that had taken Ilara months to complete. The penalty is clear, he said, his voice laced with a cruel satisfaction. Confiscation of all property, and a public flogging for the head of the household. He pointed a thick finger at Ilara's grandmother, whose face had gone ashen. She will be made an example of in the morning. The old woman swayed, and Ilara rushed to her side, glaring at the guards with a newfound fire in her eyes, a fire of pure, undiluted hatred. She has done nothing, she cried. She is old and frail. It was my fire. I lit it. Punish me instead. Draco chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that held no humor. Brave words. Perhaps the king will grant your wish. You can take her place at the whipping post, but the property is still forfeit. He turned and gestured to Kale. Let's get them out of here. They can spend the night in the cold with the rest of the sheep. It will give them time to reflect on their crimes. The guards dragged them out of their home, out into the biting wind and the darkness. They sealed the door to the cottage, leaving them with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Ilara held her shivering brother, wrapping him in her own cloak as her grandmother leaned heavily against her, her body trembling with cold and shock. They were homeless, stripped of everything they owned for the simple act of trying to stay warm. The news of what had happened to Ilara and her family spread through the village like a frostbite. It was one thing to endure the nightly misery of the great hearth, but it was another to see a family, a sick child and an old woman, thrown out into the snow for lighting a small, life-saving fire. The simmering resentment of the people began to coalesce into a hard, cold fury. The king had gone too far. He had not just stolen their warmth, he had stolen their humanity. The next morning, the village square was unnaturally quiet. The people were ordered to gather to witness the punishment. Ilara stood before the whipping post, her chin held high, though her heart pounded in her chest. She had insisted on taking her grandmother's place, a decision the guards had mockingly granted. King Lycomedes and Queen Cassia watched from the same balcony overlooking the square. The king looked down with a stern, unyielding expression, convinced that this public display of punishment was necessary to maintain order. But Queen Cassia saw something else. She saw the faces in the crowd. She saw the cold, silent anger in their eyes. She saw the way they looked at Ilara, not with pity but with a shared sense of outrage and a dawning respect. Draco, the frost guard, stood ready with the whip, a thick, knotted leather strap. He tore the back of Ilara's tunic, exposing her skin to the freezing air. A collective gasp went through the crowd. But as Draco raised the whip, a strange thing happened. From the back of the crowd, a single stone was thrown. It was not a large stone, but it struck the wall just beside the king's balcony with a sharp crack. Then another stone flew, and another. It was not a riot, not yet. It was a protest, a spontaneous eruption of the people's long-suppressed anger. The stones were not aimed at the king, but at the palace itself, at the cold, unfeeling symbol of his power. King Lycomedes was stunned. He could not comprehend this defiance. He ordered his guards to seize the culprits, but the crowd was a dense, unified mass. To seize one would be to seize them all. For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared in the king's eyes. He was not looking at supplicants anymore. He was looking at a people on the verge of rebellion. Queen Cassia seized the moment. She stepped forward and placed a hand on her husband's arm. "Stop this," she said, her voice low but urgent, filled with a strength he had never heard before. "Look at them. You are not punishing a criminal, you are creating a martyr. You are not dousing a flame, you are fanning the embers of a revolution." The king stared at her, his pride wrestling with the undeniable truth of her words. He looked back at the crowd, at their stony, unforgiving faces, and at the young woman tied to the post, who had become a symbol of his tyranny. The whip had not yet fallen, but he had already lost. He had tried to control the very element of fire to bend the basic human need for warmth to his will. And in doing so, he had ignited a fire far more dangerous than any hearth. He had ignited the fire in the hearts of his people. With a barely perceptible nod, he gave the signal. Draco lowered the whip, his face contorted in a frustrated scowl. The king and queen withdrew from the balcony, but the silence that followed was not one of submission. It was the heavy, waiting silence that comes before a storm. The king had avoided a riot, but he had sown the seeds of his own downfall. The story of Ilara's defiance and the king's hesitation spread beyond the village, carried by merchants and travelers to the far corners of the kingdom. The hearth tax, intended as a symbol of the king's absolute power, had become a symbol of his folly. The incident in the square had cracked the king's veneer of absolute authority. Though Ilara was spared the lash, she and her family were still homeless, their cottage sealed by royal decree. They found refuge with neighbors who shared their meager food and blankets in a quiet act of communal defiance. The spirit of the village was changing. The fear that had once kept them compliant was being replaced by a shared sense of purpose. They continued to make the nightly trek to the great hearth, as demanded by the law, but their presence was no longer that of passive subjects. It was a silent, collective accusation. They would stand in the freezing courtyard, their eyes fixed on the palace balcony, their silence a more potent weapon than any thrown stone. King Lycomedes felt the shift. The air in the palace grew heavy with tension. The nobles, who had once been so quick to praise him, now avoided his gaze, their conversations turning to whispers the moment he entered a room. They were creatures of self-preservation, and they could sense that the foundations of the king's power were beginning to crumble. They feared being buried in the rubble. Queen Cassia, emboldened by the events in the square, began to work more openly, though still with caution. She used her personal allowance to secretly purchase food and blankets, which her most trusted handmaidens would distribute to the neediest families in the village. It was a small gesture, but it sent a powerful message. The palace was not a monolith of cold indifference. There was a heart beating within its stone walls, a heart that bled for the suffering of the people. Kasia also began to subtly challenge her husband in their private moments. She no longer pleaded or wept, she reasoned. She spoke of the ancient kings of Phrygia, rulers who had been loved not for their grand monuments, but for their wisdom and their understanding of the land and its people. She reminded him that a kingdom is not built on marble and gold, but on the loyalty and well-being of its subjects. "You wanted one flame to unify the kingdom," she said one evening, as they sat in their lavishly warmed chambers, the silence between them as cold as the winter night outside. "But a single, distant fire cannot warm 1,000 homes. True unity comes from 1,000 small fires, each one a family, each one a heart, all burning together in a shared spirit." Lycomedes listened, his pride still a formidable fortress, but her words were like siege engines, slowly chipping away at the stone. He was beginning to understand the catastrophic nature of his miscalculation. He had believed that by controlling the source of warmth, he could control the people. Instead, he had only revealed the coldness of his own heart and united them against him. The winter, meanwhile, showed no mercy. A great blizzard swept down from the mountains, burying the kingdom in a deep shroud of snow. The wind howled like a ravenous wolf, and the temperatures plummeted to new lows. The nightly journey to the palace courtyard became an impossible, life-threatening ordeal. For 2 nights, no one came. The village was snowed in, each family isolated in their frigid homes. The great hearth burned in the palace courtyard, a pointless, solitary beacon in the swirling snow, its flames licking at a sky that no one could see, its warmth felt by no one but the shivering guards forced to tend it. Inside the palace, a new and more insidious cold began to take hold. The king's grand architectural vision had a fatal flaw. The vast halls, high ceilings, and expansive marble floors that were so magnificent in the summer became a trap for the cold in the winter. The palace was designed for aesthetics, not for practical warmth. The private fireplaces of the nobles could not combat the sheer volume of cold air that seeped through the stone walls. The tapestries on the walls froze, becoming stiff and brittle. A thin layer of frost formed on the inside of the windows. The servants, who slept in the lower levels, suffered immensely, their small, unheated rooms becoming like ice caves. The cold was a great equalizer. It crept past the guards, ignored the trappings of wealth, and touched everyone from the lowest scullery maid to the king himself. For the first time in his life, King Lycomedes felt the true, biting nature of the cold he had inflicted upon his people. He would wake in his ornate bed, piled high with furs, and still feel a deep, unshakable chill. It was the cold of failure, the cold of isolation. The true turning point came not from a rebellion or an uprising, but from a simple, tragic accident born of the king's own law. In their desperation to find some small measure of warmth during the blizzard, a group of villagers had discovered an old, forgotten secret of their ancestors. They knew that certain types of river stones, when placed in a fire and then wrapped in thick cloth, would retain their heat for hours. They were like small, portable hearths, a slow-releasing source of gentle warmth that could be held close or placed in a bed to ward off the deepest chill. It was an ancient technique, a piece of the very wisdom the king had scorned. A small group, including Ilara's neighbor, a kind man named Phineas, decided to risk lighting a small, hidden fire in a deserted shepherd's hut on the outskirts of the village. Their only goal was to heat a collection of these stones to distribute among the families with sick children and elderly. They were not seeking comfort for themselves, but survival for the most vulnerable. But the blizzard was treacherous. The wind shifted, and a sudden, powerful gust blew down the poorly maintained chimney of the old hut. Sparks and embers were sent flying onto the dry, snow-dusted thatch roof. In moments, the hut was ablaze, the flames fanned into a furious inferno by the gale-force winds. The fire spread with terrifying speed, leaping from the hut to the nearest cottages, which were as dry as tinder in the freezing air. The villagers, trapped in their homes by the snow, awoke to a nightmare. The fire, the very element they had been denied, was now unleashed as a destructive monster. Panic and chaos erupted. The single well in the village was frozen over, and the snow was too deep and powdery to be of any use in fighting the flames. All they could do was watch in horror as a significant portion of their village burned. The orange glow of the fire, a terrifying mockery of the king's great hearth. The news of the fire reached the palace, and it was the final, devastating blow to the king's authority. His law, designed to prevent fires, had indirectly caused the most destructive fire in the kingdom's history. The irony was as bitter as the cold. In his attempt to control a single, life-giving flame, he had unleashed an uncontrollable inferno of destruction and despair. The nobles saw their chance. Led by a shrewd, ambitious lord named Pericles, who had long coveted the throne, they confronted the king. They did not come with swords drawn, but with something far more damaging, a united front of condemnation. They spoke of the burned village, the sick and dying children, the homeless families, and the utter failure of his leadership. "You have lost the faith of the people, Lycomedes," Pericles said, his voice ringing with a cold finality. "And a king without his people is just a man in a gilded cage." Lycomedes looked around the throne room at the faces of the men who had once flattered and feared him. He saw no loyalty, no sympathy. He saw only ambition and disdain. He looked for his queen, but Cassia was not there. She was where she had been all along, in spirit if not in body, with the people. She had gone to the smoldering ruins of the village, organizing shelter for the homeless in the palace's stables and storehouses, distributing food from the royal kitchens, and tending to the sick and injured. She was doing what a true ruler does, serving her people in their time of need. The king was utterly alone, isolated by his own pride. The fight had gone out of him. The weight of his failure was too heavy to bear. In the end, his downfall was quiet and swift. He was not overthrown in a bloody coup, but simply set aside. He was allowed to live, but his power was stripped from him. He was confined to a remote wing of the palace, a king in name only, a prisoner of his own cold and empty legacy. The council of nobles, with the overwhelming support of the people, asked Queen Cassia to rule as regent. Her first act as ruler was simple and profound. She stood on the balcony overlooking the palace courtyard, the same balcony from which her husband had proclaimed his terrible law. But instead of a decree, she offered an apology, and then she repealed the hearth tax. She ordered that the royal wood stores be opened and distributed freely to every family. A great cheer went up from the crowd, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief that seemed to warm the very air. That night, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, 100 small plumes of smoke rose from the chimneys of the village, each one a testament to the restoration of hope and dignity. The great hearth in the palace courtyard was extinguished, its dying embers symbolizing the end of a foolish and arrogant dream. Ilara and her family, along with all the others who had lost their homes, were given the means to rebuild. The spirit of community, forged in the hardship of that terrible winter, blossomed. People worked together, sharing their skills and their resources. The ancient knowledge that King Lycomedes had so despised became their guide. They rebuilt their homes with thicker walls, using mud and straw for insulation. They taught the young ones how to find and heat the river stones, how to make heavy curtains to block the drafts, how to use the warmth of their bodies and the sharing of their homes to fight the cold. The palace, too, began to change under Cascia's rule. She had the grand, drafty halls partitioned with heavy tapestries. She ordered that braziers be placed in the corridors. She turned the focus of the kingdom away from cold, monumental grandeur and toward the practical, compassionate art of living. She ruled with the wisdom her husband had lacked, the wisdom of knowing that a ruler's greatest strength is not the power they wield, but the warmth they foster in the hearts of their people. And what of Lycomedes? He lived out his days in quiet obscurity, a ghost in his own palace. He would often be seen standing at a window, looking out at the village, at the smoke rising from the chimneys, a constant reminder of his failure. The cold never truly left him. It was a chill that came from within, the eternal winter of a man who had tried to steal fire from his people, only to find himself left with nothing but the ashes of his own pride. The story of the winter of the stolen fire became a legend in Phrygia, a cautionary tale told by grandparents to their grandchildren around the warmth of their own hearths. It was a story about a foolish king and a wise queen, but it was also about something more. It was a story that served as a timeless reminder that true power and resilience are not found in grand decrees or monumental structures, but in the simple, enduring wisdom of the community, in the sharing of warmth, and in the unquenchable fire of the human spirit. The kingdom learned a valuable lesson that winter, that the warmth of 1,000 small, shared fires will always burn brighter and longer than the cold, arrogant flame of a single tyrant. The seasons turned, and the brutal winter that had almost broken the kingdom of Phrygia slowly relinquished its grip. Spring arrived not with a sudden burst, but as a hesitant guest, melting the snows drip by drip, revealing the scarred but resilient land beneath. The air, once sharp and frigid, softened, carrying the scent of damp earth and the promise of new life. Under Queen Cascia's gentle and pragmatic rule, Phrygia began to heal. The burned section of the village was rebuilt, not with the haphazard urgency of before, but with a thoughtful application of the old ways. The new cottages were built closer together, creating narrower streets that would better block the winter winds. Their foundations were deeper, their walls a thick mixture of stone, clay, and straw, and their roofs were angled more steeply to shed the heavy snows. The hearth was once again the sacred center of each home, but now they were constructed with more care, with well-designed chimneys that drew the smoke up and away while radiating maximum heat into the room. The kingdom was not just rebuilding, it was learning. It was weaving the hard-won lessons of that terrible winter into the very fabric of its future. Queen Cascia proved to be as wise in prosperity as she had been in adversity. She did not rule with grand proclamations or build monuments to herself. Instead, she focused on the small, essential things that make a kingdom strong. She established a council of elders, composed not of wealthy nobles, but of farmers, craftspeople, and healers from every village, including Thea, the old healer, and Phineas, the man who had survived the fire. She would meet with them every month to listen to their concerns and to seek their counsel. She understood that the truest knowledge of the land resided with those who worked it, those who lived in harmony with its cycles. The nobles, led by Lord Pericles, initially believed they could manipulate the new queen. They had helped place her in power after all, and they expected to be rewarded with influence and riches. Pericles, in particular, saw Cassia's quiet demeanor as a weakness, a vacuum of power that he was eager to fill. He would approach her with elaborate schemes for new taxes on wool trade or proposals for grand construction projects that would primarily benefit him and his allies. But he consistently underestimated her. Cassia possessed a quiet strength that was far more formidable than her husband's blustering arrogance. She would listen patiently to Pericles' proposals, her gaze never wavering, and when he was finished, she would ask simple, direct questions that would unravel the greed and self-interest hidden beneath his flowery language. "And how will this tax affect the shepherds in the northern hills, my lord?" she might ask. "Will they still be able to afford new lambs in the spring? And this grand new courthouse you propose in the capital, will it be warmer in the winter than the homes of the people who will be forced to pay for it?" Her questions were never accusations, but they were sharp and precise, like a weaver's needle finding the flawed thread in a tapestry. Pericles and his cronies soon realized that Queen Cassia could not be swayed by flattery or intimidated by their political maneuvering. Her loyalty was not to them, but to the collective well-being of Phrygia. Her power did not come from a throne or a crown, but from the deep well of respect and love the common people held for her. She had earned their trust not by demanding it, but by shivering with them. Meanwhile, the story of Alara had become woven into the folklore of the kingdom. She was not a noble or a warrior, but she was a hero nonetheless. She had not wielded a sword, but she had faced down tyranny with a quiet, unyielding courage. Queen Cassia, recognizing the power of her story, brought Alara to the palace. She was not made a lady-in-waiting or given a title. That was not Cassia's way. Instead, she was made the royal weaver, a position of great honor, and was tasked with creating a series of tapestries that would tell the story of the kingdom for future generations. Alara, her hands as skilled as ever, poured her heart into her work. Her first tapestry depicted not a great battle or a royal coronation, but a small cottage with a wisp of smoke rising from its chimney, a family huddled around a warm hearth, their faces illuminated by the gentle glow. It was a simple, humble scene, yet it captured the very soul of the renewed Phrygia. It was a celebration of the small, essential flame that Lycomedes had tried to extinguish. Her brother Lycos recovered fully from his illness, the warmth of a proper hearth having been the best medicine of all. He grew into a strong young man, apprenticed to the village blacksmith, his laughter once again a common sound in the streets. Their grandmother lived for many more years, content to sit by the fire, her stories now including the tale of a foolish king who learned too late that a man cannot command the winter any more than he can command the rising of the sun. The forgotten knowledge of the ancestors, the simple and effective ways of surviving the cold, became a subject of renewed interest and respect throughout the kingdom. People rediscovered the art of making thermal curtains by layering old blankets and sacking. They learned again how to use the heat from their cooking fires to warm stones that would keep their beds comfortable through the night. They understood the importance of wearing layers of wool, of insulating their shoes with dried grass, and of the simple, profound effectiveness of sharing body heat with family members during the coldest hours. These were not grand innovations, but small, practical acts of wisdom that collectively held the power to keep a community safe and warm. They were the antithesis of Lycomed's philosophy of a single, monumental solution. Phrygia flourished under this new, gentler way of thinking. Its strength was not in the size of its army or the gold in its treasury, but in the resilience of its people and their deep connection to their land and to each other. Years passed. The reign of Queen Cassia became known as the warm years. Winters still came, some as harsh as the one that had brought the kingdom to its knees, but they were never feared in the same way. The cold was no longer a terror to be endured, but a challenge to be met with knowledge, preparation, and community. The memory of King Lycomedes faded, not because of any decree, but because his story no longer seemed relevant to the thriving, compassionate kingdom Phrygia had become. He was a relic of a colder, harder time. He remained in his secluded wing of the palace, an old, broken man, haunted by the ghosts of his own arrogance. His only companion was the perpetual chill that clung to him, a physical manifestation of his spiritual isolation. One day, in the depths of another winter, the old king passed away in his sleep. His death was barely noted by the people. There were no grand ceremonies, no period of enforced mourning. He was buried quietly in an unmarked tomb, a king forgotten by the people he had so profoundly misunderstood. On the day of his burial, Queen Cassia stood on the balcony, looking out at the kingdom she had nurtured back to health. Snow was falling gently, blanketing the land in a pristine white. From every cottage in the village below, a plume of gray smoke spiraled lazily into the cold air, each one a signal, a tiny flag of defiance and resilience, a testament to the enduring warmth of home. She thought about the strange and winding path of history, how the cruelty of one man had inadvertently sown the seeds of a kinder, wiser future. The moral of the story settled in her heart, as clear and simple as the winter air. It was a lesson that Phrygia would now carry for all time, that a leader who does not feel the cold of their people will never be able to lead them into the warmth. True power is not the ability to command and control. It is the wisdom to listen, the humility to learn from the past, and the compassion to ensure that every single hearth in the kingdom has enough wood to see it through the darkest night. The true measure of a kingdom's greatness is not found in its palaces of cold stone, but in the warmth of its smallest homes. Ilara, now a master weaver with apprentices of her own, completed her final tapestry. It was her masterpiece. It depicted the entire kingdom of Phrygia in winter. In the distance, a grand palace stood cold and isolated, with no smoke rising from its many chimneys. But in the foreground, nestled in the valleys and on the hillsides, were countless villages and homes, and from every one, a thread of silver smoke rose to join the others in the sky, weaving together a great, unified cloud of warmth and life that hovered protectively over the land. It was a perfect image of the new Phrygia, a kingdom that had learned to survive the cold nights not by the decree of a single, arrogant flame, but by the quiet, shared strength of 1,000 small and cherished fires. The story was complete, woven into the fabric of the nation, a permanent reminder that even in the coldest and darkest of times, the simple act of sharing warmth can be the most powerful act of all. The legacy of the warm years under Queen Cassia endured for generations, becoming the foundational myth of the renewed Phrygian kingdom. The story of the foolish king and the stolen fire was no longer just a cautionary tale. It was the central text from which all lessons of governance and community were drawn. Children learned it not as history, but as a living truth. The principles of shared warmth, communal responsibility, and respect for ancient wisdom became deeply ingrained in the Phrygian identity. The physical landscape of the kingdom reflected this change. Travelers from foreign lands would remark on the unique architecture of the villages. The houses were not ostentatious, but they were famously snug and warm. The craft of insulation became a high art, and Phrygian weavers were renowned not only for their beautiful tapestries, but also for their incredibly thick, wind-breaking curtains and draft stoppers, which were filled with goose down and fragrant dried herbs. The kingdom's wealth was no longer measured in gold bullion, but in bushels of grain, cords of seasoned firewood, and bales of warm wool stored for the winter. The kingdom's laws also reflected this new philosophy. New edicts required that all public buildings, from storehouses to council chambers, be designed with the primary goal of thermal efficiency. A right to warmth was enshrined in Phrygian law, guaranteeing every family a yearly allotment of firewood from the managed royal forests, a right that could never be taxed or taken away. This was the direct and permanent reversal of Lycomedes's cruelest decree. Lord Pericles and the other nobles who had hoped to profit from Cassia's reign found themselves in a world they no longer understood. Their schemes for personal enrichment seemed petty and crass in this new climate of social responsibility. Some adapted, learning that true influence came not from hoarding wealth, but from contributing to the community's well-being. They sponsored the planting of new forests or invested in innovations for better food storage. Others, like Pericles, found themselves increasingly marginalized, unable to compete with the queen's genuine popularity, and unable to understand a world not driven by pure self-interest. Pericles eventually retired to his country estate, a bitter and confused man who complained to anyone who would listen that the kingdom had lost its ambition, mistaking its newfound contentment for a lack of drive. Queen Cassia ruled for many decades, her hair turning the color of the winter snow, her face lined with the gentle wisdom of her years. She never remarried and had no children of her own, a fact that would have caused a succession crisis in a more traditional kingdom. But Phrygia was no longer a traditional kingdom. Cassia, with the help of her council of elders, established a new system of governance. Her successor would not be determined by bloodline, but would be chosen by the council, based on their demonstrated wisdom, compassion, and commitment to the principles of the warm years. The ruler of Phrygia was to be not a master, but a hearth keeper, a guardian of the people's warmth and well-being. Elara, the royal weaver, lived a long and fulfilling life. Her tapestries adorned the great hall of the palace, which Cassia had renamed the Hall of the Thousand Hearths. Each tapestry was a lesson, a story woven in wool and silk, preserving the memories of the kingdom. Her images of families sharing food, of neighbors helping to mend a roof, of the queen herself listening to a shepherd, became the visual soul of the nation. They were a constant reminder that the strength of the kingdom was not in a single, powerful figure at the top, but in the countless, interconnected threads of the community below. As Alara grew old, her eyesight began to fail, but her hands never forgot their skill. Her last apprentice, a young girl named Rhea, would sit with her by the fire, listening to the old stories as Alara's fingers worked the loom, seemingly of their own accord. "Tell me again about the Cold King," Rhea would ask, her eyes wide. And Alara, her voice soft and raspy like the rustle of dry leaves, would recount the tale. She spoke of the arrogance of Lycomedes, the misery of the great hearth, and the terror of the fire that swept through the village. But she also spoke of the quiet courage of her neighbors, the wisdom of Queen Cassia, and the simple, life-giving magic of a small, secret fire. "He thought warmth was a thing to be controlled," Alara would say, her hands momentarily stilling on the loom. "But warmth is not a possession. It is a gift that grows only when it is shared." The Cold King tried to hoard it, to make it his alone, and in the end, he was the coldest one of all. This became the ultimate moral of the story, the final lesson passed down through the generations. The tale of how ancient Phrygians survived the cold nights was no longer just about heated stones and insulated walls. It was about justice, empathy, and the downfall of a ruler who abused his power. It was a story that proved that the most sophisticated technology for survival was, and always would be, a compassionate and tightly knit community. The arrogance of one man had plunged the kingdom into a literal and figurative winter, but it had also, paradoxically, created the conditions for a new and lasting spring. The people of Phrygia had been forced to rediscover the most fundamental truths about survival, and in doing so, they had built a society that was stronger, wiser, and infinitely warmer than the one it had replaced. In the end, the cruel injustice of the hearth tax did not just lead to the downfall of a single arrogant ruler. It fundamentally remade the soul of the kingdom, burning away the cold dross of ambition and leaving behind the pure, glowing embers of community. And from those embers, the people of Phrygia built a fire that would warm them for 1,000 years to come, a fire fueled not by wood, but by the simple and profound understanding that everyone, from the king in his castle to the peasant in their cottage, deserves the right to a warm and peaceful night. The kingdom had learned its lesson, written in frost and fire, and it would never be forgotten. Tonight we drift back in time, not to the grand battles or the gilded thrones, but to the quiet, moonlit chambers of a world long past. We'll explore the curious ways the people of an ancient kingdom sought rest, uncovering a story of strange customs, whispered secrets, and how even the simple act of sleeping was woven into the very fabric of power and survival. If this journey through history helps you find your own peace and quiet, perhaps consider liking and subscribing. For now, just settle in, close your eyes, and listen. Let's get started. In the sprawling kingdom of Ethelgard, nestled between mist-shrouded mountains and a restless sea, sleep was not a simple matter of closing one's eyes. It was a ritual, a statement, and for some, a dangerous act of defiance. The kingdom was ruled by King Thuron, a man whose arrogance was as vast as his domain. His hair, once the color of spun gold, was now streaked with silver, and his eyes, a piercing blue, held a glint of cold amusement as he watched the world bend to his will. Thuron was a man obsessed with legacy, not of deeds but of image. He believed that the strength of Ethilgard was reflected in the posture of its people, even in their slumber. And so, he enacted a law that would ripple through the lives of every man, woman, and child in the kingdom, the law of upright rest. This peculiar decree stated that no subject of Ethilgard was permitted to sleep lying down. To do so was considered an act of sloth, an insult to the vigilant spirit of the kingdom, and a sign of moral decay. Instead, every citizen, from the highest noble to the lowliest peasant, was commanded to sleep in a seated position, their backs straight, their heads held high, as if in a state of perpetual readiness. To enforce this, Thuron commissioned the creation of special sleeping chairs. For the wealthy, these were ornate contraptions of carved oak and plush velvet, with high backs and supportive armrests designed for minimal discomfort. For the peasants, however, they were little more than crude wooden stools with a straight plank for a back, instruments of nightly torment. The people of Ethilgard, accustomed to the whims of their eccentric king, initially tried to adapt. They propped themselves up with pillows and furs. They tied themselves to their chairs. They did whatever they could to obey the law and avoid the harsh penalties. The royal guard, Thuron's ever-watchful enforcers, patrolled the towns and villages at night, their lanterns casting long, dancing shadows as they peered into windows. A slumped figure, a head lolled too far to the side, was all the evidence they needed. The punishment for a first offense was a day in the public stocks, a humiliation that stung more than the stones thrown by jeering children. A second offense meant a week of hard labor, mending the very roads the guards patrolled. A third, and the offender would be branded with the mark of the sloth, a curling serpent, a permanent symbol of their shame. Among the nobles who frequented Thuron's court was Lord Valerius, a man whose weathered face and thoughtful eyes stood in stark contrast to the sycophantic smiles of his peers. Valerius had served Thuron's father, a wise and just king, and he watched with a heavy heart as the son unraveled the father's legacy. He saw the toll the law of upright rest was taking on the people. Their faces were etched with fatigue, their movements sluggish, their spirits dim. Productivity in the fields and workshops had plummeted. The once vibrant marketplace now seemed to move in slow motion, the merchants and customers alike struggling to keep their eyes open. Valerius knew this could not continue. A kingdom of the perpetually exhausted was a kingdom on the brink of collapse. He tried to reason with the king, approaching him one evening in the grand hall as Thuron admired a newly commissioned tapestry depicting one of his imagined victories. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice calm and respectful, "the people are suffering. This law, it drains them of their vitality. A well-rested subject is a productive subject. Perhaps a modification, an allowance for even a few hours of true sleep." Thuron cut him off with a wave of his hand, a dismissive gesture that sent a ripple of fear through the other courtiers. "Valerius, you grow soft in your old age," the king sneered, his eyes narrowing. "Strength is not born from comfort, it is forged in discipline. My people will be the strongest in the world, awake or asleep. They will thank me for it one day." Valerius bowed his head, but his heart was filled with a growing sense of dread. The king was not just arrogant. He was detached from reality, lost in a fantasy of his own making. Meanwhile, in a small village at the edge of the kingdom, a young woman named Alara was beginning to understand the true cost of the king's vanity. Her father, a blacksmith named Cale, was a man of immense strength, his arms thick with muscle from years of hammering hot iron. But the nights spent in his crude sleeping chair were breaking him. His back was a constant source of agony, and his hands, once so steady, now trembled with fatigue. Ilara would watch him in the evenings, his head nodding forward only to be jerked back awake by a spasm of pain. She would often find him at dawn, his face pale and drawn, staring into the embers of the forge as if searching for an answer he could not find. Ilara's mother had died years ago, and the bond between father and daughter was one of deep, unspoken love. She could not bear to see him waste away. One night, as a storm raged outside, rattling the shutters of their small cottage, Ilara made a decision. She gathered all the spare blankets and straw they had, piling them in a hidden corner of the forge behind a stack of firewood. "Father," she whispered, her hand on his shoulder, "tonight you will sleep, truly sleep." Cale looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and gratitude. He knew the risk. If they were caught, the punishment would be severe. But the promise of relief of a few precious hours of oblivion was too tempting to resist. He lay down on the makeshift bed, his large frame sinking into the softness. A groan of pure, unadulterated pleasure escaped his lips. Ilara stood watch by the cottage window, her heart pounding with every gust of wind, every distant sound. She watched as her father's breathing deepened, as the lines of pain on his face began to soften. For the first time in months, he looked peaceful. This small act of rebellion, this simple act of providing comfort, felt more significant than any royal decree. It was an act of love in a kingdom that seemed to have forgotten the meaning of the word. The secret sleeps continued for several weeks. Cale's strength began to return. The tremor in his hand subsided and the old spark of life returned to his eyes. He worked with renewed vigor, his hammer striking the anvil with a clear, ringing sound that echoed through the village. Others began to notice the change in him. They saw the way he stood taller, the way he smiled more readily. Whispers began to circulate, quiet and furtive at first, then with growing curiosity. How was Cale defying the king's law and regaining his strength? The answer lay not just in Ilara's courage, but in the growing network of silent dissent that was spreading through the villages. People began to devise their own ways of hiding their slumber. They dug shallow trenches in their earthen floors and covered them with floorboards. They created hidden alcoves in their walls, concealed behind tapestries or stacks of firewood. They took turns standing watch for one another, a community of the sleep-deprived bound together by a shared secret. It was a dangerous game, but the reward of a night's rest was worth the risk. The kingdom of Ethilgard was now a kingdom of two faces, the weary, upright citizens of the day and the hidden, sleeping rebels of the night. The improved well-being of the common folk did not go unnoticed by the local lords and officials, who were, of course, loyal to King Thuron. Reports began to trickle back to the capital, reports of unusual energy among the peasantry, of laughter heard in the villages after dusk, of a subtle shift in the atmosphere from one of weary resignation to one of quiet defiance. Thuron, ensconced in his opulent palace, dismissed these reports as fanciful nonsense. Energy, he scoffed to his advisors. They are merely adapting to my discipline. My law is working. It is making them stronger. But one of his advisors, a cunning and ambitious man named Lord Malacher, was not so sure. Malacher had risen through the ranks by being observant, by noticing the small cracks in the facade of power. He saw an opportunity. Malacher requested permission from the king to investigate these rumors himself. He chose Ilara's village as his starting point, having heard whispers of a blacksmith whose miraculous recovery had become something of a local legend. He arrived unannounced, his retinue of guards casting a pall of fear over the village square. Malacher was a man whose smile never reached his cold, calculating eyes. He moved with a serpentine grace, his silken robes whispering against the cobblestones. He did not go to the blacksmith's forge directly. Instead, he spent the day observing, talking to the villagers, his questions casual, his demeanor friendly. But beneath the surface, he was a predator, sensing the fear and deception that hung in the air. That night, as the village settled into its legally mandated upright slumber, Malacher and his guards did not rest. They hid in the shadows, watching, waiting. He had a hunch that the secret to the village's newfound vitality was not something that happened in the light of day. Just after midnight, a flicker of movement caught his eye. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, slipping out of a cottage and heading towards the blacksmith's forge. It was Ilara, bringing her father a small bundle of bread and cheese for when he awoke. Malacher's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He had found the crack. He and his guards followed her, their footsteps silent on the damp earth. They burst into the forge, the sudden noise and light shocking Cale from a deep sleep. He scrambled to his feet, disoriented, the straw and blankets of his hidden bed clinging to his clothes. Ilara screamed, trying to shield him, but the guards seized them both. Malacher stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a cruel satisfaction. So, the legendary blacksmith's strength comes not from discipline, but from deceit, he said, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. The king will be most interested to hear of this. He does not take kindly to those who mock his laws. Ilara and Cale were dragged from their home, their hands bound and forced to march towards the capital. The journey was long and arduous, a public spectacle designed to instill fear. Villagers from every settlement they passed were forced to come out and watch, their faces a mixture of pity and terror. They saw in Ilara and Cale their own potential fate. The network of secret sleepers held its breath, wondering if this was the end of their brief respite. Back in the capital, Queen Seraphina, Thuron's wife, was growing increasingly troubled. Unlike her husband, she possessed a quiet empathy and a keen understanding of her people. She had walked among them in disguise, listening to their conversations, feeling their weariness. She saw the law not as a tool of discipline, but as an instrument of cruelty. She had tried to speak to Thuron to make him see the folly of his ways, but he was deaf to her pleas, lost in his own reflection. Seraphina had a network of loyal servants and ladies-in-waiting who brought her news from across the kingdom, and she had heard of the spreading dissent, of the secret sleeping arrangements. She feared a rebellion was brewing, not of swords and pitchforks, but of sheer, exhausted desperation. When news of Alara and Kale's capture reached her, a cold knot of fear tightened in her stomach. She knew her husband. He would want to make an example of them, a brutal, unforgettable example. She had to do something, but her influence over the king had waned over the years, replaced by the honeyed poison of sycophants like Malachar. She sought out Lord Valerius, the only other person in the court who seemed to see the impending disaster. They met in the quiet solitude of the royal gardens, the scent of night-blooming jasmine heavy in the air. "He will kill them, Valerius," Serafina said, her voice a strained whisper. "He will torture them in the public square to prove a point, and in doing so he will light a fire that will consume us all." Valerius nodded, his face grim. "I know, your majesty. I have seen this kind of pride before. It is a rot that starts in the heart of a king and spreads until the entire kingdom is sick." They spoke for a long time, their words a desperate search for a solution. They could not openly defy the king. That would be treason. They had to find a way to make him see, to break through the walls of his own ego. And as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, a plan began to form, a risky and audacious plan that would either save the kingdom or seal its doom. The plan hinged on the king's greatest weakness, his vanity. Thuron was scheduled to host a grand banquet in 3 days' time, a celebration of his own enlightened rule. Dignitaries from neighboring kingdoms were invited, and Thuron intended to showcase the strength and discipline of his subjects. The centerpiece of the celebration was to be the public punishment of the disobedient blacksmith and his daughter. Valerius and Serafina knew that this banquet was their only chance. They had to turn the king's spectacle of power into a demonstration of his folly. Their plan was twofold. First, Valerius used his network of contacts, old soldiers and merchants loyal to his family, to spread a message throughout the capital. The message was simple. On the night of the banquet, everyone was to obey the king's law to the letter. No secret beds, no hidden alcoves, no moments of stolen rest. They were to spend the entire night in their mandated sleeping chairs, in perfect, upright posture. It was a counterintuitive command, and many were hesitant, but the respect for Valerius was strong, and the message was delivered with an urgency that conveyed its importance. They were to be the most disciplined, most obedient, most exhausted subjects the king had ever seen. The second part of the plan was Serafina's. She went to the royal kitchens, ostensibly to oversee the preparations for the feast, but her true purpose was to speak to the head cook, a man whose family had served the royal house for generations, and who was fiercely loyal to the queen. She instructed him to prepare a special batch of wine, a wine infused with a potent but harmless sleeping draught. This wine was to be served exclusively to the king and his most ardent supporters, including the triumphant Lord Malachar. The day of the banquet arrived. The grand hall was a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Banners hung from the rafters, musicians played in the gallery, and the long tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, exotic fruits, and glistening pastries. King Thuron sat on his raised throne, a smug smile on his face as he surveyed the scene. Lord Malachar was at his side, basking in the glow of the king's favor. Alara and Kale were brought into the hall in chains, their faces pale but resolute. They were made to stand in the center of the room, a living testament to the king's absolute authority. The feast began, and as the evening wore on, the special wine was served. Thuron, in a celebratory mood, drank deeply, toasting his own wisdom, his strength, his legacy. Malacher and the others followed suit, their laughter growing louder, their speech more slurred as the sleeping draught began to work its subtle magic. The queen and Lord Valerius drank only water, their minds clear, their hearts racing with anticipation. Outside the palace walls, the city was quiet, but it was not the quiet of rest. It was the quiet of forced, painful wakefulness. Every citizen, from the wealthiest merchant to the poorest beggar, sat rigidly in their chairs. They had obeyed Valerius's command. The night wore on, an eternity of aching backs, stiff necks, and eyes that burned with the need for sleep. They were a city on the verge of collapse, a silent, collective scream of exhaustion. As the moon reached its zenith, the second part of Valerius's plan was set in motion. A single horn blast echoed through the night, a prearranged signal. At that moment, throughout the city, people began to move. They did not riot. They did not shout. They simply stood up from their chairs and began to walk. They walked out of their homes, out of their workshops, out of the barracks. They formed a slow, silent procession, a river of weary bodies flowing through the streets, all heading in one direction, towards the palace. They were led by the blacksmiths, the bakers, the weavers, the soldiers, all the people who had followed Valerius's order, all the people who had endured the king's cruel law. Their faces were blank with fatigue, their movements slow and dreamlike. It was a terrifying sight, an army of the living dead, animated by a single, desperate purpose. Inside the grand hall, the sleeping draught had taken full effect. King Thuron's head had slumped onto his chest, a trickle of wine dribbling from the corner of his mouth. He was snoring, a low, guttural sound that was a stark betrayal of his own law. Lord Malacher lay sprawled on the floor, his face slack, his ambition forgotten in a deep, oblivious slumber. The other sycophants were in similar states of repose, draped over their chairs and under the tables, a tableau of drunken, horizontal failure. Just then the great doors of the hall swung open. The silent procession of citizens flowed into the room, their numbers seeming to fill every available space. They stopped, a silent, exhausted sea of humanity, and simply stared. They stared at the opulence of the feast. They stared at the discarded plates of food. And most of all, they stared at their king and his loyal courtiers, sleeping soundly, lying down, in blatant violation of the very law for which Alara and Kale were about to be punished. Queen Seraphina and Lord Valerius stood beside the throne. It was Seraphina who spoke, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the stunned silence. "Behold your king," she said, her gesture encompassing the snoring Thuron. "He demands discipline from you, a sacrifice of your health and well-being. He punishes you for seeking the rest that nature requires. And yet, he and his favorites indulge in that which they deny you." She then walked over to Alara and Kale, and with a key provided by a sympathetic guard, unlocked their chains. "These two are guilty of nothing more than seeking comfort," she declared. "They are guilty of nothing more than being human." The silence that followed was profound. It was the silence of a truth revealed, of a spell being broken. The people looked at their sleeping king, then at the freed blacksmith and his daughter, and something shifted. The fear that had held them in its grip for so long began to dissipate, replaced by a slow-burning anger. The sheer hypocrisy of the scene was undeniable. Slowly, as if waking from a long dream, King Thuron began to stir. He lifted his head, his eyes bleary and unfocused. He saw the crowd, the silent faces, the accusatory stares. He saw Valerius and the queen standing not as subjects, but as judges. He saw Ilara and Kale no longer in chains. The fog of the sleeping draft began to clear, replaced by the cold, sharp shock of reality. He tried to speak, to assert his authority, but the words caught in his throat. He looked at Malachar, his supposed right-hand man, passed out on the floor, and he knew he was alone. The sound of his own ragged breath was the only thing Thuron could hear in the vast, silent hall. He looked out at the sea of faces, and for the first time, he did not see adoration or fear. He saw a quiet, profound contempt. He saw his own folly reflected in 1,000 pairs of exhausted eyes. His authority, the very bedrock of his identity, had crumbled to dust in a single night. He was a king with no subjects, a commander with no army, a man who had built his house on sand and was now being consumed by the tide. He opened his mouth to shout, to command, to threaten, but all that emerged was a dry, rasping croak. The king had no voice. Lord Valerius stepped forward, his presence filling the void left by the king's shattered authority. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Every eye was on him. "Go home," he said, his words resonating with a simple, powerful clarity. "Go home and rest. The law is broken. It is no more." A collective sigh, a sound of immense, soul-deep relief, swept through the hall. It was not a cheer of victory, but something far more profound, the sound of a long-held tension finally releasing its grip. Slowly, like the turning of a great tide, the crowd began to disperse. They turned their backs on their fallen king, on the gilded trappings of his power, and walked out of the hall, their footsteps a soft, shuffling exodus. They did not look back. As the great hall emptied, leaving only the snoring courtiers and the disgraced king, Queen Seraphina approached her husband. She looked at him not with anger, but with a deep, sorrowful pity. "It is over, Thuron," she said softly. "Your reign, your legacy of pain, it is done." Thuron finally found his voice, a venomous whisper. "You did this. You and that old traitor, Valerius, you will pay for this." Seraphina simply shook her head. "No, Thuron, you did this to yourself. You built a kingdom on the breaking point of its people. A body cannot function without rest. A kingdom cannot survive without compassion. You forgot both." Valerius ordered the royal guards, who now looked to him for command, to gently escort the still sleeping courtiers to their chambers. Lord Malachar, however, was treated differently. He was roused with a bucket of cold water and placed under arrest. He awoke sputtering, his mind struggling to comprehend the reversal of his fortunes. He saw the queen, Valerius, and the empty hall, and the cold dread of understanding dawned on his face. His ambition had led him to this, a prisoner in the very palace where he had sought ultimate power. Ilara and Kale stood to the side, watching these great events unfold with a sense of dreamlike wonder. A few hours ago, they were prisoners facing certain death. Now they were witnesses to the fall of a tyrant. Valerius approached them, a kind smile on his weary face. "You have shown more courage than all the armies of this kingdom," he said. "Ethilgard owes you a debt." Kale, a man of few words, simply nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ilara, however, found her voice. "All we wanted was to rest," she said simply. It is a small thing to ask. Valerius placed a hand on her shoulder. It is not a small thing, young one. It is everything. Now go. A carriage will take you home. Sleep. Sleep as you were meant to. As the first rays of the sun streamed through the high windows of the hall, a new day dawned on Ethelgard. It was a day unlike any other. All across the capital, and in the towns and villages beyond, the people were sleeping. They slept in their own beds on pallets of straw on the soft grass of the fields. They slept on their sides, on their backs, on their stomachs. They slept with a profound, bone-deep weariness that gave way to the slow, healing balm of true rest. The kingdom was silent, but it was a silence of peace, not of fear. It was the sound of a collective recovery, the quiet mending of 1,000 weary souls. In the days that followed, a council was formed to govern Ethelgard, led by Lord Valerius and with the full support of Queen Seraphina. She did not wish to rule, but she lent her wisdom and compassion to their decisions, ensuring that the new laws were forged with the memory of the people's suffering. The law of upright rest was officially and ceremoniously struck from the royal records. The crude sleeping chairs were gathered in village squares and burned in great bonfires, the smoke rising to the sky like a prayer of liberation. Lord Malacher was tried for his abuses of power, and in a gesture of the new government's focus on justice rather than vengeance, was sentenced to a lifetime of service, rebuilding the communities his cruelty had helped to harm. And what of Thuron? He was not executed. He was not imprisoned in a dungeon. The council, with the queen's guidance, decided on a fate that was, for him, far worse. He was stripped of all titles and authority, but was allowed to remain in the palace. He was given comfortable chambers, fine food, and all the material luxuries he had always known. But he was invisible. No one was required to speak to him, to bow to him, to acknowledge his presence. The servants would leave his food and depart in silence. The guards would look through him as if he were a ghost. He was left to wander the halls of his former glory, a specter haunted by the echoes of his own arrogance. He would often stand before the great tapestry depicting his imagined victories, his reflection in the polished floor the only company he kept. He was surrounded by everything he had ever wanted, and yet he had nothing. His true punishment was to be utterly and completely alone with the failure of his own making. In the village, life for Alara and Kale returned to a new kind of normal. The forge was busy once more, but Kale's work now had a different rhythm. It was the rhythm of a man who was strong not because of forced discipline, but because of restorative rest. Alara would often watch him, a sense of peace settling in her heart. Their small act of defiance, born of love and desperation, had become the seed of a revolution. They were not hailed as heroes in any grand sense. There were no statues erected in their honor, but they were respected. Their neighbors would greet them with a quiet nod of understanding, a shared knowledge of the darkness they had all passed through. One evening, months after the fall of Thuron, Alara found her father sitting outside their cottage, looking up at the stars. He was not in a chair, but stretched out on a simple woolen blanket, his head resting on a pillow of hay. He was not asleep, just gazing at the vast, peaceful expanse of the night sky. Alara sat down beside him. "What are you thinking, father?" she asked. Kale was silent for a moment, then he spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. "I was thinking about how a king can command the sun to stand still, but the sun will still set. And a king can command his people not to sleep, but their bodies will still crave rest. Some things are more powerful than any crown. He turned to look at her, his eyes soft in the moonlight. You were brave, Elara, braver than you know. She simply leaned her head on his strong shoulder. I just wanted you to be well, father. They sat there for a long time in comfortable silence, listening to the chirping of the crickets and the rustle of the wind in the trees. The air was cool and clean, and the kingdom of Ethelgard was finally at peace. A peace found not in vigilant wakefulness, but in the gentle, trusting surrender of sleep. The story of King Thuron became a cautionary tale, whispered by parents to their children in the quiet hours of the evening. It was a story about the folly of pride, about a king who believed he could bend the very laws of nature to his will. He sought to create a kingdom of tireless strength, but instead, he created a nation on the verge of collapse. He confused discipline with cruelty and forgot that true strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the wisdom to embrace it. He forgot that a body needs rest, that a mind needs to dream, and that a spirit needs the quiet solace of the night to heal and to grow. The greatest lesson that emerged from the dark time of the law of upright rest was a simple one, that in the small, humble act of lying down to sleep, there is a kind of freedom, a kind of trust, that no tyrant can ever truly command or extinguish. It is a fundamental human right, as essential as air and water, the gentle bedrock upon which all strength, all productivity, all happiness is built. Ethelgard had learned this lesson through great suffering, and it was a lesson they would never forget. And so, under the watchful eyes of a just council and a compassionate queen, the kingdom flourished, its people strong and prosperous, forever grateful for the simple, profound gift of a good night's sleep. Years passed, and the kingdom of Ethelgard healed. The fields grew green and bountiful. The marketplaces bustled with a new, gentler energy, and the sound of laughter was no longer a rare and precious commodity. The story of the silent march and the fall of the sleepless king became a cornerstone of their history, a tale told around hearth fires on long winter nights. Lord Valerius, his hair now completely white, governed with a steady hand, always in council with the queen and a rotating assembly of merchants, artisans, and farmers. They ruled not by decree, but by consensus, their authority rooted in the trust they had earned. Thuron, the ghost in the palace, faded from public memory. He aged, but not with the grace of wisdom. His face became a mask of bitter resentment, his eyes holding a vacant, haunted look. He would sometimes see his own reflection in a polished suit of armor and startle, as if surprised to see the old, broken man staring back. In his solitude, his mind began to play tricks on him. He would hear the whispers of the crowds that were no longer there. He would have long, elaborate conversations with courtiers who had long since forgotten him. He was a prisoner in the gilded cage of his own mind, a far more inescapable prison than any dungeon of stone and iron. His greatest fear had always been to be seen as weak, and now he was not seen at all. The world had simply moved on without him, and this quiet, relentless indifference was the ultimate testament to his failure. The peace of Ethelgard, however, was not destined to last forever. To the north, across the jagged Dragon's Tooth Mountains, lay the kingdom of Gorgoth, a land of iron and ice ruled by a brutal warlord named King Vorlag. Vorlag was a man who respected only one thing: power, in its most blunt and savage form. He had always viewed Thuron's Ethilgard with a mixture of contempt and curiosity. He saw the law of upright rest not as cruelty, but as a fascinating, if eccentric, method of forging a tireless army. He had heard rumors of Thuron's downfall, of a kingdom now ruled by a council of merchants and an old, soft-hearted lord. In his mind, Ethilgard was a headless serpent, a ripe fruit waiting to be plucked. He saw a land weakened by its newfound compassion, a people made soft by the luxury of sleep. He began to amass his army, his formidable legion of axemen and cavalry, their banners depicting a snarling winter wolf. His spies had confirmed the stories. The people of Ethilgard were prosperous, yes, but they were also content. Their soldiers were well fed and trained, but they had not seen a major conflict in years. Vorlag saw this not as a sign of a healthy society, but as a fatal vulnerability. He sent an envoy to the capital of Ethilgard, a grim-faced warrior who carried an ultimatum. The message was simple and brutal. Surrender a third of Ethilgard's grain harvest and 100 of its finest horses, and King Vorlag would permit them to continue their peaceful, sleepy existence. Refuse, and the armies of Gorgoth would descend from the mountains and take what they wanted and much more. The arrival of the envoy sent a tremor of fear through the capital. The memory of war was a distant one for most, a story from their grandparents' time. The council convened in an emergency session, the mood heavy with anxiety. Some argued for appeasement. "Let us give him what he wants," a wealthy merchant pleaded. "What is grain and horses compared to the lives of our sons and daughters?" Others spoke of defiance, but their voices lacked conviction. They were a council of peace, and the sudden specter of war was a terrifying one. It was Lord Valerius who finally brought clarity to the chamber. He stood, his age lending him not frailty, but a deep, unshakable gravity. "King Vorlag makes the same mistake that King Thuron made," he said, his voice calm and steady. "He believes that a people who are rested are a people who are weak. He thinks compassion is a flaw to be exploited. He is wrong." He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each council member. "We will not sacrifice our prosperity to a bully. And we will not sacrifice our sons and daughters to a foolish war. We will defend ourselves, but we will do it the Ethilgard way. We will show King Vorlag what true strength looks like." The message was sent back to Vorlag. Ethilgard would not surrender its grain, its horses, or its dignity. The response was predictable. The war horns of Gorgoth echoed in the mountain passes. The invasion had begun. But Valerius had a plan, one born from the very lesson Thuron had failed to learn. He did not order forced marches or sleepless vigils. Instead, he implemented a system of national defense built on the principle of sustainability and well-being. The kingdom's soldiers were divided into 3 rotating battalions. One would be on active duty at the border forts, another would be in training and reserve, and the third would be at home with their families, resting and recuperating. Every 2 weeks, they would rotate. This ensured that the soldiers on the front lines were always fresh, alert, and at the peak of their physical and mental abilities. The rest of the kingdom was mobilized in a similar, intelligent fashion. Kale, the blacksmith, now a respected elder in his village, was put in charge of weapons production for his entire region. But he did not work his smiths to the point of exhaustion. He organized them into shifts, ensuring they had ample time for rest, for meals, for their families. "A tired smith makes a brittle sword," he would say, his words carrying the weight of hard-won wisdom. The farmers organized to ensure a steady supply of food to the army. The weavers produced warm blankets and sturdy uniforms, and the healers prepared medicines and bandages. It was not the frantic, fear-driven mobilization of a kingdom in panic. It was the calm, efficient, and determined effort of a community that understood that its strength lay in its people, and that people needed to be cared for. Ilara, now a young woman known for her quiet intelligence and organizational skills, played a crucial role. She helped coordinate the supply lines, creating a system of runners and cart drivers that operated with remarkable efficiency. Like the army, they worked in shifts, ensuring that no one was pushed beyond their limits. She remembered the tremor in her father's hands, the exhaustion etched on his face, and she was determined that no one else should be broken in service to the kingdom. King Vorlag's army descended from the mountains, expecting to sweep through a weak and disorganized land. They were met with a series of sharp, strategic surprises. The border forts, manned by well-rested and alert soldiers, repelled the initial assaults with surprising ease. Vorlag's scouts, accustomed to facing sleep-deprived sentries, found themselves constantly ambushed by patrols that seemed to be everywhere at once. The Gorgoth army was a blunt instrument, designed for overwhelming force. Ithilgard's defense was like a rapier, precise and deadly, striking at weak points and then fatting back, always fresh, always ready. Vorlag was enraged. He had underestimated them. He pushed his army harder, ordering forced marches through the night, trying to outpace the Ithilgard rotations. But his own men began to suffer. They were weary from the constant fighting and the lack of proper rest. Their movements became sluggish, their decisions flawed. They were fighting not only the soldiers of Ithilgard, but their own mounting exhaustion. The turning point came at the battle for a strategic river crossing known as the Whispering Bridge. Vorlag, in his frustration, threw the bulk of his army at the bridge in a single, massive assault. The Ithilgard battalion defending the bridge, fresh from their 2-week rest, fought with a ferocious energy. They held the line for hours, their strength and stamina seeming almost supernatural to the weary Gorgoth soldiers. As the sun began to set, just as the defenders were beginning to tire, the sound of horns echoed from the nearby woods. The 2nd Ithilgard Battalion, having marched at a steady, sustainable pace, arrived as reinforcements. They were fresh, eager, and they fell upon the flank of Vorlag's exhausted army with devastating effect. The Gorgoth line broke. The soldiers, pushed beyond their limits, threw down their weapons and fled. It was not just a defeat, it was a rout. King Vorlag, watching from a nearby ridge, could not believe what he was seeing. His invincible army, the terror of the north, was being shattered by a kingdom of sleepers. He saw the truth in that moment. The soldiers of Ithilgard were not weak. They were resilient. Their energy was not a finite resource to be spent in a single, glorious burst, but a deep well that was constantly being replenished. He had waged a war against an army, but he had lost to a principle. In the aftermath of the battle, a wounded Vorlag was captured. He was brought not in chains, but as a defeated king to the capital. He expected to be executed, to be made a spectacle of. Instead, he was brought before the council. He stood there defiant, his pride still clinging to him like a ragged cloak. Lord Valerius looked at him, his expression not of triumph, but of weary sadness. "You see now, King of Gorgoth," Valerius said, his voice quiet. "You saw our peace and thought it was weakness. You saw our rest and thought it was laziness. True strength is not the ability to endure endless hardship. It is the wisdom to know that hardship must be balanced with recovery. You broke your army upon the rock of that simple truth." Vorlag said nothing, but for the first time the certainty in his eyes wavered. He was given a room in the palace not far from Thuron's. He was not a prisoner but a guest, free to leave whenever he wished. The council's terms were simple. The kingdom of Gorgoth would pay for the damages caused by the invasion, and a treaty of peace would be signed. There were no demands for land, no humiliating concessions. The message was clear. Ithilgard was strong enough to win the war and wise enough to win the peace. The victory was celebrated not with a grand, opulent feast, but with a week of rest. A national holiday was declared, a time for families to be together, for communities to mend, and for everyone to simply sleep, to enjoy the peace they had fought so hard to protect. The soldiers returned home not as weary, broken men, but as proud defenders, their health and spirits intact. The kingdom had faced its greatest external threat and had emerged stronger, more united, and more certain of its founding principle than ever before. The tale of the War of the Waking Wolf was added to the story of the Sleepless King, two parts of the same great lesson, a lesson that was now carved into the very soul of Ithilgard. The kingdom's greatest strength, its most powerful weapon, was its commitment to the simple, profound, and undeniable power of rest. The two fallen kings, Thuron and Vorlag, lived in the same palace, a universe apart. They were like two ghosts haunting the same house, bound by the common thread of their spectacular failures, yet unable to offer each other any solace. Thuron remained in his self-imposed exile of the mind, wandering the halls, his lips moving in silent, one-sided conversations. He would trace the patterns on the tapestries with a trembling finger. His world shrunk to the confines of his own bitter memories. The vibrant life of the palace flowed around him, a river that no longer recognized him as part of its current. Vorlag, on the other hand, was a warrior. A warrior's mind, even in defeat, is a restless thing. It analyzes, it learns, it seeks to understand the mechanics of its own undoing. After the initial shock of his capture and the surprising clemency of his captors, he began to observe. He would stand on the balconies for hours, watching the city below. He saw stonemasons ending their workday in the mid-afternoon, heading home not with the exhausted slump of laborers, but with a steady, unhurried gait. He saw children playing in the parks, their energy boundless. He saw merchants closing their shops for a quiet hour after the midday meal. He saw the city guards at the palace gates, standing their watch with a relaxed alertness that he, as a commander, had never been able to instill in his own men. His own soldiers had been alert out of fear. These men were alert because they were focused, their minds uncluttered by the fog of fatigue. He started to talk to people, his gruff demeanor slowly softening. He spoke to a stable hand who was grooming a horse. "You work shorter hours than any stable hand I have ever known," Vorlag noted, a statement of fact, not a judgment. The young man shrugged, polishing a piece of leather. "A tired hand can't feel a stone in a horse's shoe," he replied simply. "Better to work 6 good hours than 10 bad ones. The horses are healthier for it, and so are we." Vorlag spoke to a cook in the kitchens who was humming a tune as she kneaded bread. He asked her if she ever felt rushed. She laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "Oh, some days are busier than others, but we take our breaks. If the cook is frantic, the stew will be bitter. Everyone knows that." These small, simple truths began to chip away at the iron certainty of his own world view. He had built his kingdom on the principle of relentless effort, of pushing men and resources to their absolute limit. He had always seen rest as a necessary evil, a brief pause before the next great exertion. He had never considered that rest itself could be a source of power, a tool more potent than any whip or war horn. He was beginning to understand that Ethilgard's strength was not in its armies or its walls, but in its rhythm, its deep, abiding respect for the natural cycles of effort and recovery. One rainy afternoon, he found Thuron in the royal library, staring blankly at a map of the kingdom, a map that no longer belonged to him. Vorlag, compelled by a strange sense of shared destiny, decided to break the silence that had existed between them for months. "They are stronger than we ever were," Vorlag said, his voice a low rumble. He did not need to specify who they were. Thuron didn't turn. He merely scoffed, a dry, brittle sound. "They are soft. A nation of sheep, led by a doddering old fool and a sentimental woman. They were lucky, that is all." Vorlag shook his head slowly. "No, it wasn't luck. I marched my army into the ground. I pushed them until they had nothing left to give. I thought that was strength. You tried to stop your people from sleeping altogether. You tried to command the tide not to turn." He took a step closer. "We were the fools, Thuron. We worshipped at the altar of exhaustion, and we sacrificed our kingdoms to it." For a single, fleeting moment, a flicker of something other than bitterness crossed Thuron's face. It looked like confusion, like a man hearing a foreign language he almost understands. But then the mask of resentment snapped back into place. "You sound like them now," Thuron hissed, turning to face Vorlag, his eyes burning with a pathetic fire. "They have made you weak too. They defeated you, and now you sing their praises. You are a disgrace to the very idea of a king." He turned back to his map, his shoulders hunched, effectively ending the conversation. Vorlag looked at the broken man and felt a cold wave of pity. He realized that Thuron would never understand. His pride was a wall so thick that no light could ever penetrate it. Vorlag had lost his kingdom, but he was slowly, painfully, finding a kind of wisdom. Thuron had lost his kingdom, and in its place, he had found only an empty room filled with mirrors, each one reflecting his own failure back at him for eternity. Vorlag walked away, leaving the former king to his ghosts. Meanwhile, the philosophy of rest in Ethilgard was beginning to evolve into something more than just a public health policy. It was becoming a cultural and spiritual cornerstone. Artists began to paint not just grand battles or royal portraits, but serene landscapes and intimate scenes of people at rest. Musicians composed lullabies and gentle melodies designed to aid in sleep and contemplation. But the most curious development was in the realm of dreams. Having been deprived of deep, REM sleep for so long under Thuron's law, the people of Ethilgard, now fully embracing rest, seemed to have plunged into the world of dreams with a collective fervor. People began to talk about their dreams in the marketplaces, sharing strange and vivid narratives. A baker would mention a dream of a silver fish swimming up a river of honey, only to find that the weaver across the square had dreamed of a silver fish leaping over a moonbeam. A new profession emerged: dream scribes. These were scholars and mystics who would travel the kingdom, recording the dreams of the populace in great, leather-bound volumes. One of the most dedicated of these scribes was a young man named Lyron. He was a student of history, and he was fascinated by the societal shift he was living through. He approached his work with a scientific mind, looking for patterns, for shared symbols, for some underlying language in the collective unconscious of Ethelgard. He noticed that certain images recurred with astonishing frequency. A towering tree with roots that reached the clouds, a silent city made of glass, and a gentle, faceless shepherd who carried a lantern that did not cast a shadow. Lyron began to correspond with other dream scribes across the kingdom, and his research confirmed his suspicions. The same dreams, with minor variations, were being reported from the northern mountains to the southern coast. It was as if the entire kingdom was dreaming together, their minds connected in the silent, mysterious realm of sleep. He presented his findings to the council, who listened with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. Lord Valerius, ever the pragmatist, saw it as a curious but ultimately harmless social phenomenon, a kind of cultural poetry. But Queen Seraphina, who had always possessed a more intuitive nature, felt there was something more to it. For years our people's minds were starved of this, she mused, gesturing to the scribes' detailed records. Perhaps now they are feasting, and perhaps this feast has a purpose we do not yet understand. The mystery deepened when Alara's son, a quiet, thoughtful boy named Finn, began to have dreams that were more vivid and more detailed than any other. He would speak of walking through the silent glass city and reading the strange, flowing script that was written on its walls. He described the song of the silver fish and the scent of the blossoms on the cloud-rooted tree. Lyron, the dream scribe, hearing of the boy's remarkable dreams, traveled to the village to speak with him. He sat with Finn for days, listening, recording. The boy's dreams were not just a collection of recurring images. They were a coherent narrative, a story that seemed to be unfolding, night after night. He dreamed of the faceless shepherd, and he said that the shepherd was walking towards the heart of the kingdom, towards the capital, and that he was searching for something that had been lost. When Lyron asked him what the shepherd was searching for, the boy grew very still. "He is searching for the king's first dream," Finn whispered, his eyes wide. "The one he had as a boy before he forgot how to sleep." The phrase, "the king's first dream," hung in the air between them, imbued with a strange, mythic power. Lyron, the meticulous scholar, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. It was a phrase that felt both nonsensical and deeply profound. Which king? The broken Thuron shuffling through the palace? Or did it refer to some archetypal king, a figure from the kingdom's collective memory? And what could a first dream possibly signify? He pressed Finn for more details, but the boy just shook his head, his connection to that other world seemingly severed in the waking light. "I only know he is searching," Finn said quietly, "and I think it's important that he finds it." Lyron returned to the capital, his pragmatic mind in a state of turmoil. He presented his new findings to the council, including the boy's strange and specific pronouncements. The council was, for the first time, truly unsettled. The shared dreams of the populace were a curiosity. A specific, directed narrative focused on the capital was something else entirely. It felt like a premonition, a message bubbling up from the deepest parts of their collective soul. Queen Seraphina, more than anyone, felt the weight of the boy's words. She had known Thuron since they were children. She remembered him not as the arrogant tyrant, but as a bright, imaginative boy, full of laughter and wonder. A boy who, like all children, dreamed. The idea of his first dream resonated with her, a poignant reminder of the innocence that had been so utterly lost. On an impulse, she decided to do something she had not done in years. She went to find her husband. She found him in the throne room late at night, standing before the empty throne. He didn't sit on it anymore. He just looked at it as if it were the tombstone of his own life. Seraphina approached him softly. "Thuron," she said, her voice gentle. He didn't turn, but his shoulders stiffened. "I was thinking today," she continued, "about when we were children. Do you remember the stories your grandfather used to tell us? About the stargazers and the whispering stones?" He remained silent, his back a rigid wall of defiance. "And do you remember the dreams you used to have?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You once told me you dreamed you could fly, that you flew so high you could touch the moon, and it was made of cool, smooth river stone." At the mention of this, a barely perceptible tremor ran through Thuron's body. For a single, unguarded moment, the bitter old man vanished, and a flicker of the lost boy appeared in his eyes. It was a memory buried under decades of pride and paranoia, a memory he himself had forgotten. He had dreamed that. He remembered the feeling of the wind under his arms, the sight of the world shrinking below him, the cool, solid reality of the moon in his hands. It was a dream of pure, unadulterated joy and limitless possibility. Before he could stop himself, a single hot tear traced a path through the wrinkled landscape of his face. He quickly wiped it away, angry at his own weakness. "Childish nonsense," he rasped, turning away from her. "Leave me be." Seraphina did not press him. She had seen what she needed to see. The memory was still there, a tiny, buried ember. She went back to Lyran and the council and told them what had happened. An idea began to form, audacious and strange. An idea that could only have been born in a kingdom that had learned to value the mysterious logic of the inner world. They had defeated an external enemy with the power of rest. Now, perhaps they could heal their deepest internal wound with the power of a dream. The plan was this. They would try to collectively dream the king's first dream back into existence. They would try to recreate that sense of wonder and possibility and offer it, not as a command or a cure, but as a gift to the broken man in the palace. It was a desperate, beautiful, and utterly mad idea. Lyran and the other dream scribes worked tirelessly. They traveled to every corner of Ethelgard, not just to record, but to share. They shared the story of the faceless shepherd and his quest, and they shared the image that Queen Seraphina had unlocked, the image of a young boy flying, his hand outstretched to touch a moon of cool river stone. They asked the people, as they lay down to sleep each night, to hold this image in their minds, to think of flight, of wonder, of the simple joy of a child's imagination. It started slowly. At first, the dreams were fragmented, a feather floating on an updraft, the feeling of being weightless. the glint of moonlight on a smooth, gray stone. But as the days turned into weeks, the images began to coalesce. More and more people dreamed of flying. They dreamed of soaring over the rooftops of Ethelgard, over the green fields and the sparkling rivers. They dreamed of reaching for the moon. The collective dream was gaining coherence, its narrative force growing with each passing night. Finn, the boy in the village, acted as a kind of barometer. His dreams were now a complete and fully realized version of Thuron's original dream, and in his dreams, the faceless shepherd was no longer searching. He was standing on the moon, holding his lantern aloft, waiting. The final phase of the plan involved Thuron himself. He had grown more agitated as the weeks passed, though he did not know why. He was sleeping poorly, his nights filled with a vague, formless anxiety. The collective dream of the kingdom was lapping at the shores of his consciousness, an ocean he was refusing to acknowledge. Queen Seraphina, guided by a profound intuition, had the royal musicians compose a piece of music, a lullaby based on the old tunes Thuron's grandfather used to hum. It was a simple, haunting melody, full of a gentle, nostalgic sadness. One evening, she instructed the musicians to play it, very softly, in the corridor outside Thuron's chambers. At the same time, she placed a single, smooth, gray river stone, one she had found by the very stream they had played in as children, on the pillow next to his head as he slept. That night, something in Thuron's fortified mind finally broke. The melody of the lullaby seeped into his subconscious, a key turning in a long-rusted lock. The cool, solid feel of the stone in his hand as he turned in his sleep grounded him, and the immense, focused, imaginative power of an entire kingdom of dreamers surged into his mind. He dreamed. For the first time in over 40 years, he truly dreamed. He was a boy again, standing in a field of tall grass under a vast, star-dusted sky. He felt a lightness in his limbs, a joy in his heart so pure it was almost painful. He lifted his arms and the wind caught him, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. He soared higher and higher, the kingdom spread out beneath him like a jeweled map. He saw the mountains and the sea, the towns and the villages, not as possessions to be controlled, but as a beautiful, intricate whole. And he saw the moon, vast and luminous, and he flew towards it, his hand outstretched. He touched it. It was cool and smooth, just as he remembered. And on the moon, the faceless shepherd was waiting for him. The shepherd raised his lantern, and in its gentle, shadowless light, Thuron saw the shepherd's face for the first time. It was his own, but it was the face of the boy he had been, full of innocence and wonder. The boy shepherd smiled, and from his lips came not words but the clear, simple notes of the lullaby. It was a song of forgiveness, a song of homecoming. The dream Thuron, the flying boy, felt the decades of bitterness and rage and fear dissolve, washed away by the simple, overwhelming beauty of the moment. He was not a king. He was not a failure. He was just a soul, floating in the quiet, peaceful immensity of the night sky, finally at rest. The next morning, the palace servants found Thuron's chambers empty. A search was conducted, but he was gone. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication of where he might have gone. The only clue was the single river stone left on his perfectly made bed. Some believed he had run away in the night, unable to face the final humiliation. But Queen Seraphina knew better. Later that day, a guard reported that he had seen a figure, early in the dawn light, walking away from the city. An old man with the unsteady gait of a newborn fawn, walking towards the hills, towards the rising sun. He was not looking back. Thuron was never seen again. But the stories began to circulate, whispers carried on the wind. A shepherd in the high mountain pastures claimed to have shared his bread with a quiet old man who would spend hours just staring at the sky. A fisherman on the coast spoke of a stranger who helped him mend his nets and asked for nothing in return but a place to sleep under the stars. These were just rumors, of course, but they all painted a picture of a man who had shed the heavy robes of his past and was living a simple, anonymous life, a man at peace. The story became the final chapter in Ethilgard's great lesson. The kingdom had learned that sleep was the foundation of strength. It had learned that this strength could defeat armies, and now it had learned that dreams, the children of sleep, held a power of their own, the power to heal, the power to redeem, the power to lead a lost soul home. Ethilgard was no longer just a kingdom. It was a testament to a profound and simple truth. In a world obsessed with power, with vigilance, with the ceaseless battle of the waking day, they had discovered the quiet, revolutionary and transformative wisdom of the night. Their legacy was not written in stone or steel, but in the gentle, collective sigh of a people who had finally, truly, learned how to rest. And in that rest, they had found not weakness, but a strength more profound and enduring than any king could ever command. Let's embark on a journey back in time, to an era where parchment and quill were the tools of wisdom, and the pursuit of knowledge often walked a perilous path. We'll explore a world where the seeds of philosophical thought were sown amidst the rigid structures of medieval society, where the lives of those who dared to think differently could be both enlightening and fraught with danger. If this tale helps you unwind and drift into a peaceful slumber, then perhaps consider liking this video and subscribing for more journeys into the past. Let's get started. The cold stone walls of the Royal Academy of Athenia whispered secrets of old, secrets known only to the chosen few who were permitted entry. It was a place where young minds, often sons of nobility, were tutored in the ancient ways of logic, rhetoric, and the nascent stirrings of what they called natural philosophy. This wasn't the bustling agora of ancient Greece, mind you, nor the open-air debates beneath olive trees. No, this was the heart of a medieval kingdom, where King Thuron the Stern ruled with an iron fist, his decrees echoing through the cobbled streets and into the quiet halls of learning. Among the students was a young man named Elias, not of noble birth, but granted a rare scholarship due to his sharp intellect and an uncanny ability to dissect complex arguments. He was a quiet observer, his eyes, the color of a stormy sea, often glinting with an intensity that belied his humble origins. He listened intently to Master Alaric, a scholar whose gentle demeanor masked a profound understanding of the world, a man who dared to introduce ideas that sometimes bordered on the heretical, if one were to interpret King Thuron's increasingly strict laws. One such law, freshly proclaimed by the king, declared that all academic discourse must align with the divine order, as interpreted by the royal clergy. Any deviation, any questioning of established dogma, was deemed a treason of the mind and punishable by severe means. The whispers in the common rooms grew colder, the debates hushed, and the vibrant exchange of ideas began to wither under the chilling shadow of fear. Elias often found himself pondering this decree. How could truth be sought if questions were forbidden? He recalled a lesson from Master Alaric, a passage from an ancient text that spoke of the pursuit of knowledge as an endless journey, not a destination preordained. But to speak such thoughts openly now was to invite the wrath of the king's enforcers. The academy was not just for the study of philosophy. It also served as a training ground for future scribes, administrators, and even a few young knights who needed to understand strategy and logic. Prince Gareth, the king's only son, was one such student, though his interest in philosophy was minimal, preferring tales of valor and the clang of swords. He was arrogant, quick to anger, and held an almost unshakable belief in his own superiority, a trait he inherited directly from his father. Gareth often mocked Elias, calling him the peasant philosopher or the bookworm. One afternoon, during a geometry lesson, Gareth deliberately spilled ink over Elias' painstakingly copied notes. Elias, though seething internally, simply cleaned his scroll, his silence a testament to his discipline. Master Alaric, witnessing the act, merely offered Elias a fresh piece of parchment and a knowing, sympathetic glance. Such small acts of cruelty were common, a constant reminder of the rigid social hierarchy that permeated even the hallowed halls of learning. The king's laws grew increasingly bizarre and oppressive. One decree stated that no peasant could wear shoes unless granted specific royal dispensation, ostensibly to distinguish the classes. Another, even more unsettling, declared that any craftsman who produced a tool deemed unnecessary by the royal council would have their hands branded. Fear became a palpable presence, thickening the air of the kingdom. The whispers in the market square spoke of dissent, of hushed gatherings in the taverns where men dared to voice their discontent. But the king's spies were everywhere, their eyes and ears seemingly in every shadow. Those caught speaking ill of the king or his laws often disappeared, their families left to wonder their fate. Rumors of the silent cells beneath the royal palace, chambers where unfortunate souls were sent for re-education, spread like wildfire. Master Alaric, despite the growing danger, continued his lessons, albeit with more caution. He began to weave his philosophical insights into allegories, stories of ancient lands where rulers were wise and justice prevailed. He hoped his students, especially Elias, would understand the deeper meanings, the subtle critiques of their own tyrannical regime. One crisp autumn morning, a new student arrived. Lady Isolde, the daughter of a powerful duke from the Northern Territories, was a striking figure, her intelligence as sharp as her wit. She was an anomaly in the academy, a woman allowed to study among men due to her father's immense influence and the king's desire to maintain alliances. She quickly noticed Elias' quiet brilliance and the way Master Alaric subtly guided him. Isolde, unlike Prince Gareth, found herself drawn to the philosophical discussions. She questioned things, much to the exasperation of some of the more conservative tutors. Her sharp mind was a refreshing counterpoint to the growing intellectual stagnation. She saw the injustice in the king's laws, not just theoretically, but practically, having witnessed their impact on the common folk in her father's lands. During a discussion on ethics, Master Alaric presented a hypothetical scenario. A ruler makes a law that causes suffering to many but benefits a select few. Is it just to obey such a law? The room fell silent, the weight of the question palpable. Prince Gareth, ever eager to please his father, immediately declared that a king's law was divine and absolute, no matter the consequence. But Isolde, her voice clear and resonant, argued that true justice lay in the well-being of all, and that a ruler's duty was to his people, not just his own power. Elias, emboldened by her courage, added that if laws were not founded on reason and fairness, they were merely instruments of tyranny. His words, though spoken softly, carried the force of conviction. A gasp rippled through the room. To openly question the nature of kingship, even in a hypothetical, was a dangerous game. Master Alaric quickly steered the conversation to safer topics, but the seeds of doubt had been sown, and the connection between Isolde and Elias deepened. They found solace in each other's company, their shared intellectual curiosity a rare comfort in a world of fear. Their friendship, however, did not escape the notice of Prince Gareth. His jealousy, already simmering, now began to boil over. He saw Elias not just as a lowly scholar, but as a rival for Isolde's attention and a dangerous influence on her thoughts. He began to seek ways to undermine Elias, to expose him as a threat to the established order. One evening, under the pale moonlight, Elias and Isolde met in the Academy's small garden, a place usually deserted after curfew. They discussed a forbidden text Master Alaric had subtly introduced, a treatise on political philosophy that advocated for a ruler's accountability to his subjects. They spoke of the unjust laws, the cruelty inflicted upon the peasants, and the arrogance of King Thuron. Unbeknownst to them, Prince Gareth, restless and suspicious, had been lurking in the shadows, his ears perked, catching snippets of their conversation. He heard Elias speak of the right to resist tyranny, and Isolde echo his sentiments. Gareth's eyes gleamed with a malicious triumph. He had found his opportunity. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn touched the ancient stones of the Academy, Gareth burst into King Thuron's private chambers, his face a mask of feigned outrage. He recounted, with dramatic embellishments, the treasonous conversation he had overheard. He painted Elias as a revolutionary, a dangerous instigator, and Isolde as his misled accomplice. King Thuron, a man whose paranoia had been steadily growing with each passing year, listened with grim satisfaction. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing to slits. He saw in Elias not a scholar but a threat to his absolute power, a serpent in the garden of his carefully constructed kingdom. His pride, inflated by years of unchallenged rule, could not tolerate such defiance. That very day, before the midday meal, royal guards stormed the Academy. Elias was dragged from his studies, his hands bound roughly behind his back. Isolde, attempting to intervene, was pushed aside, her protests silenced by a stern command. Master Alaric watched, his face etched with despair, knowing the grim fate that likely awaited his brightest student. Elias was taken to the royal dungeon, a place of shadows and despair. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and human fear. He was thrown into a cold, damp cell, the heavy iron door clanging shut with a finality that echoed his own impending doom. The interrogators, brutal men loyal only to the king, sought to extract a confession of treason, to implicate others, to crush any spark of rebellion. They spoke of the silent cells, of instruments designed to break a man, will to make him confess to anything. But Elias, despite the terror gnawing at his heart, held firm. He knew that to confess would be to betray not just himself, but the very ideals of truth and justice he cherished. He was no fool. He understood the game. They wanted names. They wanted to validate the king's paranoia. Meanwhile, Isolde, distraught and furious, confronted Prince Gareth. She accused him of jealousy and malicious fabrication. Gareth merely sneered, his arrogance on full display. He questioned the king, Lady Isolde. That is a crime, and you perhaps were wise to listen but not wise enough to hold your tongue. Isolde, realizing the futility of reasoning with him, sought out her father, Duke Valerius. The Duke, a man of considerable power but also a pragmatist, was alarmed. He knew King Thuron's ruthlessness and the dangers of crossing him. He also recognized the potential political implications of his daughter being associated with a traitor. He warned her to stay silent, to distance herself from Elias for her own safety. But Isolde was not one to be easily deterred. She had witnessed the injustice, the blatant abuse of power. She began to discreetly gather support among other noble families, whispering of the king's tyrannical rule, of the erosion of ancient laws and customs, and of the growing discontent among the common folk. She knew that the king's arrogance was his greatest weakness, his inability to see beyond his own desires. Days turned into a torturous blur for Elias. He was deprived of sleep, given meager rations, and subjected to relentless questioning. But he found a strange resilience within himself, a strength drawn from the very philosophical principles he had studied. He remembered Seneca's words about the power of the mind, even in chains. One night, the dungeon master, a burly man named Borislav with a scarred face, entered Elias' cell. He wasn't there to interrogate, but to deliver a cryptic message. The Lady Isolde sends word. The truth has wings, even in darkness. Elias, though weakened, felt a surge of hope. He realized she was not abandoning him. Borislav, a man who had seen too much injustice in his life, had a grudging respect for those who dared to stand against tyranny. He had witnessed the slow decay of justice under King Thuron, the cruelty inflicted upon innocent people. He saw in Elias a glimmer of something noble, something worth protecting. He began to subtly aid Elias, offering him slightly better food, a cleaner blanket, small acts of kindness that went unnoticed by the other guards. Isolde's efforts began to bear fruit. Her father, initially hesitant, was slowly convinced by her passionate arguments and the growing evidence of King Thuron's instability. Other dukes and powerful lords, already resentful of the king's heavy taxes and arbitrary laws, started to listen. The kingdom was a powder keg, and King Thuron's arrogance was about to light the fuse. The king, oblivious to the simmering rebellion, grew even more despotic. He enacted a new law, one of breathtaking cruelty. Any peasant caught stealing a single loaf of bread, no matter the hunger or desperation, would have their hands severed. The streets of the capital were soon filled with the cries of the maimed, a grim testament to the king's brutal reign. This latest act of barbarity was the final straw. The people, pushed to their breaking point, began to openly defy the king. Small riots erupted in the market squares, quickly suppressed but growing in frequency and intensity. The nobility, seeing the rising tide of discontent and fearing for their own positions, knew they had to act. Duke Valerius, along with several other influential lords, marched to the royal palace, demanding an audience with the king. They presented a formal petition, accusing King Thuron of violating ancient feudal laws of tyranny and of driving the kingdom to ruin. King Thuron, enraged by their insolence, dismissed them with scorn, threatening them with charges of treason. His arrogance blinded him to the peril he was in. "You dare question my divine right," he thundered, his face crimson with fury. "You will all feel the weight of my wrath." The lords, however, did not back down. They had come prepared. As they left the throne room, they issued a proclamation, citing King Thuron's abuses and declaring their intention to depose him, with the support of the people. The rebellion had begun. The streets of Athenia became a chaotic scene. Peasants, armed with farm tools and whatever they could find, joined forces with the knights and soldiers loyal to the rebellious dukes. The king's personal guard, outnumbered and disheartened by years of serving a cruel master, offered little resistance. During the ensuing chaos, Lady Isolde, remembering Borislav's small acts of kindness, sought him out. She implored him to release Elias. Borislav, seeing the tide had turned and weary of the king's tyranny, agreed. He led her through the labyrinthine passages of the dungeon, finally reaching Elias' cell. Elias, gaunt and weak but unbroken, was overjoyed to see Isolde. As they emerged from the dungeons into the light of day, the city was in turmoil. The sounds of battle echoed through the streets. Prince Gareth, in a desperate attempt to salvage his position, tried to rally the remaining royal guards. But his arrogance had alienated even his own men. They deserted him, leaving him vulnerable and alone. In the midst of the chaos, he was confronted by a group of angry peasants, their faces etched with years of suffering. They remembered his cruel mockery, his disdain for their plight. Gareth, so accustomed to power, found himself stripped of it, facing the very people he had oppressed. His downfall was swift and ignominious. King Thuron, trapped in his palace, watched from a high window as his kingdom crumbled around him. His pride, his arrogance, his belief in his absolute and divine right had led him to this precipice. He had crushed dissent, but in doing so, he had crushed the very foundations of his rule. The rebellion was not just about power. It was about the fundamental principles of justice and fairness, the very ideas Elias and Isolde had debated in the quiet garden. The castle gates were breached and the rebellious forces swarmed in. King Thuron, still clinging to his delusion of grandeur, refused to surrender. He was eventually captured, not by a heroic knight, but by a detachment of common soldiers, their faces grim, their voices devoid of respect. He was stripped of his crown and his royal robes, his former authority reduced to nothing. In the aftermath, a new council of nobles and wise men was formed to govern the kingdom, with Duke Valerius at its head. The first order of business was to dismantle King Thuron's oppressive laws. The branding of craftsmen, the shoeless peasants, the severe punishments for minor offenses, all were abolished. Elias, once a prisoner, was now hailed as a voice of reason. His philosophical insights, once deemed treasonous, were now seen as the bedrock of a just society. He was invited to join the new council, his wisdom and integrity invaluable in rebuilding the broken kingdom. Lady Isolde, a driving force behind the rebellion, stood by his side, her intellect and courage earning her a place of respect and influence. The old royal academy was reformed. Master Alaric, his heart filled with renewed hope, was made its head, free to teach without fear of reprisal. He instilled in his students not just knowledge, but the critical thinking skills to question, to seek truth, and to uphold justice. King Thuron was not executed, but stripped of all power and confined to a monastery, where he was forced to spend his remaining days reflecting on the consequences of his arrogance and cruelty. It was a fate, perhaps, more fitting than death for a man so consumed by pride. Prince Gareth, having escaped the initial fury of the mob, was eventually captured and exiled, forced to wander the lands he once scorned, a penniless and powerless shadow of his former self. His story served as a stark warning to all who believed power equated to inherent worth. The kingdom began to heal, slowly but surely. The new laws were based on reason, justice, and the welfare of all citizens, not just the privileged few. The philosophers, once marginalized and threatened, found their place at the heart of society, their ideas guiding the path toward a more equitable future. The moral of this tale, woven through the tapestry of power, injustice, and the relentless pursuit of truth, is clear. Unchecked arrogance and cruelty, no matter how absolute the power, will always lead to a downfall. True leadership lies not in subjugation, but in serving the common good, fostering justice, and upholding the very principles of reason and fairness that humble scholars once dared to whisper in the quiet corners of an oppressive world. For even in the darkest of times, the light of philosophy, guided by courage and integrity, can illuminate the path to a better future. And so, the sun set on one era of tyranny and rose on another of hope, all because a few dared to think, to question, and to act. The echoes of their courage would resonate through the ages, a timeless reminder that justice, though sometimes delayed, will ultimately prevail against the darkest shadows of human arrogance. The whispers of ancient winds carry tales of distant lands, of caravans laden with exotic treasures, and of empires rising and falling along a legendary network of paths. Tonight, we embark on a journey through the heart of the Silk Road, a tapestry woven with adventure, intrigue, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. If this story finds its way into your quiet moments and helps you drift into a peaceful slumber, perhaps consider a like and a subscribe. Let's get started. Long, long ago, in a time when the world felt vast and unknown, when maps were mere suggestions and the horizon held endless mysteries, there existed a network of pathways, not paved with stone or iron, but with the dust of countless footsteps and the dreams of generations. This was the Silk Road, a shimmering thread connecting east and west, a conduit for more than just goods, but for ideas, cultures, and destinies. Our tale begins not with a grand emperor or a mighty warrior, but with a humble merchant named Cale, whose eyes held the sparkle of ambition, and whose heart yearned for the distant lands he'd only heard whispered about in crowded bazaars. Cale lived in a small, sun-drenched village nestled at the edge of the sprawling Persian Empire, a place where the scent of spices mingled with the earthy aroma of freshly baked bread. His days were spent helping his father mend saddles and trade in local crafts, a life that, while comfortable, felt too small for his adventurous spirit. He would often gaze eastward, imagining the fabled city of Chang'an, the heart of the great Tang dynasty, a place of unimaginable wealth and sophisticated artistry. He'd heard stories of silk so fine it could be pulled through a ring, of porcelain as delicate as a butterfly's wing, and of teas that tasted like liquid sunshine. But the road to such wonders was perilous, fraught with dangers both natural and man-made. Bandits lurked in mountain passes, scorching deserts claimed the unwary, and tyrannical rulers imposed their often cruel will upon those who dared to cross their borders. One crisp autumn evening, as the stars began to pinprick the darkening sky, a lone caravan arrived in Cale's village, a sight that always drew curious onlookers. This wasn't a local trading group. The camels were taller, their loads more substantial, and the cloaks of the merchants were of a richer, unfamiliar weave. Among them was an older man, his face weathered by countless journeys, his eyes holding a deep wisdom that spoke of vast distances covered. His name was Master Li, and he was a seasoned merchant from the east, returning from a particularly arduous expedition. Cale, always drawn to tales of adventure, found himself listening intently as Master Li recounted his journey. He spoke of the perilous Pamir Mountains, where the air was thin and the cold bit to the bone, of the vast Taklamakan Desert, where ghost cities lay buried beneath shifting sands, and of the vibrant markets of Samarkand and Bukhara, where languages intertwined like colorful threads. But he also spoke of the dangers, of the ruthless King Xerxes, whose kingdom lay just beyond the eastern mountains. King Xerxes was known for his insatiable greed and his particularly cruel laws. One such law decreed that any merchant passing through his lands without paying an exorbitant and arbitrary tribute would have their primary camel confiscated and its burden distributed among the king's personal guards, leaving the merchant stranded and ruined. This was often accompanied by a public flogging, a spectacle designed to instill fear and enforce compliance. Another even more bizarre law, born from the king's paranoia, stated that any traveler found with more than 3 specific types of exotic birds in their possession would be accused of plotting against the crown and face immediate imprisonment in his infamous Whispering Dungeons, a place from which few ever returned. These dungeons were said to be so deep that the only sounds were the faint whispers of trapped winds through cracks in the stone, slowly driving prisoners mad. Cale listened, a mix of awe and apprehension stirring within him. He asked Master Li about the silk, the precious commodity that gave the road its name. Master Li, with a gentle smile, produced a small, exquisitely embroidered silk pouch from his robes. "This young one," he said, allowing Kale to touch the smooth, cool fabric, "is more than just cloth. It is a symbol of artistry, of patience, and of a journey. It is what drives us, what connects us." The touch of the silk ignited something profound within Kale. He knew, with a certainty that resonated deep in his bones, that his destiny lay on that road, not just as a trader of goods, but as a bearer of stories, a bridge between worlds. He spoke to his father that night, expressing his fervent desire to join a caravan. His father, a practical man who knew the harsh realities of the world, was hesitant. "The road is unforgiving, my son," he cautioned, "and the dangers are many. We have enough here." But Kale's determination was unyielding. He promised his father he would learn, he would be careful, and he would return someday with tailies and treasures that would bring honor to their family. Eventually, with a heavy heart but a glint of pride in his eyes, Kale's father gave his blessing, providing Kale with a sturdy mule, a small sum of silver, and a well-worn compass that had belonged to his own grandfather. Kale joined Master Lee's next eastward-bound caravan, a relatively small group of a dozen camels and half as many merchants and guards. The air was thick with excitement and a touch of trepidation as they set off at dawn, the sun painting the eastern sky in hues of orange and rose. The first few weeks were a blur of new sights and sounds. Kale learned to navigate the rhythm of caravan life, the early awakenings, the endless treks across varied landscapes, the camaraderie around crackling campfires under a blanket of stars. He listened intently to Master Lee, who became his mentor, learning about judging the quality of goods, the intricacies of bartering, and most importantly, the subtle art of diplomacy and observation that was crucial for survival on the road. Master Lee taught him to read the shifting sands for signs of storms, to identify the telltale tracks of desert predators, and to discern the true intentions behind a stranger's smile. Their journey led them through bustling oasis towns, where the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries filled the air, and where merchants from every corner of the known world haggled and exchanged news. Kale marveled at the diverse faces, the myriad languages, and the sheer volume of goods changing hands. He saw vibrant dyes, intricately carved jade, shimmering pearls, potent medicines, and even rare animals destined for royal menageries. Each transaction, each interaction was a tiny thread in the vast tapestry of the Silk Road. As they approached the kingdom of King Xerxes, a palpable tension settled over the caravan. Master Lee called a meeting, his face stern. "Remember our preparations," he advised. "King Xerxes is a viper. We carry no exotic birds, our tribute is ready, and we speak only when spoken to. Keep your heads low and your wits sharp." Kale felt a knot tighten in his stomach. This was his first encounter with the darker side of the road, the arbitrary power of a ruthless ruler. Upon entering King Xerxes' territory, they were met by a contingent of his royal guards, grim-faced men in heavy dark armor, their spears glinting menacingly in the sun. The lead guard, a burly man with a scarred face, demanded their papers and an immediate assessment of their goods. The tribute was, as expected, exorbitant, almost half of what they had in valuable trade goods. Master Lee, with a practiced calm, presented the required sum, a significant portion of the caravan's initial investment. Kale watched, his young blood boiling at the injustice, but he held his tongue, remembering Master Lee's warning. As the guards meticulously inspected their loads, one of them, a younger, more eager soldier, rummaged through Kale's small personal pack. Kale tensed, his hand instinctively going to the small, hand-carved wooden bird his sister had given him as a good luck charm. He had forgotten about it entirely. The soldier pulled it out, a small, detailed carving of a dove. "What is this?" he grunted, holding it up. Kale's heart hammered against his ribs. It wasn't an exotic bird, not a real one, but the king's law was famously vague and often interpreted to suit the guard's whims. It's a simple carving, a personal memento, Kale explained, trying to keep his voice steady. The guard squinted, then looked at his superior. The scarred guard approached, his gaze cold. A bird, is it? The king's law is clear. No more than 3 exotic birds. Before the guard could finish, Master Li stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. It is a wooden carving, esteemed guard, a child's toy. Not a living creature and certainly not exotic. It holds no value beyond sentiment. The scarred guard's eyes narrowed, searching for a weakness, a reason to press the issue. He saw the fear in Kale's eyes, but also the resolute stillness in Master Li. He knew that pushing too far on such a flimsy pretext could sometimes backfire, especially with experienced merchants who had connections in other powerful kingdoms. After a long, tense moment, he grunted, "Very well, but be warned, boy. King Xerxes does not tolerate foolishness." He tossed the wooden bird back to Kale with a sneer, and Kale caught it, his hand trembling slightly. The caravan was allowed to pass, but the encounter left a bitter taste. Kale understood, more keenly than ever, the arbitrary nature of power and the constant tightrope walk merchants undertook on the Silk Road. He saw how easily a life, or a livelihood, could be destroyed by a single cruel whim. This experience solidified his resolve not just to trade, but to learn the nuances of power, to understand how to navigate its treacherous currents. Their journey continued, carrying them through arid plains and past ancient ruins that whispered tales of forgotten civilizations. They traversed a landscape that seemed to stretch endlessly under an immense sky, a place where time itself felt different. After weeks of travel, they finally reached the famed city of Samarkand, a jewel of Central Asia, where the domes of mosques gleamed like sapphires and emeralds under the sun. The city was a kaleidoscope of colors, sounds, and smells. The air hummed with activity, filled with the cries of hawkers, the laughter of children, and the melodic strains of unseen musicians. Kale was mesmerized. He saw merchants from India with their vibrant textiles, traders from Arabia with fragrant perfumes, and nomads from the steppes with their sturdy horses. Here, cultures blended and traditions intertwined, creating a vibrant, dynamic energy that pulsed through the very stones of the city. Master Li, with his vast network of contacts, quickly set about his business, trading their Persian goods for precious stones, fine glassware, and intricate metalwork. Kale, under his watchful eye, began to make his own small trades, learning to haggle, to assess quality, and to build relationships. He found himself drawn to a particular stall run by an old Uzbek artisan, a man with wise eyes and nimble fingers who created stunning turquoise jewelry. Kale, using a small part of his own silver, purchased a beautifully crafted pendant, not for trade, but as a gift for his mother. The artisan, sensing Kale's genuine appreciation, shared stories of the ancient roots and the legends tied to the stones, weaving a richer tapestry of understanding for the young merchant. During their stay in Samarkand, news reached them, carried by hushed whispers and worried glances, of growing unrest in King Xerxes' kingdom. It seemed the king's endless greed and increasingly bizarre laws were finally pushing his people to their breaking point. One particular decree had sparked widespread outrage: a tax on shadows. Yes, a tax on shadows. Every household was now required to pay a levy based on the length of the shadow cast by their dwelling at midday. If the shadow was deemed too long, the tax was astronomical. Too short, and they were accused of deliberately obstructing the sun, a crime punishable by confiscation of property. It was a law designed purely for extortion, impossible to comply with fairly, and enforced with brutal efficiency. Peasants and nobles alike were suffering under this absurd tyranny. Even some of his own loyal guards were said to be growing weary of enforcing such madness. The people, already impoverished, were now being stripped of their very homes. Master Li listened to these reports with a grim expression. Such cruelty rarely lasts, Kale, he mused. Power built on fear alone is a fragile thing. Kale, recalling his own frightening encounter with Xarx's guards, felt a strange mix of fear and satisfaction. He understood now that unchecked power, especially when combined with arrogance, was a destructive force, not just for the oppressed, but ultimately for the oppressor as well. The caravan eventually departed Samarkand, now laden with new treasures and bound for the distant lands of the Tang dynasty. The journey eastward from Samarkand was even more challenging, leading them across the vast expanse of the Taklamakan Desert, a place known as the Sea of Death, where ancient cities lay swallowed by the sand. The days were scorching, the nights brutally cold, and the wind carried a constant chorus of whispers, as if the desert itself was speaking. Water became their most precious commodity, carefully rationed, each drop a testament to survival. Kale learned the endurance of the camel, the silent, stoic beasts that carried their hopes and fortunes across this desolate landscape. He also learned the importance of trust among fellow travelers, for in such an unforgiving environment, one's life often depended on the vigilance and loyalty of others. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, a fierce sandstorm descended upon them without warning, a swirling tempest of grit and wind that blotted out the sun and swallowed the horizon. Visibility dropped to mere feet, and the roar of the wind was deafening. Panic threatened to set in, but Master Li, with his years of experience, calmly rallied the caravan. "Tie yourselves together. Stay close to the camels. Keep your faces covered," he shouted over the gale. Kale, blinded by sand and buffeted by the wind, clung to his mule, his heart pounding. He could barely see the person in front of him, but he felt the reassuring tug of the rope connecting them, a fragile lifeline in the chaos. They huddled together for what felt like an eternity, the sand scouring their skin and filling every crevice. When the storm finally abated, leaving behind an eerie silence and a landscape reshaped by the wind, they emerged, weary but intact. Kale looked around, his body aching, his throat raw but his spirit unbroken. He had faced the raw power of nature and survived. This experience, more than any other, cemented his understanding of resilience, of the human capacity to endure. The desert eventually gave way to the green foothills of China, and the air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. As they journeyed deeper into the Tang Empire, Kale was struck by the order and prosperity he observed. The roads were well maintained, the villages bustling, and the people seemed content, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of King Xarx's domain. Finally, after months of travel, they arrived at the majestic gates of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, a city whose splendor surpassed even the most extravagant talis. The city was a marvel of engineering and artistry, with broad avenues, intricate gardens, and grand palaces whose roofs curved elegantly towards the sky. Its markets teemed with silks of every color, exquisite ceramics, delicate lacquered goods, and scholarly scrolls. It was a city of poets, scholars, and artists, a true beacon of civilization. Kale felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He had come from a small village at the edge of the known world, across deserts and mountains, to the very heart of the East. He had seen wonders, faced dangers, and learned lessons that no amount of silver could buy. Master Li, beaming with pride, introduced Kale to his long-standing trading partners, revered Chinese merchants who appreciated Kale's earnestness and quick wit. Kale spent weeks immersed in the culture of Chang'an, learning about the intricacies of silk production, the philosophy of Confucianism, and the art of calligraphy. He found himself particularly fascinated by a scholarly scribe named Mei, whose elegant brushstrokes told stories without words. Mei, intrigued by Kale's tales of distant lands, spent hours listening to his descriptions of Persia, of Samarkand, and even of the cruel King Xerxes. She shared with him the Chinese belief in the mandate of heaven, the idea that a just ruler was blessed by the heavens, and that a tyrannical one would eventually lose that mandate and be overthrown. It resonated deeply with Kale's recent experiences. While in Chang'an, a new wave of news, this time even more dramatic, arrived from the west. King Xerxes' kingdom had indeed erupted in full-scale rebellion. The shadow tax and other outrageous decrees had finally pushed his people beyond endurance. Peasants, emboldened by a few disgruntled minor nobles and even some disillusioned guards, had risen up, armed with farm tools and a burning sense of injustice. The rebellion, fueled by years of resentment, quickly overwhelmed the king's forces. In a desperate attempt to quell the uprising, King Xerxes had resorted to even more extreme measures, ordering the torture of suspected rebels in the public square, a grotesque display intended to instill fear, but which only further inflamed the populace. One particularly gruesome account spoke of a baker who had openly mocked the shadow tax by strategically placing awnings to minimize his shadow being captured and taxed, only to have his hands crushed by the royal enforcers as a lesson to others. This act of cruelty, meant to break the spirit of the people, instead galvanized them. The final downfall came swiftly. A large group of enraged citizens, joined by the very guards who had once enforced his laws, stormed his palace. King Xerxes, arrogant and blinded by his own power, had believed himself invincible. He was found hiding in a secret chamber, cowering amidst his piles of gold and jewels, the very treasures he had extorted from his people. He was dragged out, stripped of his royal garments, and publicly humiliated before being imprisoned in his own whispering dungeons, the very place he had condemned so many others. His reign of terror was over. The news spread like wildfire along the Silk Road, carried by traders and travelers, a cautionary tale whispered in every caravanserai. Kale, hearing this, felt a profound sense of justice. It was a stark reminder that even the most powerful rulers were ultimately accountable to the people they governed, and that cruelty, no matter how absolute it seemed, carried the seeds of its own destruction. The lesson May had shared about the mandate of heaven seemed to play out before his very eyes. After months of profitable trading and invaluable learning in Chang'an, Master Li and Kale prepared for their return journey westward. Kale now carried not just exotic goods, but a wealth of knowledge, a broadened perspective, and a deep understanding of the intricate human drama that played out across the Silk Road. He had transformed from an eager but naive village boy into a seasoned merchant, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of distant horizons. The return journey, though still challenging, felt different. Kale was no longer a novice. He was an active participant, contributing to the caravan's safety and success with his newfound skills. He helped navigate difficult passes, negotiated with local chieftains, and shared his growing knowledge of Chinese culture with the other merchants. They passed through the former kingdom of King Xerxes, now under the rule of a council of nobles and commoners who were working to rebuild and establish fairer laws. The atmosphere was one of cautious optimism, a testament to the resilience of people seeking justice after tyranny. Finally, after another long and arduous journey, the caravan returned to Kale's village, a place that now seemed both familiar and subtly changed through his seasoned eyes. His family, overjoyed at his safe return, embraced him warmly. Kale, no longer the boy who had left, brought with him not only the valuable goods he had traded for, but also stories that captivated his family and the entire village. He spoke of the grandeur of Chang'an, the wisdom of Master Li, the perilous beauty of the desert, and the downfall of King Xerxes. He shared the exquisite silk fabrics, the delicate porcelain, and the unique jade carvings he had brought, but it was his tales of human connection, of resilience, and of justice that truly held his audience spellbound. Kale had not just traveled the Silk Road, he had become a part of its living history, a thread connecting distant cultures. He continued his life as a merchant, now respected and sought after for his experience and wisdom. He ventured further, establishing his own successful trade routes, always remembering the lessons he had learned. He ensured fair dealings, treated all with respect, and never forgot the cruelty he had witnessed. He became a beacon of integrity on the Silk Road, demonstrating that true power lay not in oppression, but in understanding, fairness, and the cultivation of goodwill. The Silk Road continued to weave its intricate path across continents, bearing witness to countless lives and endless journeys. It was a testament to humanity's unyielding desire to connect, to explore, and to exchange, a highway of dreams and a silent observer of history's grand narrative. And Kale, the young man who once yearned for the horizon, became a living legend of that very road, a testament to how one individual, through perseverance and a commitment to justice, could leave an indelible mark upon the world. He understood that while wealth could be lost and gained, the true treasures of the Silk Road were the bonds forged, the knowledge acquired, and the understanding shared between diverse peoples. And so, the story of the Silk Road, through the eyes of Kale, became a timeless lesson, that arrogance and cruelty inevitably lead to ruin, while wisdom, fairness, and connection pave the true path to lasting prosperity and peace. The whispers of the wind still carry these tales, reminding us that even in the vastness of history, the simplest virtues hold the greatest power. Welcome to a journey back in time, to an era where the very fabric of human communication was being woven for the first time, in the heart of ancient Mesopotamia. We'll explore the fascinating origins of cuneiform, the first writing system of the Sumerians, through a tale of power, injustice, and the indelible mark left by those who dared to innovate. If this story helps you unwind and relax, please consider liking this video and subscribing for more journeys into the past. Let's get started. In the sun-baked lands of Mesopotamia, long before the great empires of later ages rose and fell, there lived a people known as the Sumerians. Their cities, built of sun-dried brick, gleamed like jewels in the harsh light. Uruk, Lagish, each a hub of life, trade, and burgeoning civilization. The year, if one were to count such things in those nascent days, would be lost to the mists of time. Yet the spirit of that age, its triumphs and its cruelties, remains etched in the clay tablets they left behind. Our story begins in the city-state of Uruk, under the tyrannical rule of King Hammurabi, a man whose name, coincidentally, echoed a far more famous lawgiver of a later era, but whose actions were often anything but just. This Hammurabi of Uruk was a heavy-handed monarch, his decrees absolute, his temper legendary. He had inherited a kingdom rich in grain and ambition, but he governed with a fist rather than a guiding hand. The peasants toiled in the fields, their backs bent under the relentless sun, their harvests largely claimed by the royal granaries. The nobles, ever watchful of the king's moods, vied for his favor, their lives a delicate dance around his volatile whims. One particularly sweltering summer, a drought gripped the land, shriveling the crops and turning the fertile soil to dust. The river, usually a generous lifeblood, dwindled to a sluggish trickle. Fear, a cold, unwelcome guest, settled upon Uruk. The granaries, though vast, were not infinite, and the king's patience was even less so. Hammurabi, seated on his throne of carved cedar, his heavy gold rings glinting on his fingers, listened to the pleas of his advisors with a sneer. The gods are displeased. He thundered, his voice echoing off the mud-brick walls of his audience chamber. Someone has offended them. Someone must pay. His gaze swept over the trembling faces of his court, landing finally on a young scribe, Enlil, who stood nervously near the back, clutching a small clay tablet. Enlil was a quiet man, his days spent meticulously counting livestock and recording grain stores, a task he had performed diligently since his youth. He was not a man of politics or war, but of numbers and symbols. Hammurabi's eyes, sharp and unforgiving, narrowed. "Scribe," he boomed, "have your records shown any irregularity, any shortfall that might have angered the heavens?" Enlil, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, stepped forward. "Great king," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "my records show only what the eye can see. The harvest dwindles, the river shrinks. The gods' will is their own." A low growl rumbled in the king's chest. "Impudence. Are you suggesting my divine right is questioned by mere natural events? The gods speak through me. If the harvest fails, it is because of disloyalty, of hidden stores of deceit among my subjects." He rose from his throne, a formidable figure in his heavy robes, packing like a caged lion. "Bring forth the accused. Bring forth those who hoard. We shall make an example." And so began a period of even greater oppression. Hammurabi, in his paranoia, instituted a series of cruel and unusual laws. One such law decreed that if a farmer's crop failed, not only would his remaining harvest be confiscated, but he would also be forced to work in the royal quarries for a year, extracting heavy stones under the blistering sun, without pay. Another law, even more outlandish, declared that any merchant caught selling grain for more than the king's decreed price during the drought would have their hand branded with a hot iron. The most terrifying law, however, was directed at those suspected of disrespecting the divine will, a charge so vague it could be applied to anyone who displeased the king. The punishment for this was the water ordeal, where the accused would be thrown into the Euphrates. If they sank, they were innocent, claimed by the gods. If they floated, they were guilty, rejected by the gods, and would face further, unspeakable torments. Of course, the currents of the Euphrates were often strong, and few survived the ordeal, regardless of their guilt or innocence. Enlil, the scribe, watched these injustices unfold with a growing despair. His clay tablets, once mere tools for accounting, now became silent witnesses to the king's escalating tyranny. He recorded the decrees, the confiscations, the names of those condemned to the quarries or the river, his reed stylus carving neat, angular marks into the wet clay. Each wedge-shaped impression, a cuneiform sign, held the weight of human suffering. He saw families torn apart, livelihoods destroyed, and the fear in the eyes of his fellow citizens. Yet he continued his work, for defiance meant certain death, and he was but a humble scribe. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Enlil sat in his small, lamplit room, surrounded by stacks of drying tablets. His fingers ached from the day's work, his mind heavy with the day's horrors. He picked up a fresh lump of clay, soft and yielding. Instead of his usual accounting, he began to trace new symbols, not the familiar signs for barley or sheep, but shapes that tried to capture the despair he felt, the injustice he witnessed. He was not trying to invent a new language, but rather to find a way to express the inexpressible. His people had their spoken words, but words carried on the wind could be denied, forgotten. These marks on clay, however, were permanent. They were testimony. He remembered a day when a peasant woman, her face etched with grief, had pleaded with him to record her family's plight. Her husband had been taken to the quarries, her fields seized, her children left to starve. Enlil had merely recorded the confiscation, as was his duty, but her tear-filled eyes had haunted him. Now, as his stylus moved, he tried to capture that plea, that anguish, in a series of abstract strokes. He started with a simple pictograph of a human figure, head bowed. Then next to it, a symbol for sorrow, perhaps a stylized tear or a broken vessel. He knew no one would understand these private musings, these clandestine chronicles of cruelty, but the act itself brought a strange, fleeting comfort. Meanwhile, King Hammurabi's paranoia deepened. He suspected plots everywhere, whispers of rebellion in every shadow. His queen, a woman named Ishtar, whose beauty was said to rival the morning star, tried to temper his excesses, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. She had once been his confidant, his beloved, but the drought and the king's growing cruelty had driven a wedge between them. She saw the suffering of her people, and her heart ached. She knew that true power lay not in fear, but in the well-being of the realm, yet she was powerless to sway her husband. One day, a noble named Lord Karku, known for his vast landholdings and subtle defiance of the king's more absurd decrees, was accused of hoarding grain. The accusation came from a jealous rival, Lord Nergal, who coveted Karku's fertile fields. Without proper investigation, Hammurabi ordered Karku to undergo the water ordeal. Lord Karku, a man of great pride, refused to submit to such a barbaric trial. "My king," he declared before the court, his voice firm despite the fear in his eyes, "my granaries are open, my records clear. I have nothing to hide. This is a baseless accusation fueled by envy." Hammurabi, enraged by this perceived defiance, merely gestured to his guards. Karku was dragged, struggling, to the riverbank. Enlil, as the royal scribe, was present, required to record the outcome. He watched in horror as Karku, a man he knew to be honorable, was thrown into the churning waters of the Euphrates. The current, swollen by a recent, though insufficient, rain, was powerful. Karku fought, his head bobbing above the surface, then he was pulled under, resurfacing once, gasping, before being swept away by the relentless river. He was never seen again. Hammurabi declared him guilty. His lands and wealth immediately transferred to Lord Nergal. That night Enlil could not sleep. The image of Karku struggling in the river haunted him. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that Karku had been innocent. The injustice was too great to bear in silence. He took out a fresh tablet and began to write, not just the official record of Karku's demise, but a secret, parallel account. He painstakingly carved the symbols that described Karku's defiance, Nergal's avarice, and Hammurabi's ruthless judgment. He developed new cuneiform signs, combining existing ones or creating new abstract representations, to convey concepts like false accusation, innocent suffering, and tyrant's wrath. This was a dangerous act, treason of the highest order, for if discovered, he would surely face a far worse fate than Karku. Over the next few months, as Hammurabi's reign grew increasingly oppressive, Enlil continued his clandestine work. He observed, he recorded, he interpreted. He began to understand that the true power of writing lay not just in recording facts, but in preserving truth, in giving a voice to the voiceless. He saw the potential of these wedge-shaped marks to transcend the spoken word, to carry stories and judgments across time, beyond the reach of any king's decree. His hidden archive grew, a silent library of injustice, tucked away in a secret compartment beneath his floorboards. He was creating a new language within a language, a subtle, coded narrative that only he could fully decipher, but one that he hoped, somehow, someday, would speak volumes. The queen, Ishtar, noticed the deepening gloom in the city, the whispers of discontent, the hollow eyes of the hungry. She also noticed Enlil, the usually unobtrusive scribe, growing thinner, his face more drawn, his eyes holding a profound sadness. One day she summoned him to her private chambers, a place usually reserved for intimate court business. Enlil, trembling, knelt before her. "Rise, Enlil," she said, her voice soft but firm. "I have observed your diligence. You record much for the king. But tell me, Enlil, what do you record for the gods?" The question caught him off guard. He hesitated, then, driven by an instinct he didn't fully understand. He spoke with a candor that surprised even himself. "My queen, I record what I see, and what I see is sorrow." Ishtar's eyes, usually veiled with a regal distance, now held a deep, empathetic understanding. "And what does the king record, Enlil?" she pressed. "Only his will, my queen," Enlil replied, his voice gaining a quiet strength. "His will and the obedience he demands," Ishtar nodded slowly. "And if his will is unjust?" she asked, her gaze piercing. Enlil looked down at his hands, then back up at the queen. "Then it is a record of injustice, my queen, a testimony to be borne." A long silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the city. Then Ishtar spoke again, her voice barely a whisper. "Show me, Enlil, show me what you mean." Driven by an unspoken trust, Enlil led the queen to his humble dwelling. He carefully moved the rug, lifted the loose floorboard, and revealed his hidden cache of tablets. Ishtar, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension, picked up one of the tablets. Her fingers traced the strange, unfamiliar cuneiform marks. "What are these?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder. Enlil began to explain, painstakingly detailing his modified symbols, his coded narrative, how he had used the very tools of the kingdom to chronicle its dark underside. He spoke of Karku, of the farmer in the quarries, of the merchant with the branded hand. He spoke of the fear, the hunger, the quiet despair that permeated Uruk. Ishtar listened, her face growing grimmer with each revelation. She understood that Enlil had not simply recorded events, but had imbued them with meaning, with judgment, with a silent plea for remembrance. This was not just writing, it was testimony. It was history being shaped by a quiet rebellion. "You have created a language of truth, Enlil," she said, her voice filled with a profound respect. "A way for the silent cries of our people to be heard, even if only by these silent stones." She knew then that Hammurabi's reign, built on fear and injustice, could not last. The very foundations of his power were eroding, not just from discontent, but from the silent, immutable truth etched in clay. Meanwhile, a delegation from the neighboring city-state of Lagash arrived in Uruk, seeking trade agreements. Their ruler, King Gudea, was known for his wisdom and piety, a stark contrast to Hammurabi's arbitrary rule. During a royal banquet, an old custom was observed. Scribes from both kingdoms would present their official records of recent events. Enlil, as always, presented Hammurabi's carefully curated version of prosperity and divine favor. The scribe from Lagash, however, presented a meticulous account of their own struggles with the drought, their efforts to conserve resources, and the sacrifices made by their people, all documented in clear, precise cuneiform. King Gudea, a man who valued truth and transparency, noticed the stark difference in the narratives. He observed Enlil's nervousness, the subtle tremor in his hands, the way his eyes avoided Hammurabi's gaze. A seed of suspicion was planted. After the banquet, Gudea, intrigued by the contrast, sought out Ishtar. He had heard whispers of Hammurabi's severity and hoped to gain a deeper understanding of the situation in Uruk. Ishtar, seeing an opportunity, subtly steered the conversation towards the topic of written records, emphasizing their importance in reflecting the true state of a kingdom. She spoke of the power of truth, even when inconvenient. Inspired by Ishtar's words and his own observations, Gudea made an unprecedented request. He asked Hammurabi to allow him to examine the complete archives of Uruk, to better understand their shared challenges during the drought. Hammurabi, ever boastful, saw no harm in this. His official records painted a picture of unblemished prosperity under his rule. He did not know of Enlil's secret cache. He instructed Enlil to present the records to King Gudea. This was a moment of terrifying reckoning for Enlil. With Queen Ishtar's silent encouragement and a growing sense of conviction, Enlil made a fateful decision. He would present not only the king's official records, but also his own secret tablets. He knew the risk was immense, but the opportunity to expose the truth, to give voice to the suffering, was too great to ignore. He carefully arranged both sets of tablets, keeping his personal chronicles subtly separate but within reach. When King Gudea sat down to review the archives, Enlil presented the official tablets first, meticulously detailing the king's version of events. Gudea listened patiently, but his brow furrowed with increasing concern. The official records were too perfect, too devoid of hardship, too dismissive of the human cost. "Are there no other records, scribe?" Gudea asked, his voice gentle but probing. "No accounts of the difficulties faced by your people?" Enlil took a deep breath. "There are, great king," he said, his voice trembling but resolute. "There are other accounts not meant for royal eyes but for the truth." He then produced his hidden tablets, laying them before Gudea. As Gudea examined Enlil's secret writings, his initial puzzlement turned to shock, then to outrage. The cuneiform, though at times subtly different in its symbolism, spoke of famine, forced labor, the water ordeal, and the tragic fate of Lord Karku. It told a story of a kingdom groaning under the weight of tyranny, a story that stood in stark contrast to the official narrative. Gudea, a man of justice, recognized the power of these records, the undeniable evidence of Hammurabi's cruelty. He understood the immense courage it took for Enlil to create and present them. This was more than just a deviation from official records. It was a damning indictment. Word of Enlil's revelation spread like wildfire through the court, whispered from noble to noble, finally reaching King Hammurabi's ears. The king, initially disbelieving, then furious, burst into the chamber where Gudea and Enlil were still poring over the tablets. "Treason!" Hammurabi roared, his face purple with rage. "This wretch has dared to defile my archives with lies. Guards, seize him. He shall face the most agonizing death." But Gudea, seeing the truth laid bare before him, stood between Hammurabi and Enlil. "Hold, King Hammurabi," Gudea commanded, his voice resonating with unexpected authority. "These are not lies. These are the truths your own scribe with immense bravery has documented. These tablets speak of suffering, injustice, and laws that mock the very gods you claim to serve." Hammurabi, momentarily stunned by Gudea's direct challenge, hesitated. He was accustomed to deference, not defiance, especially from a visiting monarch. "You dare question my rule, King Gudea?" Hammurabi snarled, his hand resting on the hilt of his ceremonial dagger. "I question not your rule, but your honor," Gudea retorted, unwavering. "These writings, King Hammurabi, will stand as your legacy. They tell of a ruler who preyed on his people, not protected them. The power of these marks, these cuneiform symbols, is greater than any sword, for they record what truly happened, and that truth cannot be erased." He gestured to Enlil's tablets. "These are the true chronicles of Uruk, not the falsehoods you sought to perpetuate." The confrontation hung heavy in the air. The nobles, accustomed to Hammurabi's absolute power, watched in stunned silence. Queen Ishtar, standing at the back of the chamber, offered Enlil a small, encouraging nod. The weight of the moment, the undeniable evidence, the presence of a respected foreign king, all began to chip away at Hammurabi's arrogant facade. He realized with a sickening lurch in his stomach that his reign of terror was coming to an end. The whispers of his people, once easily dismissed, were now amplified by the voice of a righteous king and the silent, undeniable testimony of the written word. In the end, Hammurabi's arrogance proved to be his undoing. The combined pressure from King Gudea, the growing unrest among his own nobles who were secretly appalled by his cruelty, and the irrefutable evidence provided by Enlil's writings, forced a dramatic shift. Hammurabi was not overthrown by a bloody rebellion, but by the slow, inexorable turning of opinion, by the undeniable truth revealed through the seemingly insignificant marks on clay. He was stripped of much of his power, his most cruel laws abolished, and his authority greatly diminished. He became a king in name only, his power curtailed, his reputation forever stained by the records Enlil had created. The whispers of his downfall echoed through the land, a testament to the power of truth. Enlil, the humble scribe, once a figure of fear and oppression, was elevated to a position of immense respect. He was appointed the chief archivist of Uruk, tasked with recording the history of the city with honesty and precision. Under the new, more benevolent leadership, Uruk began to heal. The cruel laws were replaced with fair ones. The granaries were managed with compassion, and the people, once bowed by fear, slowly began to reclaim their hope. And as for cuneiform, the system of writing that began as a simple tool for accounting, it had found its true voice. It had become a vessel for justice, a medium for bearing witness, a bridge between unspoken suffering and undeniable truth. The wedge-shaped marks, once symbols of grain and livestock, now held the weight of human experience, the stories of both tyrants and the oppressed. Enlil's courage, combined with the power of these first written words, had brought down a king and changed the course of a kingdom. The moral of this story, whispered across the millennia through the very cuneiform tablets it describes, is clear. Power, when wielded with cruelty and injustice, is ultimately brittle. It can be shattered not just by swords and armies, but by the quiet, persistent voice of truth, especially when that truth is carefully and courageously recorded. The written word, even in its earliest, most nascent form, possesses an enduring strength, a capacity to challenge tyranny and preserve the memory of those who suffered, ensuring that their stories and the lessons they carry are never truly lost. For in the soft clay baked hard by the sun, the Sumerians found not just a way to count their possessions, but a way to engrave their very humanity, their struggles and their triumphs for all eternity. It was a silent revolution, one wedge at a time, that proved the pen, or rather the stylus, could indeed be mightier than the sword, especially when wielded by a brave heart. And so, the legacy of cuneiform, born from necessity and forged in the fires of injustice, became a beacon for future civilizations, a testament to the enduring power of written language to shape history and hold even the mightiest rulers accountable. The shift in Uruk was not instantaneous, of course. Change, especially profound change, moves with the deliberate pace of a great river, slowly reshaping the landscape. Hammurabi, though stripped of his absolute power, still retained the trappings of kingship, a hollow crown upon his head, a ghost of his former authority. His days were now marked by brooding silence, his once thunderous voice reduced to resentful murmurs. The grand feasts he once enjoyed were now sparsely attended, his former sycophants having quickly gravitated towards the rising influence of King Gudea and the quiet, unwavering integrity of Queen Ishtar. The palace itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air lighter, less heavy with unspoken fear. Enlil, now the chief archivist, found his days filled with a new kind of purpose. He no longer hid his tablets beneath floorboards. Instead, a dedicated chamber within the royal palace was assigned to him, its walls lined with shelves meticulously crafted to hold the growing library of Uruk's true history. Young apprentices, eager to learn the intricate art of cuneiform, flocked to him, their bright, curious eyes a stark contrast to the weary resignation he had once seen in the faces around him. He taught them not just the signs and symbols, but the importance of accuracy, of honesty, of the profound responsibility that came with holding the stylus. He instilled in them the understanding that writing was more than just a tool for counting or decreeing. It was a vessel for memory, a guardian of truth, a silent voice for generations yet to come. One of Enlil's first major tasks under the new regime was to meticulously review and correct all the previous records distorted by Hammurabi's tyranny. This was a painstaking process, requiring him to cross-reference his secret chronicles with the official, sanitized versions. He found instances where harvests were exaggerated, where acts of charity by the king were fabricated, and where the fates of those who displeased him were either omitted or grossly misrepresented. Each correction was a small victory, a restoration of a fractured truth. He worked tirelessly, his fingers stained with clay, his mind sharp, driven by the memory of Karku, of the branded merchant, of the countless anonymous sufferers whose plights he had dared to record. Queen Ishtar, now wielding significant influence in the governance of Uruk, worked hand in hand with King Gudea to implement reforms. They established fairer laws regarding land ownership and harvest distribution, ensuring that peasants received a just share of their labor. The dreaded water ordeal was abolished, replaced by a system of impartial judgment by a council of elders, advised by Enlil and his detailed records. Trade flourished once more between Uruk and its neighbors, built on trust and mutual respect rather than coercion. The old, strained alliances Hammurabi had forged through fear began to mend, replaced by genuine diplomatic ties. Yet even in this period of healing, the echoes of past cruelty lingered. There were those among the older nobles who still clung to the remnants of Hammurabi's style of governance, grumbling about the softness of the new rule. They yearned for the days when their word was law, when their whims dictated the lives of thousands. Lord Nergal, who had benefited so greatly from Karku's downfall, was one such individual. He found his newly acquired lands now subject to fairer taxes and scrutiny, his power significantly curtailed. He seethed in resentment, secretly plotting to undermine the new order. He saw Enlil's meticulous records as a constant threat, a reminder of the justice that had stripped him of his ill-gotten gains. Nergal began to spread rumors, whispering in the corners of the marketplace and within the remaining loyalist factions of the court. He suggested that Enlil's true histories were nothing but fabrications, a clever ploy to discredit the rightful king and seize power for himself. He painted Queen Ishtar as a weak ruler, easily swayed by a common scribe and a foreign king. These whispers, though initially dismissed, began to gain traction among those who felt dispossessed by the new reforms, or who simply preferred the old ways of brute force and unquestioning obedience. One day, a new drought threatened the land, less severe than the previous one, but enough to cause anxiety. Nergal seized this opportunity. He publicly accused Enlil of mismanaging the granaries, claiming that his newfangled accounting methods were faulty and had led to a shortfall. He demanded that Enlil's records be put to the test, proposing a public audit. This was a calculated move, designed to sow doubt and discredit Enlil in the eyes of the people. If Enlil's detailed but complex cuneiform accounts could be perceived as confusing or inaccurate, it would undermine not only his authority, but also the legitimacy of the reforms. Enlil, though concerned, was not afraid. His records were meticulous, painstakingly compiled over years. He welcomed the audit, knowing that the truth was on his side. Queen Ishtar and King Gudea, who had remained in Uruk to oversee the transition, also supported Enlil, recognizing Nergal's transparent attempt to destabilize the kingdom. The public audit was a grand affair, held in the central plaza of Uruk. Tables laden with clay tablets were arranged, Enlil's scribes meticulously laying out their inventories of grain, livestock, and trade. Lord Nergal, accompanied by his own scribes who had been trained in the older, less precise methods of accounting, stood by, sneering, ready to pounce on any perceived error. The citizens of Uruk gathered, their faces a mixture of hope and trepidation. They remembered the last drought, the suffering, the cruelty. They hoped this new leadership truly represented a better path. As the audit commenced, Enlil calmly presented his records, explaining each cuneiform sign, each calculation, with a clarity that belied the complexity of the task. He showed how the granaries were managed, how reserves were carefully maintained, how distributions were made based on need rather than favoritism. His system, refined over years of silent observation and innovation, was elegant in its precision. Nergal's scribes, however, struggled to interpret Enlil's more advanced cuneiform, finding it too detailed, too intricate compared to their own simpler, less comprehensive records. They pointed to discrepancies, small differences in numbers, but Enlil patiently explained each one, tracing the origin of the figures, showing how every ear of barley, every head of cattle was accounted for. He had even developed specific cuneiform signs for concepts like estimated yield, actual yield, and loss due to pestilence, allowing for a far more nuanced and accurate record than ever before. As the days of the audit stretched into weeks, Nergal's accusations began to unravel. Enlil's records, though initially appearing daunting in their detail, proved to be undeniably accurate and transparent. He could trace every transaction, every movement of resources, every piece of information with an irrefutable clarity. The people, initially wary, began to understand the power of this new, precise form of written accounting. They saw that it was designed not to deceive, but to ensure fairness and efficiency. Finally, King Gudea, who had been observing the proceedings with keen interest, stepped forward. "Lord Nergal," he announced, his voice carrying across the plaza, "your accusations have been thoroughly investigated. Enlil's records are not only accurate but exemplary. His system of writing and accounting has brought unprecedented clarity and honesty to the management of Uruk's resources. It has ensured that the people are fed, and that justice prevails in the distribution of what the land provides." Nergal, defeated and humiliated, tried to protest, but his words were drowned out by the murmurs of the crowd, murmurs that were no longer fearful but appreciative, even celebratory. The public audit, meant to discredit Enlil, had instead cemented his reputation and the legitimacy of the new governance. Lord Nergal, stripped of his remaining influence and exposed as a petty schemer, found himself isolated. His lands were not confiscated, as they might have been under Hammurabi, but he was publicly reprimanded and forbidden from holding any position of power in Uruk. The downfall of another arrogant figure was witnessed, a testament that cruelty and deceit would no longer be tolerated. The incident further solidified the importance of cuneiform, not just as a tool for administration, but as a safeguard against corruption and a pillar of justice. Enlil's innovative use of the script, pushing its boundaries to encompass complex data and nuanced truths, transformed it from a mere administrative tool into a powerful instrument of societal order and moral accountability. His legacy was not just the records he created, but the system he perfected, a system that would continue to evolve and serve future generations. The very concept of written law began to take deeper root in Uruk, moving beyond the arbitrary decrees of a single ruler. Inspired by Enlil's meticulously documented truths, Queen Ishtar, with Gudea's guidance, commissioned the creation of a comprehensive code of laws, inscribed on sturdy clay cylinders. These laws were not based on the whims of a king, but on principles of fairness, equity, and public good, drawn from the experiences of the people and the injustices of the past. They covered everything from trade disputes to property rights, from criminal justice to family matters. This was a monumental undertaking, a true codification of justice, and Enlil and his scribes were at the heart of it. Each law was carefully formulated, discussed by a council, and then painstakingly carved into the wet clay, multiple copies made and distributed to key locations throughout Uruk. These were public documents, accessible to all, ensuring that justice was transparent and understood. No longer could a ruler hide behind vague pronouncements or arbitrary judgments. The written word stood as an unyielding arbiter, a constant reminder of the agreed-upon standards of societal behavior. This period marked a golden age for Uruk, a time of peace, prosperity, and intellectual flourishing. The reforms implemented by Queen Ishtar and King Gudea, supported by Enlil's revolutionary approach to writing and record-keeping, transformed the city-state. Other city-states, observing Uruk's stability and success, began to adopt similar practices, sending their own scribes to learn from Enlil's academy. The influence of Uruk's cuneiform system, perfected and democratized by Enlil, spread across Mesopotamia, laying the groundwork for the widespread adoption and development of written language. Enlil lived a long and fulfilling life. He saw his students become master scribes, carrying his legacy forward. He saw Uruk flourish, its people free from the fear that had once defined their existence. He saw the power of his simple, wedge-shaped marks grow into a formidable force for good, a testament to the enduring impact of innovation driven by a moral compass. He never sought power or accolades for himself, content in the knowledge that his quiet act of defiance had reshaped a kingdom. He often reflected on how a tool designed for mundane accounting could become the ultimate weapon against tyranny, simply by being used to preserve the truth. The stylus in his hands had not merely recorded history, it had made history. The final years of his life were spent not in grand pronouncements, but in teaching and reflecting. He often took his youngest pupils to the vast archive, now filled with thousands upon thousands of tablets, each a tiny piece of Uruk's story. He would pick up an ancient tablet, perhaps one of his very first secret recordings, and tell them the tale of King Hammurabi, of Karku, of the suffering, and of the profound lesson learned. Remember, he would tell them, his voice soft, these marks are more than just symbols. They are the voice of our ancestors. They are the guardians of our truth. Use them wisely, for the written word holds the greatest power of all, the power to remember and thus, the power to prevent history from repeating its darkest chapters. And so, the legacy of the Sumerian cuneiform, born from the necessity of managing complex societies, honed by the crucible of injustice, and ultimately transformed by the courage of a humble scribe, became the bedrock of all subsequent written communication in the ancient world. It showed that even in the most brutal of times, a single individual, armed with intellect and integrity, could wield a quiet power greater than any king's command. The wedge-shaped marks on clay, seemingly insignificant, were the first whispers of a revolution that would echo through human history for millennia, defining civilization itself. From these ancient impressions, our own complex world of written words, laws, and stories truly began. The quiet courage of Enlil and the enduring power of his innovation continues to remind us that truth, when given a voice, can indeed move mountains and reshape destinies. His story is a powerful reminder that the true strength of a society lies not in the might of its rulers, but in the integrity of its records and the justice it extends to all its people. The silent language of the clay, first forged in Sumer, remains a timeless testament to this enduring truth. The profound impact of Enlil's work and the subsequent reforms in Uruk rippled far beyond its city walls. Neighboring city-states, initially cautious, began to send their own scholars and scribes to learn from Uruk's revitalized academy. The rigorous methods of accounting, the transparent legal codes, and the general spirit of justice that now permeated Uruk were seen as benchmarks for good governance. This cultural exchange fostered a period of unprecedented intellectual growth across Mesopotamia. Scribes from Kish, from Lagash, from Umma would arrive in Uruk, their eyes wide with a thirst for knowledge, eager to decipher the nuances of Enlil's perfected cuneiform system. Enlil himself, by then an old man with wise eyes and hands gnarled by years of shaping clay, would personally oversee their training. He taught them the subtle differences in wedge pressure that could distinguish a pictogram for water from one for rain, the complex ligatures that bound individual signs into nuanced concepts. But more importantly, he taught them the philosophy behind the script, that writing was a sacred trust, a means to uphold order and fairness, not just a tool for the powerful. He recounted the story of Hammurabi's downfall, not with bitterness, but as a cautionary tale, emphasizing how easily power could corrupt when unchecked by truth. This widespread adoption of Uruk's scribal traditions had several unforeseen, yet profound, consequences. Firstly, it led to a standardization of cuneiform script across a broader region. While local variations persisted, the core signs and their meanings became more universally understood, facilitating intercity communication and trade. This meant that a merchant from Ur could read the trade contracts written in Uruk, and a diplomat from Kish could understand the royal decrees from Lagash. This linguistic unity fostered a sense of shared culture and reduced misunderstandings that often led to conflict. Secondly, the emphasis on comprehensive record-keeping instilled by Enlil led to an explosion in the types of documents being produced. Beyond administrative and legal texts, scribes began to record myths, epic poems, hymns to the gods, and even early scientific observations of the stars and the movement of the rivers. The very act of writing, once largely utilitarian, now became a powerful medium for cultural expression and the preservation of collective knowledge. Libraries began to emerge in temples and palaces, housing vast collections of clay tablets, each a window into the Sumerian worldview. These collections were not just archives, they were treasure troves of human thought. The influence of these written traditions extended even to the very concept of historical narrative. Before Enlil, much of history was passed down orally, prone to exaggeration, omission, and distortion over generations. With cuneiform, scribes could record events as they happened, creating contemporary historical accounts. While not always perfectly objective, these written histories provided a far more stable and verifiable record than spoken traditions. Future generations could literally read the past, learn from its mistakes, and celebrate its triumphs. It was the birth of documented history itself, allowing civilization to build upon previous knowledge rather than constantly rediscovering it. However, the power of the written word also brought new challenges. As the script became more widespread and sophisticated, so did the potential for its misuse. Not all rulers were as benevolent as Queen Ishtar or King Gudea. There were always those who sought to manipulate truth for their own gain. Scribes, now wielding considerable influence, found themselves caught between the demands of powerful patrons and the ethical responsibility Enlil had instilled in them. The temptation to alter records, to flatter a ruler, or to obscure inconvenient truths was ever present. Enlil, in his twilight years, foresaw this danger. He dedicated much of his later teachings to emphasizing the moral imperative of the scribe. He articulated a code of conduct for his apprentices, stressing impartiality, accuracy, and courage. He taught them to be the eyes and ears of truth, to resist pressure, and to understand that their loyalty was ultimately to the integrity of the record itself, not to any fleeting power. He knew that the fight for truth was an ongoing one, and that the written word, while a mighty weapon, required vigilant custodians. He often spoke of the importance of context, of understanding the subtle nuances of cuneiform signs, and of the dangers of misinterpretation. A single wedge misplaced, he would explain, holding up a tablet, can change the meaning of a decree can condemn an innocent man or rewrite history itself. Your duty is not merely to copy, but to understand, to verify, to interpret with wisdom and a clear conscience. He cultivated in his students not just technical skill, but critical thinking and an unwavering commitment to ethical practice. One significant event that underscored the enduring impact of Enlil's work, even years after his physical passing, involved a dispute between the city-states of Umma and Lagash over a fertile border region known as the Gaidina. This land had been a source of intermittent conflict for generations, with each city claiming ancient rights to its resources. Prior rulers had attempted to resolve the dispute through warfare or by arbitrarily redrawing borders, only for the conflict to flare up again. Now, however, with the widespread adoption of Uruk's scribal traditions, a new approach was proposed. King Enatum of Lagash and King Lugalzagesi of Umma, both rulers who had been influenced by the reforms emanating from Uruk, agreed to a diplomatic resolution, using written records as their primary evidence. They decided that a neutral arbiter, a respected high priest from Nippur, a city known for its ancient wisdom and reverence for the written word, would examine the historical records of both cities to determine the rightful claim. This was an unprecedented undertaking. Scribes from both Umma and Lagash arrived in Nippur, laden with thousands of clay tablets, some dating back centuries. Among them were land surveys, treaties, accounts of ancient battles, and decrees from long-dead kings. The high priest, assisted by a team of Uruk-trained scribes, began the monumental task of sifting through these records. The process was long and arduous. Weeks turned into months. The scribes painstakingly deciphered damaged tablets, pieced together fragmented texts, and cross-referenced claims. They found instances where older rulers had indeed manipulated records, just as Hammurabi had done in Uruk. They uncovered conflicting narratives, deliberate omissions, and outright fabrications. The true history of the Gaidina was a tangled web of claims and counterclaims, battles and truces. However, thanks to the methods Enlil had championed, particularly the emphasis on corroborating evidence and the meticulous dating of documents, the arbiters were able to distinguish genuine historical accounts from propaganda. They identified the oldest, most consistent records, those that bore the hallmarks of impartial observation, often from scribes who had served temples rather than kings directly. These older tablets, some of which predated even Hammurabi's reign, provided undeniable proof of the original demarcation lines established by truly ancient agreements. After nearly a year of diligent study, the high priest of Nippur issued his verdict, based entirely on the written evidence. He presented a meticulously detailed report, carved into a large, prominent clay stele, outlining the history of the Gaidina dispute and explaining, sign by sign, how the ancient records led to his decision. The verdict was not entirely favorable to either side, but it was fair, based on documented truth rather than force. Both King Enatum and King Lugalzagesi, despite minor disagreements, ultimately accepted the verdict. They understood that the written word had provided a pathway to peace that warfare had never achieved. The Gaidina dispute, which had claimed countless lives over generations, was finally resolved, not by the sword, but by the stylus. This event became a landmark in Mesopotamian history, demonstrating the profound power of documented truth and the potential of cuneiform to foster diplomacy and prevent conflict. It was a victory not just for the two city-states, but for the very concept of written law and reasoned dispute resolution. This triumph of the written word cemented Enlil's legacy as a true visionary. His quiet revolution, born from an act of individual courage, had blossomed into a system that could bring justice to a whole civilization. The moral of his story continued to resonate through the ages, that the persistent pursuit and preservation of truth, even in the face of immense power and adversity, will ultimately prevail. The first writing of the Sumerians, cuneiform, began as a simple series of wedge marks, but through the courage of individuals like Enlil, it transformed into the bedrock of law, history, and the very foundation of human civilization. The silent voices etched in clay continue to speak, whispering lessons of justice, truth, and the enduring power of the written word, an eternal testament to how a small, almost invisible tool can reshape the destiny of empires and the daily lives of countless people. The story of cuneiform is, in essence, the story of humanity learning to record itself, to remember, to learn, and to build a future upon the solid ground of documented truth. The resolution of the Gaidina dispute through written arbitration served as a potent example, inspiring other regions to embrace the evolving power of cuneiform. It was clear that a well-documented past could indeed pave the way for a more peaceful future. The reverence for the written word grew, and scribal schools, influenced by Uruk's pedagogical methods, flourished across Mesopotamia. Becoming a scribe was no longer just a humble trade. It was a pathway to influence, to knowledge, and to contributing to the stability of the realm. Parents from all walks of life, from wealthy merchants to ambitious farmers, aspired to send their children to these schools, understanding that literacy was becoming synonymous with power and status. The training of a scribe was rigorous and long. It began with mastering hundreds and eventually thousands of cuneiform signs, each often representing not just a word or a syllable, but sometimes an entire concept. Students would spend years copying texts, from simple accounting lists to complex legal documents, religious hymns, and epic poems. They learned the proper way to prepare clay tablets, how to hold the reed stylus to achieve the precise wedge shapes, and how to dry and fire the tablets for permanence. But more than just technical skills, they were taught critical thinking, logic, and the ethical responsibilities associated with their craft, echoing Enlil's foundational principles. As the body of cuneiform literature grew, a new class of intellectuals emerged, scholars who dedicated their lives not just to copying, but to studying, interpreting, and preserving the vast textual heritage. They compiled dictionaries, created thematic catalogs of tablets, and developed sophisticated methods for textual analysis. These scholars often gathered in temple libraries, which became vibrant centers of learning, attracting thinkers from across the land. The knowledge preserved in cuneiform encompassed astronomy, mathematics, medicine, divination, and elaborate mythologies. It was a complete intellectual world, all held within the seemingly simple medium of clay. The influence of cuneiform even extended into the realm of daily life in subtle, yet significant ways. Personal letters became more common, allowing individuals to communicate across distances with a clarity and permanence that oral messages could not provide. Merchants used written receipts and contracts to solidify agreements, reducing disputes. Even ordinary citizens, if they could afford a scribe, could have their grievances formally documented, giving them a voice in a way that was previously unimaginable. The written word was gradually democratizing access to justice and information, albeit slowly. However, as centuries passed, the Sumerian language itself began to face challenges. New peoples migrated into Mesopotamia, bringing their own languages and cultures. The Akkadians, Semitic speakers from the north, gradually gained dominance. While they adopted cuneiform as their writing system, they adapted it to their own language, much as others would later do with languages like Elamite, Hittite, and Hurrian. This adaptation process was complex, as cuneiform was originally designed for Sumerian, an agglutinative language, very different from the Semitic Akkadian. This period marked a transition. Sumerian, while still the language of scholarship, religion, and the oldest traditions, slowly faded from everyday spoken use. Akkadian became the lingua franca of the region, the language of administration and commerce. Yet, Sumerian cuneiform continued to be studied and meticulously copied by scribes, much like Latin was studied in medieval Europe. Scribes became bilingual, mastering both Sumerian and Akkadian, often creating lexical lists and grammatical texts to aid in the study of the ancient Sumerian. This ensured that the vast Sumerian literary and historical heritage, including Enlil's pioneering work, was preserved and accessible to future generations, even as their spoken tongue shifted. The evolution of cuneiform itself continued, becoming more abstract and simplified over time. The early pictographic elements, which were still discernible in Enlil's time, became less obvious as scribes increasingly favored phonetic signs that represented syllables rather than entire words or concepts. This simplification made the script more efficient, though it still required immense training to master. The very act of writing on clay with a stylus, however, remained fundamentally unchanged for millennia. The stories and lessons embedded in the earliest cuneiform texts, particularly those emphasizing justice and truth, continued to resonate. For instance, centuries after Enlil, a far more famous Hammurabi, king of Babylon, would emerge. This later Hammurabi, perhaps learning from the cautionary tales recorded in earlier cuneiform, would also commission a comprehensive code of laws. This renowned Code of Hammurabi, inscribed on a magnificent black diorite stele, was not just a collection of arbitrary rules, but a systematic attempt to establish justice and order, drawing heavily on the precedents set by earlier Sumerian legal traditions documented in cuneiform. The very existence of this later code, public and accessible, was a direct legacy of the path forged by individuals like Enlil, who insisted on transparent, written law. The decline of cuneiform, when it finally came, was gradual and spanned centuries. It began with the rise of alphabetic scripts, which were far simpler to learn and use, requiring only a few dozen signs rather than hundreds or thousands. A new technology, parchment and papyrus, also offered lighter and more portable writing surfaces than heavy clay tablets. By the Hellenistic period, as Greek culture and language spread across the Near East, cuneiform began to be relegated to specialist scholars and temple rituals. Its use slowly dwindled until by the 1st century CE, the last cuneiform tablet was inscribed. The silent voices of Sumer were finally silenced, or so it seemed. For nearly 2 millennia, the vast libraries of cuneiform tablets lay buried beneath the sands of Mesopotamia, their secrets forgotten, their languages unread. The cities of Sumer, once bustling centers of innovation and power, crumbled into Tell's mounds of earth concealing the remnants of forgotten civilizations. The stories of kings, queens, nobles, peasants, their laws, their suffering, their triumphs, all lay dormant, waiting for rediscovery. It was not until the 19th century, with the dawn of modern archaeology, that these buried cities began to yield their treasures. Explorers and scholars, driven by curiosity and a thirst for ancient knowledge, unearthed vast numbers of clay tablets, but the languages they contained, Sumerian and Akkadian, were completely unknown. The decipherment of cuneiform became one of the greatest intellectual challenges of the age, a puzzle that captivated minds across Europe. It took decades of painstaking work, comparing texts, identifying recurring patterns, and eventually, a crucial breakthrough with the discovery of multilingual inscriptions, similar to the Rosetta Stone for Egyptian hieroglyphs. Scholars like Henry Rawlinson and George Smith slowly, meticulously, unlocked the secrets of the wedge-shaped marks. As the languages were deciphered, the ancient voices of Sumer and Akkad began to speak again. And among the thousands upon thousands of tablets that revealed grand epics, royal decrees, and everyday accounts, were tablets that told stories of injustice, of courageous scribes, of the very origins of their writing system. The narrative of a quiet revolution, initiated by individuals like Enlil, came to light once more. The moral of the story, that truth endures and that the written word can hold power accountable, echoed across the millennia, proving that even after its physical demise, cuneiform continued to impart its timeless lessons. The rediscovery and decipherment of cuneiform were not just academic achievements. They fundamentally reshaped our understanding of human history. They revealed that civilization, writing, and complex societal structures did not begin with Greece or Rome, but thousands of years earlier, in the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia. The Sumerians, through their ingenious invention and its dedicated custodians like Enlil, laid the groundwork for so much of what we now consider fundamental to human civilization. Their silent marks in clay truly changed the world, proving that even in the most ancient past, the spirit of justice, the desire for truth, and the power of individual integrity could leave an indelible mark on the course of history, ensuring that even the most arrogant rulers would eventually face the silent, unyielding judgment of the written record. The enduring legacy of cuneiform reminds us that true power lies not in fleeting authority, but in the permanent inscription of truth for all generations to witness and learn from. The lessons gleaned from the decipherment of cuneiform, particularly those from the Sumerian period, offered humanity a mirror to its own past, reflecting not just ancient advancements, but also the persistent struggles for justice and ethical governance. Scholars discovered that the core concerns of the Sumerians, fair trade, equitable law, communal well-being, and accountability of rulers, resonated deeply with modern human aspirations. It was as if the voices of Enlil and his contemporaries, once buried beneath forgotten cities, were speaking directly to the present. The rediscovery of these ancient texts also illuminated the cyclical nature of power and corruption. The narratives of arrogant kings like Hammurabi of Uruk, who believed themselves above reproach, served as timeless warnings. Their downfalls, often orchestrated not by grand armies, but by the quiet, persistent truth recorded by courageous scribes, underscored a profound moral, that even the most formidable power eventually crumbles in the face of verifiable truth. This truth, meticulously etched into clay, became a silent but unwavering judge across millennia. Modern historians, sociologists, and legal scholars continue to pore over cuneiform tablets, finding in them not just historical data, but insights into the very foundations of human society. The Sumerian legal codes, for instance, revealed sophisticated concepts of due process, compensation for damages, and even rudimentary forms of consumer protection, challenging previous assumptions about the primitiveness of ancient justice systems. These insights were directly attributable to the Sumerian innovation of writing down their laws and legal proceedings, ensuring transparency and precedent. The narrative of Enlil, though a fictionalized composite reflecting the spirit of many Sumerian scribes, powerfully embodies the often unsung heroism of those who committed themselves to the written word. In a world where power was often brutally enforced through physical might, the scribe wielded a different kind of strength, the power of information, documentation, and ultimately, memory. They were the gatekeepers of knowledge, the chroniclers of events, and the silent witnesses to both human cruelty and compassion. Their meticulous work ensured that the experiences of their civilizations would not vanish with the last breath of a generation, but would persist, offering guidance and warning to all who came after. This profound respect for the written record continues to influence our understanding of accountability in the modern world. The idea that actions, particularly those of powerful individuals and institutions, should be documented, verifiable, and open to scrutiny, has its roots in these ancient Mesopotamian practices. From government archives to journalistic integrity, the principle of a clear, unalterable record, capable of standing as evidence, echoes the very innovation that Enlil championed. The very landscape of education was also shaped by the scribal traditions. The rigor, discipline, and memorization required to master cuneiform laid the groundwork for formal schooling. The idea of a structured curriculum, of progressive learning from basic signs to complex literature, of specialized teachers guiding students through years of study, all have their ancient antecedents in the Sumerian scribal academies. These institutions were not just vocational schools. They were centers of intellectual development that valued critical thinking and comprehensive knowledge. Moreover, the Sumerian literary tradition, preserved in cuneiform, profoundly influenced subsequent cultures. Myths like the Epic of Gilgamesh, discovered on cuneiform tablets, revealed astonishing parallels to later biblical narratives and classical Greek mythology, demonstrating the interconnectedness of ancient human thought and storytelling. These texts showed that fundamental human questions about life, death, heroism, and the divine were being explored and articulated in sophisticated ways thousands of years before what was previously thought possible. The tale of cuneiform is a testament to the enduring human drive to communicate, to remember, and to seek order in a chaotic world. It began with simple wedges pressed into wet clay, a humble solution to an administrative problem. But through the courage of individuals, through the dedication of countless scribes, and through the evolution of an entire civilization, it transformed into something far grander, the very foundation of recorded human history, law, and literature. It empowered the voiceless, held the powerful accountable, and laid the intellectual groundwork for all who would follow. Even today, when we consider the ephemeral nature of digital information, the physicality of a cuneiform tablet offers a powerful counterpoint. These clay tablets, fired hard by ancient kilns or baked by the Mesopotamian sun, survived millennia of neglect, war, and natural disaster. They were durable, tangible records designed to endure. This tangibility speaks volumes about the Sumerians' deep-seated desire for permanence, their understanding that some truths, some stories, must literally be carved in stone, or rather, in clay, to resist the erosion of time and the rewriting of history by those in power. The story of the first writing of the Sumerians, therefore, is not just a tale of ancient times. It is a living lesson, echoing through our own modern world, reminding us of the immense power of the written word. It teaches us that vigilance is required to protect truth, that courage is needed to record injustice, and that the ultimate legacy of any civilization rests not on its temporary conquests, but on the enduring wisdom and honesty it manages to transmit across the ages, etched, perhaps, into a tablet of humble clay. The quiet, persistent tap-tap-tap of the scribe's stylus, thousands of years ago in the dusty plains of Mesopotamia, was the sound of humanity taking its first monumental steps towards self-awareness, self-documentation, and ultimately, self-governance. It was the birth of history, born from the courage to write it down, honestly and unequivocally. And that truly is a tale worth remembering. Welcome to a tale whispered from the shadows of history, a story of promises and power, of vulnerability and veiled intentions. Tonight, we journey back to an age of castles and kings, a time when a woman's destiny was often not her own, intricately woven into the fabric of political maneuverings and social expectations, often through the very idea of marriage. If this journey into the past, into the quiet unfolding of historical truths, brings you a sense of calm and helps you unwind, then perhaps consider a like and a subscription, as it truly helps this channel. Let's get started. The wind, a constant companion in the bleak stone halls of Castle Blackwood, often carried with it the faint scent of wood smoke and the distant bleating of sheep. But to Lady Alara, it mostly brought a chilling reminder of her precarious position. She was barely 18, her hands still soft from youth, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of noble life, yet her mind was already burdened with the weight of her family's future. Her father, a baron of middling lands, had fallen ill, his cough growing steadily worse with each passing winter, and his gaze, once sharp and commanding, now held a pleading quality as he looked at his only daughter. The promise of marriage for Alara was not a dream of love, but a heavy cloak of duty. It was whispered in the courts that Lord Beaumont, a man whose lands bordered theirs to the west, had expressed interest. Beaumont was known for his ruthlessness, his temper as volatile as a summer storm, and his face, scarred from a hunting accident, was not one to inspire warmth. Yet he was powerful, his coffers full, and his alliance would secure the Blackwood lands, a fact her ailing father impressed upon her with tearful earnestness. Alara would sit by the hearth, the firelight dancing across her anxious features, listening to her mother recount tales of other noblewomen, how their marriages had solidified alliances, brought peace to warring families, or, conversely, how a refusal had led to ruin, to lands confiscated, and families scattered. These stories were not just cautionary tales. They were blueprints for survival in a world where a woman's body and lineage were valuable commodities, traded and negotiated like any other asset. The manipulation began subtly, not with outright threats, but with a gentle guiding hand, a constant reinforcement of duty, honor, and the well-being of the family. "It is for the good of us all, my dear," her mother would say, stroking Alara's hair, her voice soft as velvet. A woman's strength lies in her sacrifice, in her ability to secure her lineage. Alara would nod, her throat tight with unasked questions, with unspoken fears. She had once dreamed of a different life, perhaps a scholar's life, hidden amongst scrolls and ancient texts, or even a simple life in the village, tending a small garden. But those were frivolous dreams, quickly dismissed by the pragmatism of her upbringing. A noblewoman's path was set, a narrow road leading to the altar, and beyond that to the birthing bed, to the management of a household, and the constant navigation of a husband's moods and whims. The negotiations between her father and Lord Beaumont's emissaries were shrouded in secrecy, conducted behind closed doors, the murmur of voices a constant backdrop to Alara's days. She imagined them haggling over her dowry, discussing the number of acres, the silver, the finest linens, treating her not as a person, but as a collection of assets. It was a dehumanizing thought, yet she knew it was the reality. One afternoon, while walking in the castle gardens, where wilting roses clung defiantly to their trellises, Alara overheard two serving women gossiping. They spoke of Lady Isolde from a neighboring barony, who had been promised to a much older lord. Isolde, they whispered, had been defiant, refusing to leave her home, believing her father would relent. But the lord, angered by the perceived slight, had used his influence with the king, accusing Isolde's father of disloyalty. The father, facing ruin and perhaps execution, had been forced to lock his daughter away until she agreed. Isolde eventually married the old lord, but her spirit, they said, was broken, her eyes forever holding a distant, haunted look. This story chilled Elara to the bone, a stark illustration of the consequences of resistance. It wasn't just about her future, it was about the survival of her entire family. The threat of legal repercussions of royal decree was a powerful weapon in the hands of the powerful, and kings in their boundless authority could reshape destinies with a mere stroke of a quill. The concept of justice often bent to the will of the influential. The king himself, King Alaric, was a figure of immense power, his decrees absolute. He was known for his love of lavish feasts and his short temper. He saw himself as the ultimate arbiter, and his word was law, often to the detriment of those beneath him. Many a noble family had been brought low by a king's displeasure, their lands seized, their titles stripped away, all because of a perceived insult or a political misstep. In such a world, the promise of marriage, especially to a powerful family, was not just a social contract. It was a matter of political stability and economic survival. Daughters were pawns in a grand game of chess, moved across the board to secure strategic advantages. Elara knew that her personal feelings, her fears, her hopes for love were utterly irrelevant in this equation. The day Lord Beaumont arrived at Castle Blackwood for their formal betrothal was a somber one. The castle buzzed with nervous energy. Servants scurried about, preparing a feast, polishing silver and hanging tapestries. Elara was dressed in her finest gown, a deep blue velvet that seemed to absorb all the light from the room, making her appear even paler. Her mother had braided her hair with pearls, a vain attempt to add cheer to her somber face. When Lord Beaumont finally entered the great hall, his presence seemed to suck the warmth from the air. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, with eyes that seemed to constantly assess and calculate. The scar on his cheek pulled at the corner of his mouth, giving him a perpetual sneer. He did not smile at Elara, merely nodded, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, a look that felt less like admiration and more like ownership. The betrothal ceremony was a blur of Latin prayers, solemn vows, and the clinking of goblets. Elara felt a profound sense of unreality, as if she were watching a play unfold, starring someone else. Her hand trembled slightly as Lord Beaumont slipped a heavy silver ring onto her finger, its cold metal a stark contrast to her warm skin. She felt trapped, a bird with clipped wings, destined for a gilded cage. After the ceremony during the feast, she watched as her father, looking frail but relieved, conversed animatedly with Lord Beaumont, their voices low and conspiratorial. She understood then with a crushing certainty that she had been traded, a bargain struck for the sake of security. The wine flowed freely, and the hall grew boisterous, but Elara remained quiet, a silent observer of her own fate. The manipulation wasn't just about securing the alliance. It was also about conditioning the woman to accept her lot, to believe it was her duty, her honor, her natural place. From a young age, noble girls were taught the importance of obedience, of piety, of managing a household, all skills designed to make them suitable wives. Their education rarely extended beyond these domestic and social expectations. They were often kept sheltered, their worldview narrow, making them more susceptible to the narrative spun by their elders. The concept of individual agency, of self-determination, was a foreign one for many women in the Middle Ages, particularly those of noble birth whose lives were so intertwined with political and economic concerns. The weight of tradition, of religious teachings, and of familial pressure created an invisible but incredibly strong set of chains. Elara's mother, Lady Agnes, though kind in her own way, was a product of this system. She believed with unwavering conviction that a woman's fulfillment came from a good marriage, from bearing heirs, and from maintaining her husband's household with grace and efficiency. She had accepted her own arranged marriage, learned to manage her feelings, and expected Elara to do the same. This wasn't malice. It was simply the accepted way of the world. Yet the seeds of discontent, however small, had begun to sprout in Alara's heart. She had seen glimpses of a different kind of freedom in the stories told by traveling merchants, of women who owned businesses in faraway cities, of healers who lived independently. These fleeting images offered a tantalizing, almost forbidden, alternative to her predetermined path, but they were just whispers against a gale. The wedding day arrived, bleak and rainy, mirroring Alara's mood. The ceremony was held in the castle chapel, a small, cold room that smelled of old stone and incense. Her father, looking even more gaunt, gave her hand to Lord Beaumont, his grip surprisingly firm, a silent plea for her to be strong. As the priest droned on, Alara looked out a narrow window, watching the rain streak down the glass, blurring the world outside. She wondered if she would ever truly see it clearly again. She wondered if her tears would ever stop. The transition to Lady Beaumont's castle was swift and stark. It was a larger, grander fortress, but it felt colder, more impersonal than her childhood home. Lord Beaumont was often away, engaged in skirmishes with rival lords or attending court, leaving Alara to preside over a household she barely knew, staffed by servants who regarded her with cautious curiosity. His cruelty, which had been a whisper, became a tangible presence. He was quick to anger, his words like daggers, and his punishments for perceived slights, even among the servants, were harsh and disproportionate. She witnessed a stable hand being publicly flogged for a minor oversight, his cries echoing through the courtyard, a chilling demonstration of her husband's power and his willingness to use it. This casual brutality solidified her fear. She learned to tread carefully, to keep her opinions to herself, to become an almost invisible presence in her own home. The promise of marriage, for which she had sacrificed her freedom, now felt like a curse. It had secured her family, yes, but at what cost to her own soul? The weight of her situation pressed down on her, often leading to long, sleepless nights filled with anxiety. She longed for a confidant, a kind voice, but found none. Even her ladies-in-waiting, carefully chosen by Lord Beaumont's steward, seemed to watch her with an air of distant observation, never offering true comfort. The silence of the castle, broken only by the wind or the distant barking of hounds, amplified her loneliness. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The tapestry of her life was being woven with threads of sorrow and resignation. She fulfilled her duties, managed the household, and attended to her husband's needs when he was present, all with a practiced, detached grace. But beneath the surface, a quiet rebellion began to stir. It wasn't a loud, defiant act, but a subtle shifting within her spirit, a refusal to be utterly consumed by the darkness. She found solace in the castle library, a dusty, neglected room filled with forgotten scrolls and ancient tomes. There, amidst the smell of aged parchment and fatting ink, she discovered stories of strong women, of queens who ruled justly, of priestesses who held power, of heroines who defied expectations. These tales were a lifeline, feeding a flicker of hope that perhaps, even within the confines of her gilded cage, there might be a way to reclaim a piece of herself. She learned to read more than just devotional texts, devouring histories, philosophies, and even forbidden poetry, each word a tiny act of defiance against the imposed ignorance of her world. This quiet pursuit of knowledge became her secret rebellion, a mental escape from the oppressive reality of her marriage. The guards outside her door, placed there by her suspicious husband, watched her comings and goings, but they couldn't see the world she was building within her own mind. One day, while tending to the small herb garden she had been allowed to cultivate, a peasant woman approached her, her face etched with worry. The woman's daughter had been taken by Lord Beaumont's men, accused of stealing a few eggs from the castle kitchens. The punishment, the woman feared, would be severe. Alara, remembering the stable hand's cries, felt a surge of indignation. The injustice of it all, the casual cruelty, was overwhelming. Here was a direct consequence of her husband's unchecked power, a power she was now, by marriage, indirectly associated with. A strange thought struck her. Perhaps within her role as Lady Beaumont there might be a sliver of influence, a tiny crack in the wall of her powerlessness. She knew intervening directly could be dangerous, risking her husband's wrath. But she also knew she couldn't stand by and do nothing. The stories she had read in the library, the tales of courageous women, echoed in her mind. She decided, with a pounding heart, to try a different approach, a subtle manipulation of her own. During dinner that evening, Lord Beaumont was in a particularly jovial mood, having secured a favorable trade agreement with a neighboring lord. Alara chose her moment carefully. She spoke of the peasant woman's daughter, not with accusation, but with a seemingly innocent question about the severity of punishments, framing it as a matter of maintaining goodwill among the local populace, which, she suggested, would serve Lord Beaumont's own interests. She cited examples from historical texts she had read, subtly appealing to his sense of practical governance rather than his non-existent sense of mercy. She suggested that a lenient hand occasionally could be more effective in fostering loyalty than constant brutality. Lord Beaumont, surprised by her unexpected input, listened, stroking his scarred chin. He was accustomed to her silence, her demure obedience. This was something new. He considered her words not because he cared for the peasant girl, but because her argument, framed as it was for his benefit, made a certain pragmatic sense. A resentful populace could indeed be problematic. He grunted, a sound that could mean anything, but later that night, Alara learned that the peasant girl had been released with a warning. It was a small victory, almost imperceptible, but for Alara, it was a profound moment. It showed her that manipulation, the very tool used to ensnare her, could also be wielded, however subtly, to effect change, to fight injustice. It was a dangerous game, one that required immense caution and intelligence, but it offered a path forward, a glimmer of purpose beyond mere survival. She began to observe her husband more closely, studying his moods, his weaknesses, his prides. She learned to anticipate his reactions, to choose her words and timing with exquisite precision. She started to use her intelligence, honed by her secret reading, to navigate the treacherous currents of court politics, not for her own gain, but for those who had no voice. The promise of marriage, initially a cage, was slowly, almost imperceptibly, becoming a platform, however precarious, for quiet resistance. She understood that power in her world was rarely direct for women. Instead, it was found in the spaces between, in the subtle influence, in the careful crafting of words and actions. Her father, back at Blackwood, heard whispers of his daughter's growing influence, of her surprising astuteness. He saw her letters, carefully worded and surprisingly insightful, offering advice on managing his lands, even suggesting diplomatic solutions to minor disputes. A sense of pride, mixed with a touch of bewilderment, began to replace his earlier relief. He hadn't expected his quiet daughter to blossom into such a capable woman, especially under the shadow of Lord Beaumont. Alara's understanding of power deepened with each passing season. She saw how other women in noble courts, those who seemed to have accepted their fates, often wielded a subtle but potent influence over their husbands, their sons, and even the larger political landscape. They did not command armies or sit in council, but they shaped opinions, whispered advice into powerful ears, and built networks of alliances that could, at times, rival the strength of any military pact. It was a power born of necessity, of adaptation, a quiet strength cultivated in the shadows of a patriarchal world. She continued her clandestine studies, now focusing on histories of successful queens and empresses, not just their military conquests but their diplomatic strategies, their understanding of human nature, and their ability to navigate complex political webs. Her library, once a refuge, became her training ground, a silent tutor in the art of governance and influence. Her intelligence, once dismissed as a quaint female curiosity, was now her sharpest weapon. Lord Beaumont, absorbed in his own ambitions and conflicts, remained largely oblivious to the transformation occurring within his wife. He saw her as compliant, dutiful, and importantly, fertile, for she had, after 2 years of marriage, given birth to a healthy son, an heir that secured his lineage and further tied Alara to his house. The birth of her son, while fulfilling her primary duty, also deepened Alara's resolve. She now had someone else to protect, someone whose future she wanted to be different from her own. She wanted to ensure he grew up in a world where justice was not merely a convenient excuse for cruelty, where power was wielded with a measure of responsibility. This maternal instinct fueled her quiet efforts even more. One autumn evening, a messenger arrived at Castle Beaumont with grave news. King Alaric, the absolute ruler of their lands, had fallen ill. His designated heir, Prince Gareth, was a young man known for his capriciousness and lack of political acumen. Many feared a period of instability and power struggles upon the king's death. This news sent a ripple of anxiety throughout the kingdom. Lord Beaumont, ever the opportunist, immediately began to plot, seeing this as a chance to expand his own influence. He started gathering troops, forging alliances with other ambitious lords, and preparing for the inevitable power vacuum. Alara watched him, her mind working furiously. She knew that unchecked ambition, especially in times of weakness at the top, could lead to widespread conflict and suffering for the common people. She also knew that her husband's actions, if left unrestrained, could drag her family, and indeed the entire region, into a devastating war. She remembered the stories of arrogant rulers, those who believed themselves invincible, only to suffer a swift and brutal downfall. The pages of history were littered with their warnings. She began to subtly interject during Lord Beaumont's war councils, not with overt opposition, but with carefully phrased questions that highlighted the potential risks, the drain on resources, the loyalty of the common folk, and the unpredictable nature of warfare. She spoke of the long-term consequences, of the exhaustion of lands, of empty coffers, all framed as practical concerns for a prudent lord. At first, her husband dismissed her, finding her interruptions irritating. "What do women know of war?" he would sneer. But Alara persisted, her arguments grounded in logic and historical precedent, drawing on the vast knowledge she had accumulated in her library. Other lords present at the councils began to listen, some out of curiosity, others because Alara's points resonated with their own unspoken concerns. They saw the wisdom in her words, even if they were delivered by a woman. Slowly, imperceptibly, a seed of doubt was planted in Lord Beaumont's mind and among his allies. Then came the news that King Alaric had passed away. Prince Gareth was immediately crowned king, but his reign began amidst a storm of dissent. Several powerful lords, fueled by their own ambitions, openly challenged his authority, plunging the kingdom into a civil war. Lord Beaumont, initially eager to join the fray, found himself caught between conflicting loyalties and the growing unease among his own vassals, many of whom were swayed by Alara's subtle arguments for caution. He had promised many things to many people, expecting to play one faction against another, but the reality was far more chaotic. The young King Gareth, in his inexperience, made a series of rash decisions, alienating key allies and demonstrating a shocking lack of foresight. He ordered the torture of minor noblemen suspected of disloyalty, seizing their lands without due process, and imposing crushing taxes on the peasantry. These acts of cruelty and injustice backfired spectacularly, fueling rebellion rather than quashing it. The common people, already burdened, rose up in scattered, desperate revolts, further destabilizing the kingdom. The arrogance of the new king was breathtaking, his belief in his divine right blinding him to the suffering of his subjects. He believed his word alone would command obedience, but he underestimated the resilience of a people pushed to their breaking point. Alara continued her careful maneuvers. She started communicating secretly with certain other noblewomen, exchanging coded letters about the unfolding crisis. These women, many of whom had also been manipulated into strategic marriages, shared her concerns about the civil war and its devastating impact. They formed an unspoken network, sharing intelligence and subtly influencing their husbands towards peace and stability, away from Gareth's destructive path. It was a silent, almost invisible resistance, orchestrated by women who, on the surface, appeared to be nothing more than dutiful wives. Lord Beaumont, watching his carefully laid plans unravel, his alliances shifting like desert sands, grew increasingly frustrated. His initial confidence began to waver. He saw the chaos that King Gareth's reign was sowing, and he began to realize that aligning too closely with such a volatile ruler could lead to his own downfall. His ambition was still strong, but now a flicker of self-preservation guided him. It was at this critical juncture that Alara made her boldest move. She approached Lord Beaumont directly, her voice calm and firm, yet filled with a quiet urgency. She presented him with a meticulously compiled report, based on her network's intelligence, outlining the true extent of King Gareth's dwindling support, the strength of the rebel factions, and the devastating impact the war was having on the common folk, which would inevitably lead to further unrest and potential uprisings even on Beaumont lands. She also subtly highlighted the growing resentment among his own vassals, who were tired of endless conflict and the drain on their resources. "My lord," she said, her gaze steady, "to continue this path is to invite ruin. The king is losing his hold, and those who stand with him will fall with him. There is a way to secure our future, and it is not through more bloodshed." She then proposed an alternative, a strategic withdrawal from active support of King Gareth, a move towards neutrality, and a quiet cultivation of alliances with more moderate, stable lords. It was a risky proposition, suggesting a betrayal of his earlier commitments, but Alara framed it as a pragmatic, self-preserving strategy, one that would allow him to emerge from the chaos with his lands and power intact, perhaps even strengthened in the long run. Lord Beaumont listened, his face a thundercloud of conflicting emotions. He was torn between his pride and his growing fear of ruin. The arrogance of his own ambition was confronted by the stark reality Alara laid before him. He saw the truth in her words, though it galled him to admit it. He saw the downfall of King Gareth as inevitable, and he didn't want to be dragged down with him. The cruelty and injustice of the young king had created such widespread animosity that his reign was crumbling from within. He was an arrogant ruler, confident in his absolute power, blind to the true sentiments of his people and his lords. He was a prime example of the lesson Alara had learned from her historical texts. Absolute power, wielded without wisdom or mercy, always leads to destruction. Finally, after days of agonizing deliberation, Lord Beaumont made his decision. He announced his neutrality, officially withdrawing his support from King Gareth, much to the surprise and relief of many of his vassals and to the fury of the young king. This act, though born of self-interest, inadvertently positioned Lord Beaumont as a voice of reason amidst the chaos, a calculated risk that Alara had expertly orchestrated. The kingdom continued to descend into further turmoil. King Gareth, isolated and increasingly desperate, lashed out with even greater brutality, but his efforts were futile. His army, demoralized and poorly supplied, began to desert. The rebel lords, galvanized by Beaumont's neutrality, pressed their advantage. Within a few months, King Gareth's reign came to a brutal end. He was captured, stripped of his crown, and eventually executed for his tyranny and cruelty, his downfall a stark warning to all who would wield power without justice. The arrogance that had fueled his destructive policies ultimately sealed his fate. In the aftermath of the Civil War, a new, more moderate king ascended to the throne. He sought to bring peace and stability to the fractured kingdom. Lord Beaumont, having wisely positioned himself, emerged from the conflict not only unscathed, but with his lands and influence enhanced. He was no longer the ruthless, short-sighted opportunist, but a respected, if still feared, lord whose counsel was sought by the new king. Ilara, his wife, remained in the background, her influence largely unseen, yet profoundly felt. She continued to manage her household with quiet efficiency, but her true work lay in her subtle guidance of her husband, in her continued networking with other noblewomen, and in her tireless pursuit of knowledge. The castle library, once a secret refuge, became a powerful resource, her own personal arsenal of wisdom. She had learned that the promise of marriage, while a tool of manipulation, could also, with cunning and intelligence, be transformed into a subtle lever of power. She had not chosen her path, but she had chosen how she would walk it. She had found her voice, not in defiance but in strategy, not in open rebellion but in quiet, persistent influence. Her story was a testament to the resilience of women in an age that sought to diminish them, a lesson in how, even within the tightest constraints, a spirit of agency can bloom. She had turned the very mechanisms of her subjugation into instruments of her quiet triumph. And the ultimate lesson, woven through her journey, was clear: that true power does not lie in cruelty or arrogance, but in wisdom, foresight, and a profound understanding of human nature. A lesson that even the most powerful kings and lords would do well to remember, for without it, even the strongest foundations will crumble. Ilara's life continued to unfold within the stone walls of Castle Beaumont, but it was no longer the life of a trapped bird. Her initial despair had given way to a quiet strength, a resilience forged in the fires of necessity and intelligence. The fear she once felt for Lord Beaumont had transformed into a wary respect, and perhaps, on his part, a grudging acknowledgement of her intellect, even if he would never fully articulate it. He still held the reins of overt power, but she was the hidden hand, often guiding those reins with a subtlety that he, in his bluster and ambition, rarely perceived. She continued her correspondence with other noblewomen, a network that grew larger and more influential with each passing year. These letters, often disguised as discussions of household management or child-rearing, contained coded messages about political machinations, shifts in alliances, and whispers from court. They formed an invaluable intelligence web, allowing Ilara to stay abreast of events and to advise Lord Beaumont with a foresight that often astonished him. He began to trust her instincts, unaware of the vast web of information she secretly commanded. She even started to subtly influence the education of her son. While he received the traditional martial and chivalric training expected of a young lord, Ilara ensured he also spent time in the library, exposed to the same histories and philosophies that had shaped her own understanding of the world. She encouraged him to question, to observe, and to consider the long-term consequences of actions, planting seeds of wisdom that she hoped would grow into a more just and compassionate leadership than his father's had initially been. She saw in him the potential for a different kind of ruler, one who combined strength with wisdom, and she worked tirelessly to nurture that potential. Her own journey, born of manipulation through the promise of marriage, had given her a unique perspective on the true nature of power and the insidious ways it could be abused. She understood that a society built on the subjugation of any group, whether women or peasants, was inherently unstable, prone to rebellion and chaos. Her quiet work was, in essence, an attempt to build a more stable, more equitable world for her son and for the generations to come. The new king, King Edgar, a far more thoughtful and just ruler than his predecessor, often sought counsel from his loyal lords, and Lord Beaumont, having played a key role in the transition to the new monarchy, found himself increasingly influential. But much of the wisdom Lord Beaumont imparted to the king was, in truth, Ilara's. She would carefully craft arguments, suggest strategies, and offer insights into human nature, which her husband would then present as his own, unwittingly becoming her mouthpiece. She didn't seek credit or recognition. Her satisfaction came from seeing her ideas bear fruit, from witnessing the slow but steady improvement in the governance of the kingdom, the reduction of arbitrary cruelty, and the increasing stability of the realm. There were still moments of profound sadness, reflections on the life she might have had, the love she never chose. But those moments were fewer and farther between, replaced by a sense of purpose and a quiet pride in what she had achieved, not just for herself but for others. Her marriage, initially a symbol of her loss of freedom, had become an unexpected crucible, refining her intellect and sharpening her resolve. The ancient walls of Castle Beaumont, once a prison, now felt more like a fortress, a command center from which she orchestrated her quiet revolution. She moved through the great halls with a serene grace, her eyes holding a depth of understanding that few could fathom. The servants, who had once regarded her with caution, now looked upon her with a quiet respect, having witnessed her subtle acts of compassion and her fair dealings. They knew, intuitively, that she was a different kind of lady, one who cared for their welfare. The story of Ilara is not one of grand heroics or dramatic escapes. It is a story of quiet resilience, of intellect wielded with precision, of the insidious power of manipulation, and the unexpected ways in which it can be subverted. It is a testament to the strength of a woman's spirit, even when constrained by the strictest societal norms and the harshest realities of her age. Her life served as a living embodiment of the moral that true power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers. And those whispers, when informed by wisdom and a sense of justice, can reshape kingdoms. She learned that while the promise of marriage was indeed a powerful tool for manipulation, it was also a path that could, with cunning and courage, be walked in a way that defied its original intent. It became a lesson for all who would listen, that even in the most restrictive of circumstances, the human spirit, particularly a woman, possessed an indomitable will to find purpose, to exert influence, and to strive for a more just world, one quiet act at a time. This tale, softly spun from the annals of a demanding era, reminds us that courage isn't always a sword in hand, but often a quiet strength within, a wisdom that reshapes destiny from the shadows, proving that even the most carefully laid plans of manipulation can be turned subtly into instruments of enduring, quiet change. And so, Ilara, the Lady of Beaumont, lived out her days, a testament to the fact that while some may promise you marriage to control your fate, your true power lies in how you choose to live within that promise, and how you choose to wield the influence, however small, that comes with it. Her legacy was not written in official decrees, but in the stable governance of the lands, in the reduced suffering of the common folk, and in the wise and just reign of her son, who, thanks to her subtle guidance, grew to be a ruler far more benevolent than his grandfather or even his own father had initially been. The cycle of manipulation in her case had been broken, replaced by a quiet, enduring legacy of wisdom and justice. Her story, passed down through the generations, became a subtle warning to those who would abuse power, and a quiet inspiration to those who sought to find their own strength in the face of manipulation, no matter how grand or insidious it might be. The era passed, kings rose and fell, but the lesson of Ilara, of turning constraint into opportunity, remained, a timeless echo in the vast chambers of history. The years continued their relentless march, transforming the young, anxious Alara into a woman of profound wisdom and quiet authority. Her hair, once the color of raven's wing, now held streaks of silver, framing a face etched with the lines of experience, but also illuminated by eyes that held a knowing, serene light. Lord Beaumont, though still formidable in his old age, had grown to rely on Alara's counsel with an unspoken dependence. He would often dismiss the advice of his male advisors, only to find himself seeking out Alara in the castle library, pretending to inquire about the management of his ledgers, when in truth he yearned for her strategic insights. She, in turn, offered them with a diplomatic grace that allowed him to believe the ideas were, in essence, his own. This unspoken arrangement suited them both. Their son, now grown into a capable and thoughtful lord, had inherited his mother's intellect and his father's strength, but tempered by a compassion and a sense of justice that were uniquely his own, a direct result of Alara's careful nurturing. He often sought his mother's advice openly, recognizing the depth of her wisdom, a departure from the secretive nature of her influence over his father. He valued her perspectives on governance, diplomacy, and the welfare of the common people, often implementing her suggestions with great success. Under his rule, the lands of Beaumont prospered, and the people lived with a sense of security and fairness that had been sorely lacking in previous generations. The dark shadow of cruelty and injustice that had once hung over the castle had lifted, replaced by an atmosphere of measured progress and thoughtful leadership. This was Alara's true legacy, not just in the political stability she helped foster, but in the heart and mind of her son. The promise of marriage, which had bound her, had ultimately allowed her to sow seeds of change that bloomed into a more benevolent reign. She would often sit by the same window in the castle library, the one that had once blurred the outside world with her tears, now gazing upon a landscape that seemed brighter, more hopeful. The ancient texts surrounding her were no longer just a refuge, but a testament to the power of knowledge, a reminder that even in the most rigid of systems, intellectual curiosity and strategic thought could carve out pathways to influence and change. She had witnessed firsthand the downfall of arrogant rulers, like King Gareth, whose blind belief in their absolute power had led to their destruction. This lesson, she knew, was eternally relevant, that power divorced from wisdom and leadership without a sense of responsibility to the governed was inherently fragile. And she had also proven that the manipulation of women through the promise of marriage, while a harsh reality of her age, did not have to be the end of their story. It could, instead, be the beginning of a different kind of journey, one where quiet strength and keen intellect could redefine destiny. Her life became a beacon, albeit a subtle one, demonstrating that agency could be found and wielded, even within the most restrictive structures. She had not chosen her husband, nor had she chosen the circumstances of her entry into his household, but she had chosen how she would live within those confines. She had chosen to learn, to observe, to strategize, and to influence, transforming a personal constraint into a broader force for good. The manipulation she experienced was a catalyst, forcing her to hone her mind, to develop a keen understanding of the levers of power, and to find ingenious ways to pull them. Her story resonated across generations, a silent testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to adapt, to overcome, and to shape its own narrative, even when the initial chapters are written by others. She had lived a life that, on the surface, appeared entirely conventional for a noblewoman of her time. Yet beneath that veneer, she had waged a quiet, intellectual war, and she had emerged victorious, not with a crown on her head, but with a kingdom touched by her wisdom, and a son who carried her legacy forward with honor and justice. The tale of Lady Alara, woven into the fabric of medieval history, serves as a timeless reminder that while circumstances may dictate our starting point, our ultimate destination is often shaped by the choices we make, the wisdom we gather, and the courage we find to forge our own paths, even when those paths must be walked in silence and through the subtle art of influence. It is a story not just about manipulation, but about the profound resilience against it and the quiet triumph of the human will. The echoes of Alara's influence continued to resonate throughout the generations that followed, long after her peaceful passing in the very castle she had once found so daunting. Her son, Lord Alaric II, named, ironically, after the tyrannical king whose downfall she had subtly orchestrated, continued to rule with the wisdom and fairness she had instilled in him. He often recounted stories of his mother's sharp intellect, her quiet strength, and her uncanny ability to foresee political shifts, always attributing his own successes, at least in part, to her guidance. These anecdotes, initially shared within the family, eventually seeped into the broader court, painting a picture of a woman who, though never holding official power, was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. The manipulation through marriage, a tool meant to control and contain, had, in Alara's hands, become the very platform from which she exerted her subtle, yet profound, influence. Her story became a hushed legend among noblewomen in subsequent centuries. They would speak of Lady Alara's wisdom, a euphemism for the art of subtle manipulation, of influencing without appearing to lead, of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics from behind the veil of domesticity. It was a secret language, a shared understanding among those who recognized the limitations placed upon them by society, but refused to be completely defined by them. They learned from her example that while they might not wield swords or command armies, they could wield words, influence hearts, and shape destinies through intelligence and patience. The cruelty and injustice that had defined much of the medieval period, particularly under rulers like the arrogant King Gareth, gradually began to recede in some parts of the kingdom, due in no small part to the foundations of thoughtful governance that Alara had helped establish. Her subtle interventions against casual brutality, her advocacy for the welfare of the peasantry, and her consistent push for diplomatic solutions over open conflict, all contributed to a slow but discernible shift in societal attitudes towards justice and mercy, at least within the lands touched by her influence. Even the odd and unusual laws, often arbitrary and harsh, which had once been enforced with brutal efficiency, found themselves being reevaluated, subtly softened, or simply allowed to fall into disuse under the more enlightened rule inspired by Alara's teachings. It wasn't an overnight revolution, but a gradual, organic evolution driven by quiet wisdom. The downfall of arrogant rulers, a recurring theme in the histories Alara had so eagerly consumed, served as a constant reminder not just to her, but to those who followed in her footsteps, that power without responsibility was a self-consuming flame. Her life itself was a living moral, a testament to the idea that true strength lies not in domination, but in understanding, not in control, but in influence, not in overt displays, but in quiet, persistent wisdom. The medieval world, a tapestry woven with threads of strict hierarchy, religious dogma, and patriarchal control, often sought to confine women to very specific roles, primarily as wives and mothers, with their value tied intrinsically to their ability to produce heirs and form strategic alliances. The promise of marriage, therefore, was not merely a romantic notion, but a binding contract, often negotiated without the woman's consent or even consultation, placing her as a commodity in a larger game of power. Alara's story illuminates this harsh reality, but also transcends it. She accepted her fate, not with meek resignation, but with a fierce internal resolve to make the best of it, to find purpose and agency where none was seemingly offered. Her journey from despair to quiet triumph is a powerful narrative about resilience, about the human capacity to adapt and to thrive even in the most restrictive environments. It highlights how the intellect, when combined with courage and strategic thinking, can become the ultimate tool for overcoming oppression and effecting change. She didn't overturn the system from without. She reformed it from within, one subtle, intelligent act at a time. The quiet rebellion she waged was more profound than any armed uprising, for it changed hearts and minds, setting a new standard for governance and leadership that valued wisdom and justice above brute force and arbitrary power. Her legacy wasn't shouted from the battlements, but whispered in the councils, enacted in fair decrees, and seen in the contented faces of the common folk. It was a silent testament to the extraordinary power of an ordinary woman who, through sheer force of will and intellect, managed to reshape her world, one deliberate, thoughtful step at a time. And so, the story of Alara, the woman manipulated by the promise of marriage, but who ultimately mastered the very art of influence and manipulation herself, continued to be a guiding light, a silent lesson from a bygone age, reminding all who heard it that the spirit of freedom and the pursuit of justice can never truly be extinguished, no matter how tightly the chains of circumstance may bind. Hello there, and welcome. Tonight, we're going on a journey back in time, to an era where love and courtship were tangled in a web of strict rules, whispered glances, and societal expectations. We'll explore what dating was truly like in a world where a wrong move could spell social ruin, and true affection often blossomed in the most unexpected ways, or was tragically stifled by the rigid dictates of the day. If this tale helps you unwind and drift into a peaceful slumber, please consider liking this video and subscribing for more stories. Let's get started. In a kingdom far removed from our own, during an age that mirrored the Victorian spirit in its societal constraints, though cloaked in the tapestry of medieval life, young hearts yearned for connection. This was a time when the very idea of dating, as we understand it today, was utterly foreign. Instead, it was a meticulous dance of chaperoned interactions, familial negotiations, and subtle signals, all governed by unwritten laws as binding as any royal decree. Our story unfolds in the lands ruled by King Thuron, a monarch known for his stern hand and an even sterner moral code, which he imposed not just upon his court, but upon every peasant and noble alike. His queen, Alara, was a woman of quiet grace, often overlooked, yet possessed a wisdom that sadly rarely saw the light of day. Among the peasants, life was hard and love often practical, born of necessity and shared burdens. A young man, perhaps a farmer named Thomas, might eye a maiden, say, Alara, working in the fields, her hands calloused but her spirit bright. Their interactions would be brief, overseen by elders, and centered around daily chores or village gatherings. There was no concept of a solitary date. A simple shared smile, a fleeting touch of hands while passing a basket of harvested grain, these were the potent sparks of affection. Marriage was less about passionate love and more about alliance between families, pooling resources, and ensuring the continuation of lineage. For the common folk, a match might be made by parents based on land, a strong back, or a reputation for diligence. There was a raw honesty to it, perhaps, but little room for romantic idealism. Up in the grand castles among the nobles, the rules were even more intricate, woven with threads of status, power, and wealth. Lady Isolde, the daughter of a powerful duke, was nearing the age for marriage. Her future, she knew, was not her own to decide. Every gesture, every conversation she had with a potential suitor was meticulously scrutinized. There were formal visits, where a young lord, perhaps Lord Alaric from a neighboring fiefdom, would call upon her family. These visits were never alone. Her mother or a formidable governess would always be present, observing, listening, ensuring propriety was maintained to the letter. A conversation about the weather, a shared interest in embroidery, or a discussion of the latest hunting expedition would be the extent of their courtship. Deep personal revelations were utterly out of bounds. The concept of a walk in the park as a romantic outing was centuries away. If Lady Isolde and Lord Alaric were to walk in the castle gardens, it would be with a retinue of servants and chaperones, the very air thick with unspoken expectations. Flowers, though beautiful, were not simply gifts of affection. They carried secret messages, a language of their own. A red rose spoke of love, yes, but a yellow one could imply jealousy, and a white lily purity. A suitor had to be careful with his floral choices, lest he send an unintended message and incur the wrath of a disapproving parent or, worse, the king's own stringent morality courts. King Thuron, in his zealousness, had enacted several unusual and often cruel laws concerning courtship and marriage. One such law decreed that any display of public affection, beyond a chaste hand-hold at a betrothal ceremony, was punishable by public shamming. A young couple caught kissing in the village square might find themselves spending a day in the stocks, pelted with rotten vegetables. This was meant to preserve the moral fabric of the kingdom, but it often instilled fear and repressed genuine human connection. Another peculiar law stated that a noblewoman, once betrothed, was forbidden from even speaking alone to any other man, under pain of her family losing their lands. This effectively isolated women, turning them into prized possessions rather than partners. Lord Alaric, despite his noble birth, harbored a rebellious spirit beneath his composed exterior. He found the rigid constraints stifling, particularly when it came to Lady Isolde. He admired her intelligence, her quick wit, and the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the ancient scrolls in the castle library. These were things he could barely glimpse during their chaperoned encounters. He wanted to know her, not just the carefully presented image. He devised a plan, a risky one, born of desperation and a burgeoning affection. He knew of the penny dreadfuls, or rather, their medieval equivalent, illicitly copied ballads and romantic tales exchanged amongst the younger nobles, hidden from the watchful eyes of their elders. These stories often spoke of secret meetings and coded messages. He began to leave small, intricately folded notes tucked within the pages of books he knew Lady Isolde would borrow from the castle library, always careful to choose texts that wouldn't arouse suspicion. These notes, written in a tiny, almost invisible script, contained snippets of poetry, observations about their recent conversations, and carefully veiled invitations for a deeper connection, all phrased within the acceptable boundaries of intellectual discussion. Lady Isolde surprisingly understood. She was clever and observant. She recognized his handwriting and the subtle shifts in tone. Her responses, equally discreet, would be found pressed between the leaves of dried flowers she would leave in a book for him. This silent, secret communication became their true courtship, a blossoming of understanding beyond the formal strictures. They spoke of dreams, of frustrations, of the world they wished they could inhabit, one where hearts could choose freely. It was a perilous game, for if King Thuron's spies, who were everywhere, caught wind of such a transgression, the consequences would be severe. The king's court was a viper's nest of intrigue and gossip. Whispers could ruin reputations faster than any sword. One unfortunate noble, Sir Cailan, was accused of improper advances towards a married duchess, merely for complimenting her gown too effusively at a feast. The king, in his self-righteous fury, had Cailan subjected to a public trial by ordeal, where he had to plunge his hand into boiling water to prove his innocence. Of course, the scalded hand was proof enough for the king and his biased judges. Kaelan lost his title and was banished, his fate serving as a chilling reminder to all of the king's unyielding grip on morality. The peasants, too, suffered under Thuron's cruel laws. A common farmer, if found to be courting a woman above his station, even if only through glances, could be accused of ambition and insubordination. He might face forced labor in the king's mines or a public flogging. Justice, under King Thuron, was a capricious beast, often swayed by personal grudges or the mood of the monarch. The king believed that maintaining strict social hierarchies and moral rigidity was the only way to ensure order, but it created a kingdom suffocating under fear. Lord Alaric and Lady Isolde's secret exchanges continued, their bond deepening with each carefully worded note. They understood the enormous risks they were taking, but the genuine connection they found in their shared intellectual curiosity and burgeoning affection felt worth it. They knew their families were already moving towards a formal betrothal, an arrangement they both cautiously welcomed, as it would grant them a semblance of legitimate interaction, even if still heavily monitored. Yet they yearned for more than a sanctioned alliance. They longed for a partnership forged in understanding and affection. One evening, during a grand banquet, as the king held court, a traveling jester performed a skit that subtly mocked the absurdity of certain social conventions, though never directly criticizing the king. The jester's performance was met with nervous laughter from the assembled nobles, but King Thuron's face remained impassive. He prided himself on his unshakable authority and saw any deviation from his prescribed order as a threat. The jester, despite his cleverness, was not spared. Later that night, he was apprehended by the king's guards, accused of inciting dissent, and thrown into the dungeons. The kingdom was not a place for free expression, especially when it touched upon the king's iron rule. Queen Alara, often a silent observer, grew increasingly distressed by her husband's escalating cruelty and the pervasive fear that gripped the kingdom. She saw the light dimming in the eyes of the young, the stifled laughter, the cautious movements. She knew that true strength lay not in repression, but in allowing people to flourish. She remembered a time long ago when she and Thuron had first met under less rigid circumstances. There had been laughter then and genuine smiles. But power had twisted him, turning him into a tyrant of morality. The betrothal ceremony between Lady Isolde and Lord Alaric was finally announced, a grand affair planned for the spring. It was a relief, in a way, as it meant their secret communications could cease, replaced by sanctioned, albeit still supervised, interactions. However, a cloud of unease hung over them. They knew their connection was built on a foundation of rebellion against the system, and that system was still very much in place. The pressure to conform, to play their parts flawlessly, was immense. As the day of the betrothal approached, a strange sickness began to sweep through the kingdom, affecting both peasants and nobles alike. It was a coughing sickness, debilitating and swift, and fear quickly spread. The king, convinced it was a punishment from the heavens for some unknown transgression, doubled down on his moral strictures. He ordered public prayers and fasts, and even more stringent enforcement of his laws, believing that extreme piety would appease the divine. This only added to the people's suffering, as many were too weak to work or gather sustenance. Lord Alaric, having studied some ancient texts on medicine, realized the king's pronouncements were only exacerbating the problem. He believed the sickness was spread through close quarters and poor sanitation, not divine wrath. He tried to speak with his father, the Duke, about implementing hygiene measures, but his father, terrified of defying the king, dismissed his concerns. Lady Isolde, too, had read of similar ailments in historical texts and silently agreed with Alaric. Their shared knowledge, once a source of secret delight, now became a source of shared dread. The sickness eventually reached the castle. Even some of the king's most loyal guards fell ill. King Thuron, in his arrogance, refused to believe he could be touched by such a common affliction. He continued his lavish feasts and public appearances, determined to project an image of unwavering strength. Queen Alara, however, quietly began to distribute what few remedies she knew, and instructed her personal servants to improve sanitation in the parts of the castle she oversaw. Her quiet actions, though small, saved many lives in her immediate vicinity. Tragedy struck when the king's beloved younger sister, Princess Rowena, contracted the illness. She was a delicate young woman, known for her gentle nature and love of music. The king, for the first time, seemed genuinely shaken. He ordered every available healer to attend to her, but his arrogance had blinded him to the true nature of the malady. He still refused to consider the possibility that his kingdom's suffering was due to anything other than moral failings. The court descended into chaos. Nobles, fearing for their own lives, began to flee the castle, abandoning their duties. The strict rules of courtship and social interaction, which had once seemed so paramount, now crumbled under the weight of a far greater threat. Lady Isolde and Lord Alaric found themselves interacting more freely, albeit out of necessity, as they worked together to help those suffering in the castle and surrounding villages. Their quiet understanding blossomed into open collaboration, their shared humanity overriding the artificial barriers of their station. One day, Princess Rowena's condition worsened dramatically. The king, overcome with grief and frustration, lashed out at everyone around him, blaming healers, guards, and even the queen for his sister's plight. He ordered the torture of a peasant woman who was believed to have cursed his sister, despite having no evidence. The cruelty had reached an unbearable peak. Queen Alara, witnessing the king's descent into madness and the escalating suffering of her people, made a difficult decision. She would act. She consulted with a few trusted advisors, individuals who had long chafed under Thuron's tyranny. Together, they formulated a plan. The queen, utilizing her quiet influence and the respect she had garnered through her compassionate actions during the plague, gathered support. She appealed to the nobility's growing fear for their own lives and the stability of the kingdom. In a dramatic turn of events, during one of the king's public rants, Queen Alara, with the backing of key dukes and lords, openly challenged his leadership. She presented evidence of his misrule, his cruel laws, and his disastrous handling of the plague. She spoke not with anger, but with a calm, resolute voice, detailing how his arrogance had brought the kingdom to the brink of ruin. The people, tired of fear and suffering, listened. The nobles, seeing an opportunity for a more stable future, wavered in their loyalty to Thuron. The king, in his blind fury, attempted to assert his authority, but his power had already begun to wane. His once unshakable grip had loosened. The very people he had oppressed for so long now found their voice, emboldened by the queen's courage. There was no grand battle, no violent overthrow. Instead, King Thuron's downfall was a slow, agonizing erosion of support, a quiet rebellion of conscience. He was eventually confined, not in a dungeon, but to a remote part of the castle, stripped of his power, a lonely figure contemplating the ruins of his reign. Queen Alara, with the support of the council, took the throne, ushering in a new era. Her first acts were to dismantle Thuron's cruel laws, particularly those governing personal freedoms and courtship. She understood that a thriving kingdom was built on trust, compassion, and the happiness of its people. She encouraged open communication, allowed more freedom in social interactions, and emphasized reason over superstition. Under Queen Alara's reign, the concept of courtship slowly began to evolve. While chaperones still existed, their presence was less oppressive. Young men and women were permitted more opportunities for genuine interaction, to discover shared interests and compatible spirits, rather than simply being matched by decree. Love, once a tightly caged bird, was now allowed to take tentative flights. Lord Alaric and Lady Isolde, now free from the most suffocating strictures, could finally build their relationship openly, their unique bond having already been forged in secrecy and shared adversity. Their marriage, when it eventually came, was not just an alliance of families, but a true union of hearts. The moral of this story is clear. Arrogance and cruelty, wielded even under the guise of morality, can only lead to ruin. True power lies not in oppression, but in compassion, understanding, and the wisdom to adapt. A society that values genuine human connection and allows its people the freedom to choose within reason will always be stronger and more prosperous than one built on fear and rigid control. And sometimes, the most enduring love stories are born not in grand declarations, but in whispered notes, shared glances, and the quiet courage to defy an unjust world. It was a lesson learned the hard way, through suffering and upheaval, but a lesson that ultimately paved the way for a kinder, more enlightened era, where the blossoming of affection was no longer a dangerous secret, but a celebrated joy. The kingdom began to heal, not just from the plague, but from the deep wounds inflicted by years of oppressive rule. People laughed more freely, their shoulders unburdened by constant fear. Young couples, still mindful of decorum, found more opportunities to truly know one another, to converse, to discover common ground beyond their station. The language of flowers might still hold its subtle charm, but now, a simple, honest conversation was often preferred. The shift was slow, gradual, but undeniably present. Queen Alara understood that societal change was not an overnight phenomenon, but a steady, persistent effort towards a more humane existence. She encouraged education for all, not just the nobility, recognizing that an informed populace was a resilient one. This broadened horizons, leading to more diverse interests and, in turn, more avenues for people to connect. The old ways of rigid class distinction still existed, for history casts long shadows, but the severity of their enforcement lessened considerably. Peasants, for instance, were no longer summarily punished for daring to dream of a match with someone from a slightly higher social standing. While such unions remained uncommon, they were no longer met with the king's brutal retribution. The queen recognized that love, in its purest form, often transcended societal barriers, and while she could not erase centuries of tradition, she could certainly soften its edges. Under her gentle but firm guidance, the medieval version of Victorian dating began its slow, arduous, but ultimately hopeful transformation. The whispers of fear were gradually replaced by murmurs of possibility, and the rigid dance of courtship evolved into a more graceful, authentic expression of human connection. The journey was far from over, but the first crucial steps towards a more compassionate and understanding society had been taken, all because a quiet queen dared to challenge an arrogant king. The story of their kingdom became a testament to the enduring power of empathy and the crucial understanding that true moral strength is found in kindness, not cruelty. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can bloom and genuine connection can find a way, even if it has to begin in the most clandestine of forms. And so, the kingdom prospered not through fear, but through the flourishing of its people's spirits. The echoes of King Thuron's tyrannical rule slowly faded, replaced by the more harmonious rhythms of Queen Alara's compassionate governance. It wasn't an instantaneous transformation, for the fear that had been ingrained in the hearts of the people took time to dissipate. Yet, with each passing season, the kingdom breathed a little easier. The laws governing courtship and marriage, once a tangled knot of restrictions, were carefully unraveled and rewoven into a more sensible fabric. No longer were public displays of affection met with the humiliation of the stocks. Instead, discretion and mutual respect were encouraged, allowing genuine feelings to develop without the crushing weight of immediate judgment. Young people, both noble and peasant, began to experience a nascent sense of agency in their romantic lives. For the common folk, village gatherings became more than just opportunities for gossip or practical exchanges. They were places where young men and women could actually converse, share a laugh, and begin to discern if there was a spark of shared interest. Parents still played a significant role in guiding their children towards suitable matches, for the practicalities of survival and stability remained paramount. However, the queen's influence meant that the wishes and affections of the young couple were given greater consideration. It was a subtle but profound shift, moving away from purely transactional unions towards partnerships that had at least a chance of blossoming into affection. Among the nobility, the changes were perhaps even more striking. Lady Isolde and Lord Alaric, now happily wed, served as a beacon of this new era. Their courtship, born in secrecy and rebellion, had shown the limitations of the old system. Under Queen Alara, formal visits between suitors and their intendeds continued, but the oppressive presence of chaperones was lightened. Instead of being shadowed by a dozen watchful eyes, perhaps only one or two discreet family members might be present, allowing for more natural conversation. Topics of discussion expanded beyond the weather and courtly gossip. Now, intellectual pursuits, shared hobbies, and even personal aspirations could be cautiously explored. The language of flowers, once a vital tool for secret communication, now became a charming addition to courtship, a way to express sentiments openly rather than clandestinely. A suitor might still send a bouquet, but its meaning was openly understood, a gesture of affection rather than a coded message of defiance. Ballads and poetry, once circulated illicitly, were now openly enjoyed, their romantic themes celebrated rather than suppressed. This freedom of expression allowed for a richer, more nuanced understanding of love and companionship. Queen Alara herself set an example. She would often host gatherings where young nobles could interact in a less formal setting, fostering an environment where personalities could shine through. She encouraged intellectual discourse, musical performances, and even games that allowed for playful interaction. These events were still supervised, for the sensibilities of the age did not vanish overnight, but they were designed to facilitate genuine connection, not merely to observe it. The old system's injustices, particularly the use of torture and arbitrary punishment, were completely abolished. The dungeon cells that had once held innocent peasants and defiant jesters were now used for storage or, in some cases, repurposed as quieter spaces for study. Justice, under Queen Alara, became a matter of fair trial and reasoned judgment, not the capricious whim of a single ruler. This instilled a deep sense of security and trust among the populace, a feeling they had not known for decades. The cruel law forbidding a betrothed woman from speaking to other men was swiftly revoked, replaced by an emphasis on trust and fidelity within the existing bounds of betrothal. This change, in particular, empowered women, allowing them a greater sense of agency and respect. The memory of King Thuron's downfall served as a constant reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and extreme rigidity. The kingdom had learned a bitter lesson about the importance of empathy and the corrosive nature of fear. The story of his rule was recounted not to instill terror, but to educate, to remind future generations of the delicate balance required to maintain a just and prosperous society. The initial suffering caused by the plague had, ironically, played a crucial role in the king's undoing, revealing the catastrophic consequences of his arrogance and his refusal to heed reasoned advice. It had been a painful crucible, but one from which a more resilient and compassionate society had emerged. Lord Alaric, now a respected duke, often advised Queen Alara on matters of governance. his experiences during the plague and his clandestine courtship, with Isolde having given him a unique perspective on both human suffering and the importance of genuine connection. Lady Isolde, too, used her intelligence and wisdom to advocate for greater education and opportunities for women, ensuring that their voices would be heard in this new era. Their own marriage, once a quiet act of defiance, now stood as a public example of a partnership built on mutual respect, intellectual companionship, and deep affection, a far cry from the purely transactional alliances of the past. The Queen also recognized the importance of cultural enrichment. The traveling jesters and storytellers, once silenced or driven underground, were now welcomed at court and in the villages. Their tales, both humorous and poignant, often subtly explored themes of love, loss, and the complexities of human relationships, providing a safe outlet for emotions and reflections that had long been suppressed. These narratives, much like our own tonight, offered insights into the human heart and the ever-evolving nature of courtship. The kingdom began to rebuild its economy, its infrastructure, and most importantly, its spirit. The peasants, no longer fearing arbitrary punishment, worked with renewed vigor, their fields yielding bountiful harvests. Trade routes, once disrupted by instability, reopened, bringing in new ideas and resources. The overall quality of life improved, and with it, a greater sense of hope and optimism permeated the land. This newfound stability and freedom profoundly impacted how people approached relationships. While the romantic ideals of passionate love were still emerging, the groundwork was laid for them to flourish. Instead of solely focusing on property or lineage, individuals could now consider compatibility of temperament, shared values, and even mutual attraction. This was not to say that love matches became the norm overnight. Tradition held strong, and familial approval remained crucial. However, the path to a genuine connection was made smoother, less fraught with danger and deceit. Even the architecture of the castles began to reflect this shift. No longer were they solely fortresses designed for defense and control. While still imposing, new additions often included more comfortable living spaces, larger libraries, and gardens designed for leisurely strolls rather than mere observation. These subtle architectural changes mirrored the evolving social landscape, moving towards environments that fostered connection rather than isolation. The legacy of Queen Alara's reign was not one of conquest or grand military victories, but one of quiet transformation. She had proven that a ruler's greatest strength lay in their ability to listen, to empathize, and to create a society where its members could thrive. The story of Victorian dating in this medieval kingdom, though initially marked by rigidity and suffering, ultimately became a tale of resilience, evolution, and the enduring human desire for connection. The moral echoes through the ages. True love in all its forms cannot be legislated or suppressed indefinitely. It will find a way, even through secret notes and stolen glances, to blossom. And a society that nurtures genuine affection and respect among its people will always be more enduring and joyful than one that seeks to control and constrain the human heart. The world, much like the changing seasons, always finds a way to move forward, to grow, and to embrace the warmth of human connection, even after the longest and coldest of winters. The gentle shift from oppression to understanding, from fear to freedom, was the greatest triumph of Queen Alara's reign, laying the foundation for a future where love, however it was expressed, could find its rightful place. And so, as the moonlight filters through the trees, casting soft shadows, we reflect on this journey through time. A journey that reminds us of the universal human longing for companionship and the remarkable ways in which individuals, even in the most restrictive of eras, found ways to connect, to love, and to defy the strictures that sought to define them. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of the heart. And with that, perhaps your own dreams will now be filled with gentle breezes and the quiet whisper of old-world romance. The gentle breeze that carried whispers of change across Queen Alara's revitalized kingdom also brought with it a renewed sense of purpose to the lives of its inhabitants. No longer consumed by the constant fear of arbitrary punishment, the common folk found themselves with more energy and spirit to invest in their daily lives, and indeed in their personal relationships. Marriages among peasants, while still often arranged with practicality in mind, now had an added layer of consideration for the compatibility of personalities. A young man proposing to a maiden might now actually spend time conversing with her at the village well, under the less watchful eye of her mother, discerning if their temperaments aligned, if their humor sparked. It was a subtle revolution, one that played out in quiet moments rather than grand pronouncements. The shift in emphasis moved from merely securing property or labor to finding a partner with whom one could genuinely share life's burdens and joys. For instance, a young farmer named Gareth, who had once eyed the industrious daughter of a neighboring farmer, now dared to approach her not just with an offer of help during harvest, but with a few carefully chosen words about the beauty of the sunset over their shared fields, or a small, hand-carved wooden bird he'd made. Such gestures, once potentially seen as overly familiar and risking punishment, were now viewed as acceptable expressions of budding interest. Among the noble classes, the art of polite conversation blossomed. Salons, not unlike those that would emerge centuries later, began to appear in the grander estates. Here, men and women of refinement could gather to discuss literature, philosophy, and music, all under the elegant, yet less stifling, supervision of a hostess. These were perfect environments for intellectual connections to form, often paving the way for deeper emotional bonds. A lord might find himself drawn to a lady not just for her dowry or family name, but for her sharp wit during a debate or her insightful commentary on a newly discovered manuscript. The queen herself was a patron of the arts and sciences, believing that an enlightened populace was a happy one. This patronage extended to the burgeoning field of romantic literature. Scribes and poets, no longer fearing censorship, began to compose tales of chivalry, courtly love, and even the complexities of marriage, which were widely read and discussed. These stories provided models, however idealized, for young people navigating their own romantic paths, offering narratives of heroism, devotion, and sometimes tragic love that resonated deeply. They explored themes of choice, sacrifice, and the enduring power of affection, subtly challenging the remnants of the old, rigid system. Children born under Queen Alara's reign grew up in a world profoundly different from that of their parents. They learned about the tyranny of King Thuron not as an immediate threat, but as a cautionary tale from history. They were encouraged to think critically, to question, and to express themselves, fostering a generation far more self-assured and independent. This confidence, in turn, allowed for more open and honest interactions in courtship. The concept of courtship rituals still very much existed, but they were infused with a new spirit. Gifts, for example, became more personal. Instead of a mandatory jewel or a token of a family crest, a suitor might present a lady with a beautifully bound book of poetry that he knew she admired, or a delicate piece of embroidery that reflected her own artistic talents. These thoughtful gestures spoke volumes, indicating an effort to truly know and appreciate the individual, rather than just fulfilling a prescribed duty. The role of letters in courtship also evolved. While Lord Alaric and Lady Isolde had used letters for clandestine communication, now they became a legitimate and cherished part of the courtship process. A young man might pen a carefully worded letter to a lady he admired, expressing his esteem and his desire for her company. Her reply, equally thoughtful, would reveal her own inclinations. These letters were not just formal inquiries. They were often filled with genuine sentiment, allowing for a deeper exploration of feelings before the formality of a visit or an official proposal. The presence of the church in matters of marriage remained strong, emphasizing the sacred vows and the spiritual bond between husband and wife. However, even the clergy, under Queen Alara's gentle influence, began to place more emphasis on mutual respect and affection as foundations for a blessed union, rather than simply the fulfillment of familial duty. Sermons might touch upon the importance of kindness and understanding within marriage, reflecting the changing societal values. The kingdom also saw the rise of social events that were specifically designed for eligible young people to meet and interact. These might include festive seasonal gatherings, harvest festivals, or even archery competitions and hawking displays, where men and women could observe each other's skills and characters in a more relaxed, yet still proper setting. Such events provided natural opportunities for conversation and flirtation, albeit of a very chaste and respectful kind. The strict separation of genders was still very much a part of the cultural fabric, but these events created bridges between those separate spheres. Even the architecture of the noble houses began to see subtle changes. While grand halls remained for formal gatherings, there was a growing trend towards creating smaller, more intimate parlors and drawing rooms. These spaces offered a slightly less formal atmosphere for conversations, allowing individuals to feel more comfortable in expressing themselves. The elaborate gardens, once purely for display, now often included secluded alcoves and benches, offering opportunities for private conversations during chaperone strolls. These were places where a young couple, under a watchful but not overbearing eye, might discuss their shared future or their hopes and dreams. The long-term impact of these changes was profound. Generations later, the kingdom became known not just for its prosperity, but for its enlightened approach to social relations. Marriages were generally happier, built on foundations of respect and genuine affection. The spirit of cooperation and understanding that Queen Alara had fostered in her governance extended into the very heart of families. The old, cold formality of Victorian dating, in a medieval setting, had truly given way to a warmer, more human-centered approach. The lessons learned from King Thuron's reign lingered not as a shadow, but as a guiding light. The people understood the fragility of freedom and the importance of compassionate leadership. They knew that true strength came from unity and the celebration of individual spirit, not from suppression. The Queen's legacy was a testament to the power of quiet strength, empathetic leadership, and the profound impact one person's vision could have on the course of history. And so, the story of this kingdom concludes not with dramatic battles or sudden revolutions, but with the peaceful unfolding of progress, a testament to the slow but steady triumph of humanity. It's a gentle reminder that even the most deeply entrenched traditions can evolve, and that the universal desire for love and connection will always find a way to bloom, given the right soil and a nurturing environment. The old Victorian-like restrictions gave way to a world where hearts could truly seek and find their counterparts, fostering a deeper, more meaningful tapestry of human relationships. The tapestry of daily life, once woven with threads of constraint and apprehension, now featured richer hues of personal expression and mutual regard. As decades turned into centuries, the kingdom's ethos, shaped so profoundly by Queen Alara, continued to evolve, giving rise to customs that, while still valuing propriety, embraced genuine affection. The very term courtship itself began to shed some of its rigid connotations, slowly morphing into something more akin to our modern understanding of dating. Yet, the medieval roots meant that respect, family honor, and community standing always remained important facets. For the common folk, who constituted the vast majority, practicality still heavily influenced marriage choices. A strong, healthy spouse who could contribute to the household and family labor was always highly valued. However, the newfound freedom meant that young men and women could actively seek out partners with whom they shared a basic rapport. A young weaver, for example, might be drawn to a potter's daughter not just for her family's reputation, but for her cheerful disposition and the way her eyes twinkled when she spoke of her craft. Their interactions would still be community-centric, at the market, during festivals, or at church. But now, these public spaces allowed for more direct and less monitored conversations. The village elders, once stern enforcers of tradition, became more like wise counselors. Their role shifted from dictating matches to advising young couples and their families, offering insights into character and compatibility, rather than simply issuing decrees. This collaborative approach fostered stronger community bonds and, importantly, happier unions. Discontent, which had festered in the past under forced marriages, significantly decreased. Among the nobility, the shift was even more pronounced. The strict, almost theatrical, rituals of the past were gradually replaced by a more refined, yet personal, approach. Formal balls and grand assemblies became primary venues for young nobles to meet. These events were still elaborate, but their underlying purpose was no longer solely about displaying wealth or making a grand, impersonal match. Instead, they offered opportunities for sustained conversation, shared dances, and subtle flirtation under the elegant chandeliers. A lady might engage in a series of dances with the same gentleman over the course of an evening, a clear signal of mutual interest. The exchange of gifts grew increasingly sophisticated and meaningful. Instead of merely presenting jewels or silks, a suitor might commission a portrait, compose a piece of music, or present a rare book, tailored specifically to the lady's known tastes and passions. These were gestures that spoke of effort, understanding, and a desire to truly connect with the individual, moving far beyond mere obligation. The emphasis was shifting towards courtship as a journey of discovery, where two people learned about each other's minds and hearts. The role of parents remained significant, particularly in ensuring the suitability of a match in terms of lineage and property. However, it was rare for parents to force a union against the strong inclinations of their child. Parental consent became less about absolute command and more about enthusiastic endorsement, reflecting the growing value placed on individual happiness within the marital bond. If a young noble expressed a strong dislike for a proposed match, or a fervent desire for another, their concerns would be seriously considered, a stark contrast to the days of King Thuron. Education, championed by Queen Alara, continued to flourish, impacting both genders. Learned women, once a rarity, became more common among the nobility. This intellectual equality fostered deeper companionship in marriage, as men and women could engage in stimulating conversations and share intellectual pursuits, elevating the marital bond beyond just domesticity and procreation. Shared interests, once a secret solace, were now celebrated aspects of a good match. The advent of new forms of entertainment also created fresh avenues for courtship. Traveling theatrical troupes, musical concerts, and even public libraries, though still exclusive to the wealthy, became popular. Attending such events with a potential suitor, perhaps under the discreet eye of a chaperone, offered a more relaxed and enjoyable environment for interaction. These shared experiences formed common ground, fueling conversations and fostering a sense of shared joy. The notion of true love as a prerequisite for marriage, while still often tempered by practicality, gained considerable traction. The romantic tales that had once been whispered now openly celebrated passionate devotion and unwavering loyalty. This cultural shift encouraged individuals to seek out not just a suitable partner, but a soulmate, someone with whom they could envision a lifetime of shared affection and understanding. The pressure to marry for purely economic or social gain lessened, though never entirely disappeared. The memory of King Thuron and his draconian laws served as a potent historical lesson, preventing any significant regression into excessive authoritarianism. The kingdom had collectively tasted the bitterness of oppression, and generations upheld the values of freedom, compassion, and justice. This historical consciousness ensured that the hard-won freedoms in courtship and social interaction were cherished and protected. The gradual disappearance of many of the initial Victorian constraints was a testament to the enduring human spirit's desire for genuine connection. From secret notes hidden in books to public declarations of affection, the journey of courtship in this medieval-turned-enlightened kingdom mirrored the broader journey of societal progress. It underscored the profound truth that while rules and traditions can shape human interaction, they can never fully extinguish the flame of individual desire and the yearning for a heartfelt bond. And so, this narrative, spanning generations, offers a gentle conclusion. The strictures of the past had dissolved, not in violent upheaval, but in the steady, persistent flow of human kindness and enlightened leadership. The medieval world, which had once confined hearts in rigid cages, had finally learned to open its embrace, allowing love to truly find its wings. The final moral, woven through the very fabric of this evolving society, was simple yet profound. Progress is a journey, not a destination. It requires constant vigilance, empathy, and a willingness to adapt, always prioritizing the dignity and happiness of the individual. And in matters of the heart, where genuine connection thrives, a compassionate society will always yield the richest harvest of human joy. This kingdom, once stifled by a tyrant, bloomed under the wisdom of a queen, proving that true power lies in fostering freedom, not in imposing fear. It's a story that reminds us that even the slowest and most arduous changes can lead to the most beautiful and enduring outcomes. Welcome, dear listeners, to a journey back in time, to an era often misunderstood, a period where the rhythms of life were deeply intertwined with the sun and the stars. We'll explore a fascinating idea today, that the people of Viking times might have experienced the most profound and restorative sleep in all of history. Imagine a world without the constant hum of electricity, the glow of screens, or the endless chatter of modern life. A world where darkness truly meant darkness, and silence was a genuine companion. If this journey into ancient repose helps you find a moment of peace, perhaps even a touch of your own forgotten slumber, please consider liking this video and subscribing for more tales of tranquility. Let's get started. In the shadowed lands of the north, long before the ceaseless clamor of bells and the urgent demands of kings became the sole measure of time, there existed a way of life that nurtured a different kind of rest. It was a sleep born not of luxury, but of necessity, of deep connection to the earth and its unwavering cycles. The Viking folk, often depicted as fierce warriors and daring explorers, were also intimately familiar with the art of truly resting. Their days were filled with arduous labor, whether tilling the unforgiving soil, crafting sturdy longships, or navigating treacherous seas. This physical exertion, day in and day out, laid a foundation for a weariness that was honest and complete, a weariness that invited deep, unbroken slumber when night finally fell. Unlike the noble courts that would rise centuries later, where candlelight flickered late into the night, filled with political intrigue and anxious whispers. The Viking household, be it a chieftain's longhouse or a simple farmer's dwelling, embraced the darkness. There were no grand banquets stretching into the pre-dawn hours, no endless scrolls to pore over by dim lamps, no elaborate entertainments designed to stave off boredom. Life was simpler, harsher perhaps, but in that simplicity lay a profound wisdom about the body's natural need for rest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, a quietude would descend upon the settlements. The hearth fire, the heart of every home, would be carefully tended, its embers glowing softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Families would gather, sharing meager meals, perhaps a story or a song, but always with an unspoken understanding that soon the time for sleep would come. They didn't fight against the natural urge, they embraced it. The concept of an artificial day, prolonged by endless light, was alien to them. Their bodies and minds were attuned to the rhythms of nature, rising with the sun, working through its arc, and settling down when it departed. This innate connection meant their circadian rhythms, those internal clocks that govern our sleep and wakefulness, were perfectly synchronized with the world around them. Contrast this with the later medieval courts, where kings, even those considered benevolent, were often plagued by restless nights. Take King Eadwig of Wessex, a monarch whose reign, though brief, was fraught with ambition and paranoia. His castle, a formidable stone edifice, was a place of perpetual tension. Even as a young ruler, Eadwig found sleep an elusive mistress. His advisors, ever eager to curry favor, would whisper tales of betrayal and rebellion, filling his mind with doubts long after the last torch had been extinguished. His vast bedchamber, though adorned with tapestries depicting heroic deeds, felt more like a cage. He would toss and turn on his feather mattress, a luxury unknown to the common folk, yet it brought him little comfort. The weight of his crown, the burden of governance, and the constant fear of usurpation pressed down on him, stealing the peace that was so readily available to a Viking farmer after a day spent laboring in the fields. Eadwig, in his quest for absolute power, had inadvertently sacrificed his ability to truly rest. His days were a blur of decrees, petitions, and the endless maneuvering of ambitious nobles. His nights were a torment of anxieties. There was an incident, widely spoken of in hushed tones, where Eadwig, in a fit of sleepless rage, decreed that all bells in his kingdom must ring every hour, through the day and night, to remind his subjects of his omnipresent authority. This bizarre law, born of his own fractured sleep, became a source of widespread misery. Peasants, who once relied on the quiet darkness for their restorative slumber, now found their nights punctuated by the relentless clangor. Their livestock, too, grew agitated, and the once peaceful villages became restless, mirroring the king's own troubled mind. This was a king who, despite his immense power, was profoundly powerless over his own inner peace. His suffering was a direct consequence of his detachment from the natural order, a stark contrast to the Viking who found strength and solace in embracing it. The Viking, after a long day of hunting or fishing, would return to their longhouse, the smoky air a familiar comfort, the communal warmth of their kin a soothing presence. They would lie down on simple platforms covered with animal skins, not soft silk, but honest, natural coverings. There was no pretense, no elaborate ritual, just the simple act of yielding to the body's need. Their sleep was deep, untroubled by the machinations of distant courts or the anxieties of a world they did not strive to control beyond their immediate surroundings. They were masters of their own small domains, and in that mastery, they found a form of peace that eluded even the most powerful monarchs. Think of the sounds that accompanied a Viking's sleep: the gentle crackle of the hearth, the soft breathing of family members nearby, perhaps the distant howl of a wolf or the rustle of wind through the trees. These were not intrusive noises, but natural elements of their environment, woven into the fabric of their lives. Compare that to a medieval castle, even one without Eadwig's absurd bell decree. There would be guards patrolling, their armored footsteps echoing through stone corridors. Servants would be scurrying about, attending to the needs of the nobility, often at odd hours. The occasional shriek of a peacock in the courtyard, the baying of hounds, or the sudden burst of drunken laughter from the guardhouse could all shatter the fragile peace of night. The very architecture of power, designed for defense and display, inadvertently created an environment hostile to truly deep sleep. Nobles, surrounded by their perceived comforts, often found themselves adrift in a sea of half-sleep, their minds always alert, always on guard. Their days were a constant negotiation of alliances and threats, their nights a continuation of this mental strain. The concept of deep, restorative sleep, the kind that allowed the body and mind to truly reset, was a luxury they rarely experienced. There was a peasant woman named Alara, living in the shadow of King Eadwig's oppressive rule. Her life was hard, filled with backbreaking work in the fields from dawn till dusk. Yet, even with the constant ringing of the king's bells, Alara found a way to reclaim her sleep. She lived in a small, humble cottage, far enough from the main village that the bells were somewhat muffled, a dull thrum rather than a piercing clang. Her bed was a straw pallet on the earthen floor, warmed by the lingering heat of the day. Unlike the king, Alara had no silks or feathers, but she possessed something far more valuable, a mind untroubled by ambition or the anxieties of power. Her concerns were simple: the harvest, the health of her family, the warmth of her hearth. When she lay down at night, utterly exhausted from honest labor, her body surrendered completely. She would fall into a sleep so profound that even the incessant ringing of Eadwig's bells faded into the background, becoming a mere whisper on the edge of her consciousness. Her dreams, she often said, were of sun-drenched fields and bountiful harvests, dreams of peace and contentment. She awoke each morning, despite the bells, feeling refreshed, her muscles aching but her spirit renewed. Her resilience was a testament to the power of a life lived in harmony with natural rhythms, a quiet defiance against the unnatural dictates of a troubled king. In another part of the world, far to the north, a Viking chieftain named Bjorn the Bear, known for his formidable strength and booming laugh, slept soundly even amidst the harsh conditions of his longhouse. His days were a whirlwind of activity, planning raids, settling disputes, feasting with his warriors, and tending to the needs of his community. When the long, dark winter nights descended, Bjorn and his kin would gather around the central hearth. The thick walls of the longhouse, insulated with turf and timber, kept out the biting wind. The smoke hole in the roof allowed the smoky air to escape, but enough lingered to create a warm, enveloping atmosphere. Bjorn's bed was a wooden platform, shared with his wife, piled high with thick furs. He didn't worry about assassins lurking in the shadows. His loyal warriors slept nearby, their snores a comforting rhythm. He didn't fret over the intricate political dance of distant kings. His world was his village, his immediate kin, and the vast, challenging sea. His sleep was the sleep of a man who had faced the day's challenges head-on, had fought when necessary, and had provided for his people. It was a sleep earned through exertion, tempered by the knowledge that he had done his best. When he closed his eyes, his mind was not racing with anxieties, but settling into the quietude of a body well spent. He embraced the natural darkness, the silence of the night, and allowed his body to deeply restore itself. This was the sleep of a free man, unburdened by the artificial constructs of later civilizations. The contrast between Bjorn's deep, restorative sleep and King Eadwig's tormented nights highlights a crucial point. It wasn't about the softness of the bed or the grandeur of the chamber. It was about the fundamental way of life. The Vikings, living in a pre-industrial, pre-agrarian revolution world, were deeply connected to the natural world. Their physical labor was immense, but it was also varied and engaging, utilizing different muscle groups and senses. They spent their days outdoors, exposed to natural light and the elements, which helped regulate their internal clocks. Their diet, though simple, was wholesome, consisting of fresh produce, lean meats, and fish, without the processed sugars and stimulants that disrupt modern sleep patterns. Furthermore, their communal living arrangements, though seemingly basic, provided a sense of security and belonging. Sleeping in a longhouse with family and trusted companions fostered a feeling of safety, reducing the primal anxieties that can prevent deep sleep. There was no isolation, no feeling of being alone in the vast, dark world. The warmth of bodies nearby, the shared breaths, created a comforting cocoon. This was a holistic approach to life that inherently promoted good sleep, a stark departure from the isolated, stress-ridden existence of many medieval rulers. King Eadwig's reign, as predicted by many of his increasingly disgruntled subjects, began its slow, inevitable unraveling. The incessant ringing of bells, initially a symbol of his power, quickly became a symbol of his cruelty and detachment. The peasants, their sleep fractured and their spirits worn thin, found it increasingly difficult to work their fields with the same vigor. Harvests began to dwindle, and a quiet resentment simmered beneath the surface of the kingdom. Nobles, too, grew weary of the king's erratic behavior, his sleepless nights translating into impulsive, often punitive decisions during the day. His court became a place of whispered conspiracies, as ambitious lords saw an opportunity in the king's growing instability. One particularly harsh winter, when the land was blanketed in snow and food was scarce, Eadwig, in his paranoia, accused a loyal old earl, Lord Cynric, of hoarding grain. Without proper investigation, fueled by sleepless suspicion, Eadwig ordered Cynric's public torture, a brutal display meant to instill fear. The screams of the old earl, carried on the bitter wind, echoed through the villages, but instead of inspiring terror, it ignited a spark of open rebellion. The people, tired of their broken sleep and broken lives, had reached their breaking point. The common folk, led by a charismatic former soldier named Godwin, began to organize in secret. They met in the deepest forests, under the silent gaze of ancient trees, where the sounds of Eadwig's bells were finally muted. There, they planned their uprising, fueled not just by hunger and injustice, but by the profound weariness of a people denied their natural rest. Godwin, a man who believed in the simple dignity of a good night's sleep, understood that the king's tyranny was not just about taxes or unjust laws, but about stealing the very peace that allowed people to endure. He promised a return to the natural rhythms, to nights of quiet and days of honest labor, without the oppressive clangor. His message resonated deeply, particularly with the exhausted peasants. The uprising was swift and decisive. The king's soldiers, many of whom were themselves weary from the constant bell ringing and the king's unpredictable temper, offered little resistance. They too longed for the quiet of a true night. Eadwig, isolated and consumed by his own anxieties, was quickly overthrown. He was found in his bedchamber, not on his luxurious mattress, but slumped in a chair, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his face a mask of utter exhaustion. He had not slept properly in weeks, perhaps months. The constant fear of rebellion, coupled with the self-imposed torment of his own laws, had completely broken him. He was a man utterly depleted, a stark embodiment of the destructive power of prolonged sleep deprivation. The lesson was clear, though perhaps not immediately articulated in such terms. Even the most powerful ruler, with all the riches and armies at his command, could not escape the fundamental human need for rest. To deny it to oneself, or worse, to deny it to one's people, was to invite ruin. After Eadwig's downfall, a new, wiser council was established, led by Godwin, who became known as Godwin the Peacemaker. His first decree, after restoring order, was to abolish Eadwig's Bell Law. The silence that descended upon the kingdom on the first night after the bells ceased was almost palpable, a profound balm to the ears and souls of the people. They slept that night with a depth and serenity they hadn't known in years. It was a sleep of liberation, of healing, a testament to the restorative power of natural peace. Godwin understood that true prosperity was not just about fertile lands or rich coffers, but about the well-being of his people, and that well-being began with a good night's sleep. He encouraged a return to simpler rhythms, to communal gatherings in the evenings, to honest labor during the day, and to undisturbed rest at night. The kingdom slowly began to heal, its people revitalized, their spirits buoyant once more. The moral of Eadwig's story, passed down through generations, was a quiet warning. Power, unchecked by wisdom and disconnected from the natural needs of humanity, is a fleeting and ultimately self-destructive force. True strength, it seemed, lay not in endless vigilance, but in the profound restoration found in a night of deep, Viking-like sleep. And so the land learned that the best sleep wasn't a luxury for the rich, but a birthright for all, a fundamental pillar of a healthy and just society. It was a lesson whispered on the wind, carried through the quiet nights, a gentle reminder that some ancient ways held profound truths, truths that modern kings, and perhaps even modern people, would do well to remember. The Viking spirit, in its resilience and connection to the earth, had a silent wisdom about rest that echoed through the ages, a wisdom we might do well to rediscover in our own busy, often sleepless, lives. Indeed, the echoes of that ancient wisdom, about the profound importance of proper rest, continue to resonate through time, albeit often unheard amidst the growing complexities of later eras. As kingdoms expanded and societies became more stratified, the gap between the sleeping patterns of the powerful and the common folk widened, often with detrimental consequences for both. The very structure of medieval life, with its emphasis on courtly duties, religious vigils, and burgeoning commerce, began to chip away at the natural, unfettered sleep that the Vikings had so effortlessly embraced. Noblemen and women, bound by strict social codes and political obligations, found their nights frequently interrupted. Imagine the Lady Eleanor, a prominent duchess in a bustling southern kingdom, whose life seemed to be an endless cycle of social engagements and strategic alliances. Her days were a whirlwind of managing vast estates, overseeing servants, receiving emissaries, and attending to intricate embroidery that symbolized her status. When night fell, her duties did not cease. There were often late-night council meetings with her husband, the Duke, discussing matters of land, war, or marriage alliances. Grand feasts, designed to impress visiting dignitaries, would stretch for hours, accompanied by minstrels and jesters whose performances lasted well into the night. Eleanor, though surrounded by immense wealth and comfort, often found herself longing for the simple peace of an undisturbed night. Her bed, a magnificent creation of carved oak and velvet drapes, was a symbol of her power, yet it offered little solace to her weary mind. She would lie awake, her thoughts racing, replaying conversations, strategizing for the next day's negotiations, or worrying about the health of her children. The occasional cries of her infants, the creaking of the castle under the weight of the wind, or the distant barking of the castle hounds would all contribute to her fragmented sleep. Unlike the Viking mother, who shared a communal space with her sleeping children and felt the comforting rhythm of their breaths, Eleanor's children slept in separate chambers, attended by wet nurses, creating a subtle but significant emotional distance, even in sleep. This detachment, though a mark of her status, also contributed to a certain isolation that made rest more difficult. She was constantly on, even in the supposed sanctuary of her bedchamber, her mind always engaged in the intricate dance of power and prestige. Her husband, Duke Richard, fared little better. A man of formidable reputation on the battlefield, he was a restless sleeper in his own castle. The weight of command, the responsibility for countless lives, and the constant threat of rival lords gnawed at him. He would often rise before dawn, driven by an inner restlessness, to review military strategies by the flickering light of a single candle. His days were filled with the clang of swords in the training yard, the shouts of his captains, and the endless petitions of his subjects. His nights were haunted by the ghosts of battles past and the anxieties of future conflicts. He often suffered from nightmares, waking in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, convinced he heard the sounds of an approaching army at his castle gates. For all his martial prowess, Duke Richard was vulnerable to the silent siege of sleeplessness, a siege that slowly eroded his judgment and temper. His advisors, noticing his increasing irritability and impulsive decisions, would often whisper amongst themselves about the Duke's dark moods, attributing them to his temperament rather than recognizing the profound impact of his chronic sleep deprivation. There was a time when Duke Richard, in a fit of exhaustion-induced paranoia, accused his most loyal knight, Sir Cale, of treason. Cale, a man who had served the Duke faithfully for decades, was known for his unwavering honesty and courage. But the Duke, operating on little sleep and fueled by suspicious whispers from a jealous courtier, saw only betrayal. He ordered Cale imprisoned in the deepest dungeon, a cold, damp cell where the knight was subjected to harsh interrogations designed to extract a confession that did not exist. The injustice of it all spread a chill through the court, reminding everyone of the precariousness of their positions, even those most trusted. This act of cruelty, born from the Duke's own shattered peace, slowly began to alienate his subjects and weaken the bonds of loyalty that held his kingdom together. A ruler who cannot sleep soundly, it seemed, cannot rule justly or wisely for long. Meanwhile, in the small, unassuming village bordering Duke Richard's sprawling lands, lived a cooper named Thomas. His life was far removed from the lavish feasts and political intrigues of the ducal court. Thomas spent his days crafting barrels, his hands strong and calloused from shaping wood. He worked from sunup to sundown, his labor honest and physically demanding. His small cottage, though humble, was a haven of simple comforts. His bed was a sturdy wooden frame, covered with a thick straw mattress and warm woolen blankets woven by his wife. When Thomas laid his head down at night, after a wholesome, simple meal shared with his family, his body was utterly exhausted in the most satisfying way. He didn't worry about distant wars or courtly conspiracies. His world was his craft, his family, and the rhythm of the seasons. The sounds that accompanied his sleep were the gentle snores of his wife beside him, the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, and the occasional hoot of an owl. These were not disruptive noises, but natural lullabies. Thomas would fall into a deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that truly renewed his body and mind. He awoke each morning with the first rays of the sun, feeling refreshed and ready to face another day of honest labor. His judgment was clear, his temper even, and his spirit content. He was a man who, despite his humble status, possessed a richness of rest that far surpassed that of his duke. His ability to sleep soundly, even amidst the hardships of peasant life and the occasional cruelties emanating from the castle, was a testament to his simple, yet deeply effective, connection to the natural order of things. He lived a life that, in its essence, mirrored the healthy sleep patterns of the ancient Vikings, demonstrating that the best sleep wasn't about wealth or power, but about living in harmony with one's body and the world. This persistent theme of the powerful struggling with sleep, while the humble often found it with ease, is a fascinating thread woven through medieval history. It speaks to a fundamental truth about human well-being, that excessive ambition, constant vigilance, and a disconnect from physical exertion and natural light can be profoundly detrimental to our ability to achieve truly restorative sleep. The Vikings, in their earlier, less complicated world, seemed to intuitively understand this. Their lives were an ongoing cycle of intense physical activity followed by profound rest. They didn't have to consciously think about sleep hygiene or circadian rhythms. Their very existence enforced it. They ate natural, unprocessed foods, spent almost all their waking hours outdoors under the sun, and their nights were dark and largely silent. Their communal sleeping arrangements also played a role. The longhouse was a place of shared warmth and security. There was a primal comfort in knowing others were near, their breathing a soothing presence in the darkness. This contrasts sharply with the often isolated grand bedchambers of the nobility, where one was alone with one's thoughts, often magnified by the echoing emptiness of a large room. The concept of personal space, while valued in later eras, might have inadvertently contributed to a sense of isolation that made sleep more elusive for those at the top of the social hierarchy. The downfall of Duke Richard, much like that of King Edwig, began subtly, creeping in like a persistent fog that obscures all clarity. His chronic sleeplessness, once merely a personal torment, started to manifest in his governance. He became increasingly erratic, prone to fits of uncontrolled anger over minor infractions, and suspicious of even his most loyal subjects. His decisions grew impulsive, often contradicting earlier decrees, causing confusion and inefficiency throughout his administration. One particularly infamous incident involved a valuable horse, a prized war steed gifted to him by a neighboring ally. The horse, a magnificent black stallion, was kept in the ducal stables, renowned for their upkeep. One morning, the stable master reported that the stallion had fallen ill, seemingly from a poorly prepared feed. In a fit of sleep-deprived rage, convinced it was an act of sabotage, Duke Richard accused the stable master, a man who had served his family for generations, of poisoning the horse. He refused to listen to any explanations, to consider any alternatives. Instead, he ordered the stable master to be publicly humiliated and banished from the dukedom, his family cast out with him. This act of blatant injustice, fueled by the duke's clouded judgment, sent shockwaves through the community. The people, already weary from heavy taxes and the duke's increasingly unpredictable behavior, began to openly question his sanity. The fear that had once ensured their obedience was slowly replaced by a dangerous combination of resentment and contempt. The nobles within his court, observing the duke's decline, started to withdraw their support. They saw a ruler whose mental faculties were clearly impaired, a man whose impulsiveness threatened the stability of the entire dukedom. Whispers of a coup, once unthinkable, began to circulate openly. The young Baroness Isolde, a woman known for her sharp intellect and pragmatic nature, was among the first to discreetly voice her concerns. She had observed the Duke closely during council meetings, noting his distracted gaze, his tendency to interrupt, and the dark circles under his eyes that seemed to deepen with each passing day. Isolde understood that a ruler's ability to govern effectively was inextricably linked to their ability to maintain a clear mind, and that clarity, she knew, came from sound sleep. She began to forge alliances with other discontented lords, painting a picture of a dukedom teetering on the brink of ruin, all because its leader was literally losing his mind from lack of rest. Her argument was simple. A sleepless duke was a dangerous duke, not just to his enemies, but to his own people. The eventual uprising against Duke Richard was not a grand, bloody battle, but a quiet, almost melancholic affair. His own guard, tired of his unpredictable commands and the oppressive atmosphere of the castle, offered little resistance when Baroness Isolde and her allies marched in. They found Duke Richard in his private chambers, not leading a defense, but staring blankly out a window, his face pale and haggard, a testament to his prolonged torment. He looked less like a fearsome warlord and more like a ghost of himself, a man utterly broken by the internal siege of sleeplessness. He offered no resistance, no argument. He was simply too exhausted to fight, too depleted to care. The weight of his own crown, the burden of governance without the foundation of proper rest, had finally crushed him. He was stripped of his titles and confined to a secluded manor, where, free from the demands of power, he slowly, painstakingly, began to rediscover the lost art of sleep. It was a long process, but eventually the quiet of the manor, the simple rhythm of country life, and the absence of courtly pressures allowed him to finally find some measure of peace, and with it, the deep, restorative slumber he had so desperately craved. His story served as a potent, albeit tragic, reminder that even the loftiest positions could not circumvent the most basic human needs, and that the denial of these needs could lead to the most profound of downfalls. The new leadership, with Baroness Isolde playing a pivotal role, prioritized not just justice and fairness, but also a more balanced approach to life, recognizing that the well-being of the rulers directly impacted the well-being of the realm. They understood that a rested leader was a clearer-headed leader, capable of making sound decisions, a stark contrast to the reign of the perpetually exhausted Duke Richard. The lessons learned from these unfortunate rulers, however, often faded with the passing of generations, as new ambitious individuals rose to power, frequently repeating the same mistakes. The relentless pursuit of control, wealth, and status seemed to inherently foster an environment hostile to natural sleep. Consider the merchant guilds that began to flourish in the later medieval period, particularly in burgeoning cities. These were places of intense competition and ceaseless activity. Guild masters, driven by a desire for ever greater profits and influence, often worked themselves to the bone. Their workshops would operate from before dawn until long after dusk, illuminated by expensive tallow candles or even oil lamps. The pressure to outproduce rivals, to secure favorable trade routes, and to manage a growing workforce meant that sleep became a secondary concern, a luxury to be indulged only when absolutely necessary. Master Alaric, a wealthy cloth merchant in a bustling port city, was a prime example. His warehouses were filled with exotic fabrics, his coffers overflowed with coin, and his reputation for shrewd business dealings was legendary. Yet, Alaric was a man constantly on edge. His mind, even when his body was at rest, was a whirlwind of calculations, market fluctuations, and potential investments. He slept perhaps 4 or 5 hours a night, often waking in a cold sweat from dreams of ruined shipments or defaulting debtors. His diet, rich in heavy meats and sweet wines, further disrupted his sleep, as did the constant background noise of the city that never truly slept. The creak of carts on cobbled streets, the distant shouts of sailors, the raucous laughter from taverns. Alaric, in his pursuit of ever greater wealth, inadvertently became a slave to his own ambition, sacrificing his most fundamental need for rest. His temper grew short, his judgments increasingly clouded. He began to make poor decisions, driven by an unhealthy mixture of overconfidence and fatigue-induced anxiety. He pushed his apprentices and journeymen mercilessly, often denying them their meager allotted rest, convinced that constant labor was the only path to prosperity. This, of course, led to resentment and inefficiency among his workers, further exacerbating his problems. In a desperate attempt to gain an advantage over his rivals, Alaric invested a colossal sum in a speculative venture to import spices from a distant, war-torn land, ignoring the warnings of his more cautious advisors. His exhaustion clouded his ability to assess risk properly, leading him to believe in unrealistic promises. The venture, as predicted by those with clearer heads, failed spectacularly. The ship carrying his precious cargo was lost to a storm, and the political instability of the region meant his investment was irrecoverable. The financial ruin that followed was swift and absolute. Alaric, once the proud master of a vast mercantile empire, found himself utterly bankrupt, his health shattered, his spirit broken. His downfall was not due to malice or cruelty, but to a profound self-neglect, a relentless denial of the body's and mind's desperate need for restorative sleep. His story became a cautionary tale among the guilds, a quiet warning that even the most fervent ambition must be tempered by wisdom, and that wisdom, ultimately, required a clear, well-rested mind. It highlighted how far removed these figures were from the simpler, more harmonious existence of the Viking people, whose rhythms of life inherently safeguarded their sleep. The stark contrast between the merchant Alaric's tormented existence and the undisturbed slumber of a Viking craftsman or farmer serves as a poignant reminder of how societies, in their drive for progress and accumulation, often unwittingly sacrifice fundamental human well-being. The Viking Age, while certainly not without its own hardships and violence, presented a different paradigm, one where the intrinsic value of rest was simply understood, not intellectualized or debated. Their lives were dictated by the sun and seasons, a powerful, unwavering clock that inherently promoted healthy sleep patterns. When the days were long and the sun barely set in the high summer, their activity levels were at their peak, demanding energy and strength. Yet even then the body's need for rest was honored, perhaps in shorter bursts but always a priority. When the deep, dark winters descended, bringing with them endless nights, the pace of life naturally slowed. This was a time for indoor crafts, for storytelling, for mending, and crucially, for extended periods of sleep. They intuitively practiced what modern science calls segmented sleep, or biphasic sleep, during these long winter months, often waking for a few hours in the middle of the night to tend the fire, share a quiet meal, or engage in conversation, before returning to sleep for another long stretch until dawn. This was not a sign of poor sleep, but rather an adaptation to the natural environment, a rhythm that felt entirely natural and deeply restorative. This flexibility, this ability to align their sleep with the available light and the demands of the season, further illustrates their harmonious relationship with rest. Imagine the Viking hunter returning from a long day tracking game through snow-covered forests, his muscles aching, his body chilled to the bone. He enters the warmth of his longhouse, the comforting scent of wood smoke and cooking meat filling his nostrils. He sheds his heavy furs, eats a hearty meal, and then simply collapses onto his sleeping platform. There are no scrolls to read, no urgent messages to send, no political machinations to ponder. His mind is clear, his body exhausted in the most profound and satisfying way. He falls into a deep, dreamless sleep, undisturbed by artificial light or incessant noise. His sleep is his reward for his day's labor, a vital component of his survival, allowing him to regain his strength, sharpen his senses, and prepare for the challenges of the next day. This sleep isn't a luxury, it's a fundamental pillar of his existence. He doesn't need elixirs or special potions. He needs a natural life, and his life provides it. Compare this to a medieval scholar, sequestered in a monastery, poring over ancient texts by the dim, flickering light of a beeswax candle. His days are spent in intense mental exertion, his eyes strained, his body largely sedentary. His nights are often punctuated by monastic vigils, waking for prayers in the dark hours before dawn. While his work is intellectually enriching, his sleep patterns are fragmented and often insufficient. Brother Alcuin, a renowned scribe in a prestigious abbey, was a man revered for his immense knowledge and tireless dedication. Yet, his health slowly deteriorated. He suffered from constant headaches, his eyes were perpetually bloodshot, and his temper, usually mild, became increasingly irritable. He would often nod off during daylight hours, only to find himself wide awake and restless when he finally retired to his simple cell at night. His dreams, when they came, were often jumbled and unsettling, a reflection of his overactive, under-rested mind. The strict monastic schedule, while spiritually fulfilling, inadvertently disrupted the natural sleep cycle, turning what should have been a time of profound rest into a period of fragmented consciousness. Alcuin, despite his intellectual prowess, was physically exhausted, his brilliant mind dulled by persistent sleep deprivation. His condition was not unique among the scholarly class of the time. The demands of scholarship, often combined with the rigors of religious devotion, created a lifestyle that actively fought against the body's natural need for uninterrupted, dark cycle sleep. They lived by artificial light for much of their waking hours, indoors, and often in environments designed for contemplation rather than physical activity. Their minds were constantly engaged, processing complex information, translating ancient languages, copying manuscripts, all highly stimulating activities that made it difficult for the brain to truly shut down when the time for sleep finally came. The Viking, by contrast, engaged in physical activities that naturally led to mental quietude. After a long day of rowing, farming, or smithing, the mind would be less burdened by abstract thought and more inclined to simply surrender to the body's profound need for rest. This mental quietude, combined with physical exhaustion and a natural sleep environment, created the ideal conditions for deep, restorative slumber. The story of Brother Alcuin took a somber turn. His persistent exhaustion led to a series of increasingly severe mistakes in his highly precise work. He began to miscopy important texts, introducing errors that distorted historical records and theological doctrines. His once meticulous handwriting became shaky and illegible in places. The abbot, a stern but fair man, noticed the decline in Alcuin's work and his increasingly frail health. Attributing it to overwork, the abbot ordered Alcuin to take a period of enforced rest and recuperation, sending him to a small, secluded hermitage in the quiet countryside. It was a place of profound silence, far from the bustling scriptorium and the demanding schedule of the abbey. There, without the pressure of constant study or the interruptions of monastic life, Alcuin slowly began to recover. He spent his days in gentle walks, simple meditation, and light manual labor in the hermitage garden, exposed to the natural light and air. His nights were truly dark and silent, undisturbed by bells or the rustle of other monks. Slowly, painfully, his body and mind began to recalibrate. The deep, restorative sleep he had so long been denied finally returned. His nightmares ceased, his headaches vanished, and his mind, once foggy with fatigue, regained its clarity. When he eventually returned to the abbey, he was a changed man, not just physically restored, but profoundly aware of the sacred importance of rest. He became an advocate for more balanced schedules, for prioritizing well-being alongside intellectual and spiritual pursuits. His experience became a quiet testament to the enduring wisdom of the body's innate needs, a wisdom that the ancient Vikings seemed to instinctively honor in their daily lives. The story of Alcuin, much like those of Eadwig and Richard, offered a powerful lesson. Neglecting sleep, even for noble or intellectual pursuits, ultimately diminishes human capacity and can lead to serious errors, even downfalls. The Viking way, grounded in the earth and its rhythms, presented a model where sleep was not a hindrance to productivity, but its very foundation. The profound simplicity of the Viking approach to sleep, born from a life intrinsically linked to the land and sea, stands in stark contrast to the ever-increasing complexity and artificiality of later medieval societies. As towns grew into cities and commerce became more sophisticated, the natural rhythms that had once guided human existence began to fray. Even the common folk, though spared the extreme pressures of kings and nobles, found their sleep subtly altered. The village fair, once an occasional joyous event, now became a regular occurrence, bringing with it noisy revelry that often extended late into the night. Public houses and taverns, unheard of in the communal longhouses of the Vikings, proliferated, offering distractions and opportunities for social interaction that could easily bleed into the late hours. While not as extreme as the courtly anxieties or merchant ambitions, these changes nonetheless represented a gradual departure from the deep, uninterrupted darkness and silence that defined Viking nights. The collective societal shift away from agrarian, sun-dependent schedules meant that even ordinary people began to experience a creeping erosion of their sleep quality. Consider a medieval peasant family living in a village that had recently seen the construction of a new mill and a bustling marketplace. Their days were still filled with physical labor, but the introduction of a more rigid work schedule, dictated by the demands of the mill owner or the market, meant less flexibility in their routine. Young Alara, a descendant of the earlier Alara who defied King Eadwig's bells, still worked hard in the fields, but her evenings were now different. The nearby tavern, with its lively music and boisterous laughter, often drew her husband and the other village men, keeping them out until late. The occasional shouts and arguments would drift through the night, disturbing the fragile peace of her small cottage. Though she still yearned for the deep sleep her ancestors knew, the external world was subtly but persistently chipping away at it. She often found herself waking briefly in the night, her mind briefly stirring with worry about her husband, or the lingering sounds of the village. This wasn't the torment of a king, nor the anxiety of a merchant, but a gradual, insidious disruption that, over time, would accumulate into a state of less than optimal rest. Her body, still conditioned for Viking-like exertion, was ready for sleep, but her environment was increasingly making it harder to achieve. The communal sleeping of Viking longhouses, where every rustle and sigh was familiar and therefore non-threatening, had been replaced by more individual family dwellings, where external noises could feel more intrusive and isolating. The very concept of time began to change too. For the Vikings, time was largely amorphous, defined by natural phenomena: sunrise, midday, sunset, the length of a day's journey. There were no precise hours to adhere to, no appointments to keep. This fluid understanding of time allowed for an organic rhythm of work and rest. In later medieval times, with the advent of mechanical clocks in churches and public squares, time became increasingly quantized, measured, and regimented. Bells tolled not just for prayer, but to mark working hours, market openings, and curfews. This shift from natural time to artificial time imposed a rigid structure on daily life that often forced people to override their natural sleep cues. If a bell dictated that work began at a certain hour, regardless of whether the sun was fully up or whether one felt adequately rested, then one simply had to comply. This marked a significant departure from the more flexible, body-led routines of the earlier period. The idea of waking up with the sun became less about biological alignment and more about a prescribed schedule. The medieval church, a pervasive influence in daily life, also contributed to different sleep patterns. While providing spiritual comfort, its prescribed rituals often involved waking at specific hours for matins, lauds, and other canonical prayers. For the devout, particularly monks and nuns, This meant a highly fragmented sleep schedule, rising several times throughout the night. While some found spiritual solace in these vigils, and some argue that this was a return to ancient, segmented sleep patterns, it was fundamentally a structured, imposed fragmentation, often accompanied by mental engagement, prayer, scripture reading, rather than a natural, body-led waking period. This differed significantly from the Viking experience of segmented sleep, which was typically a brief, pragmatic waking to tend the fire or socialize quietly, before effortlessly drifting back to sleep. The Church's influence, while benign in intent, still subtly nudged society away from the deep, uninterrupted darkness and quiet that fostered the most profound rest. The overarching moral that emerges from these historical reflections is clear. The pursuit of power, wealth, or even rigid piety, when it disconnects humanity from its intrinsic biological needs, ultimately leads to a diminished existence. The arrogance of rulers like Edwig and Richard, who believed their will could override natural laws, led to their personal ruin and the suffering of their subjects. The relentless ambition of merchants like Alaric, who denied themselves and others the fundamental right to rest, ended in their downfall. Even the well-intentioned disciplines of scholars and monks, if taken to an extreme that ignored the body's signals, led to exhaustion and compromised capacity. The people from Viking times, by simply living in unself-conscious harmony with the natural world, with its cycles of light and dark, its demands for physical exertion, and its provisions for communal warmth and security, achieved a quality of sleep that became increasingly elusive in later, more advanced civilizations. Their sleep was a natural consequence of their life, not something to be pursued or optimized through artificial means. It was honest, deep, and profoundly restorative. The ultimate lesson woven through these tales, from the longhouses of the North to the castles and abbeys of medieval Europe, is that true well-being, both individual and societal, is built upon a foundation of respect for the body's natural rhythms. To live in defiance of these rhythms, to deny oneself or one's people the profound gift of truly restorative sleep, is to invite chaos, injustice, and ultimately downfall. The Vikings, in their raw and unpolished way, understood this better than many who came after them. They remind us that sometimes the oldest ways are the wisest ways, and that the best sleep might just be found when we reconnect with the quiet, dark, and simple truths of our own ancient natures. It's a truth that whispers from the depths of history, a gentle invitation to pause, to quiet the clamor, and to finally rest. Welcome to a journey back in time, to an era where shadows held secrets and daggers whispered death. Tonight, we'll explore the harsh, unforgiving reality of those who chose, or were forced into, the life of a medieval assassin. It wasn't the romanticized existence often portrayed in ballads. It was a brutal, thankless path fraught with peril, paranoia, and a constant dance with death. If this story helps you unwind and drift into a peaceful slumber, perhaps consider liking the video and subscribing for more tales from the annals of history. Let's get started. Imagine, if you will, the cobbled streets of a sprawling medieval city, cloaked in the perpetual twilight of narrow alleys and towering gabled houses. The air itself hung heavy with the scent of wood smoke, refuse, and the distant clamor of market activity. For a medieval assassin, this was both their playground and their prison. Unlike the swashbuckling heroes of legend, these individuals weren't clad in sleek, silent black. Such attire would draw unwanted attention in an age where most people wore homespun drab colors. Instead, they blended, a ghost in plain sight, their effectiveness measured not by their theatrical flair, but by their utter anonymity. Their lives were a perpetual tightrope walk over an abyss of suspicion. One wrong look, one misplaced step, one flicker of recognition, and their carefully constructed world could crumble, often with fatal consequences. Their training, if you could even call it that, began not in grand dojos, but in the harsh school of necessity. Many were orphans, scooped from the unforgiving streets, their small hands deemed perfect for slipping into pockets or squeezing through tight spaces. Others were outcasts, driven from their homes by famine, war, or injustice, seeking any means to survive. They learned the quiet arts not from benevolent masters, but from grizzled, cynical handlers who saw them as mere tools, disposable assets in a brutal game of power. They were taught to move without sound, to observe without being seen, to listen to the whispers carried on the wind, and to discern truth from the elaborate lies of courtly intrigue. Their bodies became weapons, honed through relentless practice with blades, bows, and even the seemingly innocuous garrote wire. But more than physical prowess, they were taught the art of deception, of wearing a mask so convincing that even they sometimes forgot the face beneath it. Consider the sheer physical discomfort, the constant gnawing cold of damp stone, the hunger that often gnawed at their bellies even when their masters feasted. They slept in hidden nooks under leaky eaves or in the grimy corners of inns, always with one eye open, one ear attuned to the slightest disturbance. Luxuries were unknown to them. Warmth, a full meal, a soft bed, these were dreams for others, not for those who walked in the shadows. Their clothes, though designed to blend, offered little protection against the elements or the unforgiving edges of a blade. They were often threadbare, mended countless times, carrying the faint scent of countless desperate journeys. The romantic notion of a swift, clean kill was often just that, a notion. Many assassinations were messy affairs, requiring brute force, a struggle in the dark, and the very real risk of failure. And failure for an assassin meant a fate far worse than death. The legal system of the medieval age was, to put it mildly, a labyrinth of arbitrary rules and brutal punishments. Justice, if it could be called that, was often a commodity bought and sold, a privilege of the powerful. For an assassin caught in the act, there was no trial, no appeal, only the immediate, agonizing certainty of torture and a public, humiliating execution. Imagine the terror of being discovered, the sudden flash of a torch, the roar of an angry mob, the heavy hand of a guard seizing you. The questions would begin, not gently, but with pain, designed to extract information, to betray your masters, to confess to crimes you may or may not have committed. The rack, the iron maiden, the thumbscrews, these were not distant threats, but ever-present possibilities, instruments of a justice system that prioritized confession over truth. Even if they managed to escape immediate capture, the hunt would be relentless. Once a target was marked, whether by a king or a wronged noble, the full weight of medieval authority would descend. Every guard, every village elder, every suspicious peasant would be on the lookout. There were no safe havens, only temporary hiding places, each one less secure than the last. Their targets were rarely the truly wicked or tyrannical, at least not in any universal sense. More often, they were pawns in political games, rivals for power, inconvenient heirs, or even just messengers carrying unfortunate news. They might be a minor noble who offended a powerful lord, a merchant whose burgeoning wealth threatened an established guild, or a queen's favored lady-in-waiting whose influence was deemed too great. The assassin didn't choose their targets, they simply received their orders. There was no moral high ground, no sense of righteous vengeance, only the grim duty of following instructions. And in an age of shifting alliances and treacherous loyalties, today's master could easily become tomorrow's target. The very people who hired them often harbored a deep suspicion of them, knowing full well the dark capabilities they possessed. An assassin who knew too much, or who outlived their usefulness, was a liability, and liabilities in the medieval world were swiftly dealt with. One might wonder about the psychological toll. To live a life perpetually on the edge, to constantly suppress one's true self, to take lives at the behest of others, it would surely twist the soul. Imagine the constant paranoia, the inability to trust anyone, the nagging fear that every friendly gesture was a trap, every kind word a prelude to betrayal. Love, friendship, family, these were dangerous attachments, vulnerabilities that could be exploited. An assassin had to be a lone wolf, isolated by their grim profession. They carried the weight of their deeds, the faces of their victims in the quiet corners of their minds. Sleep would not always come easy, plagued by nightmares, by the echoing cries of the dying, or the cold, unseeing eyes of those they dispatched. The line between right and wrong blurred into a permanent haze. They were instruments, tools, and tools do not feel remorse, but they were still human, and humanity has a way of asserting itself, even in the darkest of circumstances. Consider the story of Alara, a young woman whose life took an unfortunate turn. Born to a family of weavers, her early years were marked by the simple joys of childhood, the rhythmic hum of the loom, and the warmth of her mother's embrace. But a brutal raid by a neighboring baron's men left her an orphan, her village razed, and her family scattered to the winds. Taken in by a shadowy figure known only as the Spider, Alara was initiated into the clandestine world of assassins. The Spider was a cold, calculating man, scarred by a lifetime of violence, who saw in Alara a pliable mind and nimble fingers. He taught her the silence of the shadows, the art of observation, and the precise angles for a clean strike. Her first assignment was a minor clerk who had uncovered some incriminating ledgers against a powerful guild master. Alara, barely a woman, felt her stomach churn, her hands tremble as she watched the man from a rooftop, his unsuspecting laughter carrying up to her. It was not courage that allowed her to complete the task, but the stark memory of her burning village, the chilling words of the Spider that failure meant a return to the streets, a slow, agonizing death. The deed was done, a swift, brutal end, and with it, a piece of Alara's innocence died too. Her life became a series of dark missions. She infiltrated castles disguised as a scullery maid, slipped through bustling market squares as a traveling minstrel, and even charmed her way into the chambers of minor nobles under the guise of a courtesan. Each target was different, each motive obscure, but the outcome was always the same. She learned to harden her heart, to view faces as mere obstacles, lives as fleeting moments to be snuffed out. Yet beneath the hardened exterior, a silent battle raged. She saw the faces of the peasants she passed, the carefree laughter of children, the loving glances of couples, and a pang of something akin to longing would pierce her. She was outside of all that, an observer, an executor, but never a participant. Her existence was a solitary confinement within the bustling world. The cruelty and injustice of the age were not just abstract concepts for Alara. They were the very air she breathed. She witnessed firsthand the abuse of power by the very lords who hired her. Kings who levied exorbitant taxes on starving peasants, nobles who claimed the daughters of their serfs as their right, judges who condemned the innocent while the guilty walked free. She saw a world where the strong devoured the weak, and the only recourse for the downtrodden was to beg for mercy that rarely came. It was a world that bred assassins, a desperate response to an utterly unbalanced system. She often wondered in the quiet moments between assignments if she was merely perpetuating the cycle of violence, a small cog in a vast, merciless machine. One particularly memorable mission involved a tyrannical duke, Lord Kalen, whose arrogance was as legendary as his cruelty. Kalen ruled his duchy with an iron fist, his decrees often bizarre and unjust. He once ordered all red-haired men in a certain village to be publicly flogged for daring to suggest a slight against his lineage, claiming their fiery hair was a sign of rebellious spirits. Another time, He had a peasant woman's hands chopped off for supposedly stealing a single apple from his orchard, even though she pleaded that her children were starving. The discontent festered, but no one dared openly defy him. The spider, sensing an opportunity for profit and perhaps a subtle manipulation of local power, gave Alara the task of eliminating Kaelin. This was a high-stakes target, protected by a legion of guards and surrounded by sycophants. Alara spent weeks observing the Duke's castle, learning the routines of the guards, the blind spots in the patrols, the subtle shift changes, and the habits of Kaelin himself. She discovered his penchant for late-night solitary walks in his private garden, a brief window of vulnerability he believed to be utterly secure. The challenge was not just getting in, but getting out alive. The Duke's chambers were deep within the castle, and his garden was walled and guarded. The plan she devised was audacious, relying on a combination of stealth, misdirection, and a touch of daring. She would create a diversion in the castle kitchens, a small, localized fire, just enough to draw attention and guards away from her intended path. Then, using a series of hidden passages and overlooked servant stairwells she had painstakingly mapped, she would make her way to the garden. The night arrived, a moonless canvas of darkness. Alara moved like a phantom, her soft leather boots making no sound on the stone floors. The small fire in the kitchens erupted as planned, sending a plume of smoke and the shouts of servants echoing through the castle. Guards rushed to contain it, their attention diverted. Alara slipped through the chaos, her heart a steady drumbeat in her chest. She reached the garden, finding Lord Kaelin, as expected, packing by a fountain, murmuring to himself, oblivious to the silent death approaching. She could see the glint of his gold rings, the arrogant set of his jaw even in the dim light. A swift movement, a precise strike with a poisoned blade, and Lord Kaelin, the cruel duke, gasped once, his eyes widening in sudden realization before he crumpled to the ground, his reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. The escape was just as perilous as the infiltration. The castle was now in an uproar, the alarm raised. Alara had to navigate the familiar passages, now teeming with frantic guards. She barely made it out, slipping through a secret postern gate just as a patrol rounded the corner. She fled into the night, the cries of "assassin" chasing her into the dark woods. The sense of relief was profound, not just for escaping, but for knowing that a tyrant's grip had been broken, even if it was at her own bloody hands. Yet the moral ambiguity gnawed at her. She had been the instrument of death, even if the target deserved it. Did that make her any better than the cruel duke? The line was thin, constantly shifting. The downfall of arrogant rulers was a common theme in the medieval world, often brought about by their own excesses. Kaelin's end was swift, but others suffered more protracted fates. There was King Lothar, a man so consumed by his own grandeur that he emptied his kingdom's coffers on lavish feasts and ridiculous fashions, while his people starved. His arrogance led him to insult powerful neighboring lords, ignore the pleas of his own advisors, and eventually his kingdom was invaded, his castles burned, and he himself was captured and held for an exorbitant ransom his impoverished people could not pay. He died in a cold, damp dungeon, stripped of his pride and power, a stark lesson in the fleeting nature of authority. And there was Queen Isolde, whose vanity led her to believe herself immune to political machinations. She trusted too freely, gossiped too openly, and underestimated the ambition of her own brother. Her reign ended not with a blade, but with a silent coup, her brother seizing the throne and confining her to a remote convent, where she slowly withered away, her beauty fading, her power gone, a victim of her own overconfidence. These stories, often whispered in hushed tones, served as cautionary tales, but for the assassin they were just different forms of consequence. An assassin rarely saw the grand outcomes of their actions, only the immediate ripple effect. They were the ones who pulled the strings, or rather, cut them, but never truly controlled the puppet show. Their lives were not about grand narratives or historical significance, but about survival, about the next mark, the next payment, the next shadow to melt into. They existed in the underbelly of society, indispensable yet despised, necessary yet condemned. The moral or lesson at the end of such a life was often a bitter one. For many, it was the realization that power, in any form, was a corrupting force. Those who wielded it, whether kings or assassins, were often consumed by it. The assassin, though seemingly operating outside the strictures of society, was still bound by its darkest impulses, a tool of those very impulses. Perhaps the truest lesson was the futility of seeking solace or redemption in such a profession. The shadows they embraced ultimately consumed them, leaving behind a legacy of quiet violence and forgotten faces. There was no glory in it, no honor, only the cold, hard fact of existence, punctuated by moments of extreme danger and the constant whisper of death. Their story, if it was ever told, was not of heroes, but of survivors in a world that offered little mercy. Ilara eventually managed to break free from the spider's grasp, not through violence, but through a cunning act of deception that implicated the spider himself in a plot against a powerful cardinal. The spider, caught in his own web of intrigue, was executed, and Ilara vanished into the anonymity of the merchant class. Her assassin passed a dark secret she carried until her dying day. She never picked up a blade again, choosing instead a quiet life, haunted by memories, but finally free from the endless cycle of death and shadows. Her story serves as a stark reminder that even in the darkest corners of medieval life, the human spirit yearned for something beyond mere survival, for a flicker of peace, a moment of reprieve from the brutal realities of their world. The life of a medieval assassin truly sucked, not just for the constant danger and discomfort, but for the profound isolation and the inescapable moral burden it placed upon the soul. The pursuit of an assassin in the medieval era was relentless, a stark contrast to the quick, cinematic escapes often depicted in fiction. Once an alarm was raised, the entire fabric of feudal society would mobilize. Messengers on horseback would gallop through the night, bearing warnings and descriptions to every guard post, every village elder, every lord's keep within a day's ride. Roads would be blockaded, ferries halted, and watchtowers would burn signal fires, painting the dark sky with ominous warnings. For an assassin on the run, every rustle in the leaves, every distant dog's bark, every shadow that moved became a potential threat. They couldn't simply disappear into a different town and start anew. Their faces, or at least a general description of them, would precede them. Posters, crudely drawn but effective, would be nailed to market squares and tavern doors, offering bounties for their capture, dead or alive. Survival meant living off the land, often in harsh conditions, foraging for berries, snaring small game, drinking from murky streams. These were the daily routines that replaced the occasional meager meals. They would sleep in hollow logs under thickets of thorny bushes or in abandoned hovels, constantly battling the cold, the rain, and the persistent threat of wild animals. Diseases, too, were a constant companion. A simple cut could fester and turn deadly without proper care. A fever could leave them vulnerable and exposed. There were no healers waiting to mend their wounds, no safe houses to recuperate in. Every injury, every illness was a potential death sentence, slowing them down, making them easier to track. The romantic notion of a resilient, perfectly healthy assassin was a cruel joke to those who actually lived the life. And let us not forget the profound sense of isolation. To be an assassin was to be utterly alone, a pariah even among criminals. Trust was a luxury they could ill afford. Anyone they met could be an informer, a bounty hunter, or simply someone looking to curry favor with the authorities. Friendship was a dangerous vulnerability, and love an impossible dream. To form attachments was to create hostages, weaknesses that could be exploited by their enemies. Imagine living a life where genuine connection was not only rare but actively detrimental to your survival. The constant guardedness, the perpetual suspicion, would surely corrode the soul, leaving behind a husk of a person, devoid of true human warmth. They might mimic normal human interactions, smile, laugh, engage in pleasantries, but beneath the surface, a wall of impenetrable ice protected their true selves. Consider the journey of Malachi, a man whose entry into the Assassin's Guild was born not of poverty, but of a thirst for vengeance. His family, respected scholars in a small duchy, had been brutally executed by a new, ruthless baron who sought to erase any intellectual opposition to his reign. Malachi, a bright but physically unremarkable youth, had witnessed the horrific spectacle, hiding in a drain pipe as his parents and siblings were dragged to the gallows. The image of their suffering, the baron's sneering face, branded itself into his memory. He dedicated his life to a singular purpose, making the baron pay. He sought out the underworld not for money, but for the skills that would enable his revenge. Malachi learned the ways of poison, the silent arts of infiltration, and the patience required for a long game. He studied the baron, learning his habits, his fears, his vulnerabilities. It took him years spent in shadows, taking other contracts to hone his skills, to earn the trust of his shadowy mentors. Each kill, each mission was a step towards his ultimate goal, a practice run for the grand performance of his vengeance. Yet with each life he took, a part of him withered. He saw the fear in the eyes of his victims, the sudden realization of their impending doom, and though he tried to harden himself, the echoes of his family's terror sometimes returned to haunt his dreams. The cruelty of the age was not merely institutional. It was often personal, driven by petty grievances and unchecked power. Malachi remembered the baron's guards, laughing as they dragged his family away, their faces contorted in sadistic glee. He had seen peasants flogged for trivial offenses, their backs flayed open, their cries ignored by the passing gentry. He had seen women accused of witchcraft for simply being old or eccentric, condemned to burn at the stake, their agony a public spectacle. This pervasive cruelty, this casual disregard for human life, fueled his fire, but also left a deep, festering wound in his own spirit. He became a reflection of the darkness he fought against, a necessary evil in a world steeped in it. Finally, the day arrived for Malachi's ultimate target, Baron von Hertz, the man who had destroyed his life. The Baron was hosting a grand feast, celebrating a victory in a minor border skirmish, surrounded by his sycophantic courtiers. Malachi had secured a position as a temporary kitchen hand, a grubby, anonymous role that allowed him access to the castle's inner workings. He had prepared a subtle, slow-acting poison, one that would mimic a natural illness, allowing the Baron a few days of agonizing decline, a mirror of the suffering he had inflicted upon Malachi's family. He slipped the poison into the Baron's favorite spiced wine, his hands steady, his face impassive. The feast continued, the laughter and music filling the grand hall. Malachi, hidden in the shadows of the kitchen, watched as the Baron raised his goblet oblivious. The revenge was sweet, a bitter triumph. But as he watched the Baron drink, a strange emptiness settled over him. The years of preparation, the sacrifices, the darkness he had embraced, it all led to this, and now, what? The burning desire for vengeance, which had consumed his every waking moment, was now satisfied, and in its place was a vast, cold void. He had achieved his goal, but at what cost to his own soul? He had become a monster to fight a monster, and the victory felt hollow. The downfall of arrogant rulers, when it came, was often satisfying to the common folk, a small glimmer of hope in their otherwise bleak existence. Baron von Hertz's decline was slow and agonizing, precisely as Malachi had intended. He suffered from fever, chills, and excruciating internal pains, his once robust body wasting away. His physicians were baffled, his courtiers whispered about divine retribution, and the peasants who had suffered under his rule offered not pity but a grim satisfaction. His death was unmourned by his subjects, a collective sigh of relief echoing through the duchy. His arrogant belief in his own invincibility had been shattered, not by an invading army, but by a silent, unseen hand, a testament to the fact that even the most powerful could be brought low. However, Malachi found no peace. The act of vengeance, though completed, did not bring back his family, nor did it erase the memories of their suffering. He had walked a path of darkness, and the darkness clung to him, a shroud he could not shed. He tried to disappear, to live a normal life, but the skills he had acquired, the violence he had embraced, had fundamentally changed him. He was a creature of the shadows, and the sunlight felt harsh and alien. He saw danger in every corner, betrayal in every glance. The paranoia that had been a survival mechanism was now an ingrained part of his being. He became a wanderer, forever restless, forever alone, carrying the weight of his past like an invisible chain. The moral of Malachi's story, and indeed of many an assassin's life in the medieval age, was perhaps that vengeance, while a powerful motivator, is ultimately a corrosive force. It may bring temporary satisfaction, but it rarely brings true peace. It transforms the avenger into something akin to their oppressor, perpetuating the cycle of violence. For an assassin, the tools of their trade, deceit, stealth, and death, became not just skills, but defining characteristics, shaping their very identity until there was little left of the person they once were. The life truly sucked because it stripped away not just comfort and safety, but the very essence of what it meant to be human, leaving behind only the cold, hard efficiency of a killing machine. The medieval assassin was a tragic figure, a necessary evil in a brutal age, destined to live and die in the shadows, their only legacy the quiet ripples of their unseen deeds. The pervasive threat of betrayal was a constant companion for a medieval assassin, a shadow that never truly lifted. Their masters, whether a scheming noble, a desperate merchant, or even a king, were never truly trustworthy. Power was a fickle mistress, and loyalties shifted like sand in a storm. An assassin who knew too much, or whose continued existence became inconvenient, was a liability to be eliminated. They might receive a final, seemingly routine assignment that was, in fact, a trap designed to ensure their demise. Or perhaps, a quiet poisoning, a sudden fall, an ambush in a dark alley, any number of accidents could be arranged. The very people who paid for their services often feared them most, understanding intimately the dangerous capabilities they possessed. This created a profound paradox. They were essential tools in the game of power, yet simultaneously condemned by it, living with the knowledge that their own end could come at the hands of those they served. Consider the intricate web of espionage and counter-espionage that often surrounded royal courts. Kings and queens, constantly vying for power, land, and influence, relied heavily on spies and assassins to maintain their grip on the throne. But within these very courts, rival factions, ambitious relatives, and discontented nobles were also plotting. An assassin might find themselves caught in the middle of these larger conflicts, unknowingly serving multiple masters or becoming a pawn in a game far beyond their comprehension. They might be tasked with eliminating a rival of their current employer, only for that employer to be overthrown, leaving the assassin exposed and hunted by the new regime. The political landscape was a treacherous swamp. and stepping into it as an assassin was like treading on quicksand. The equipment of a medieval assassin, far from the fantastical gear of modern tailies, was practical, crude, and often uncomfortable. Leather armor, if they were fortunate enough to possess it, offered limited protection against the heavy blows of swords or axes. More often, they relied on padded jerkins, which offered a degree of mobility but little defense. Their weapons were simple: daggers, short swords, sometimes a discreet crossbow or a set of throwing knives. These were not finely crafted instruments of art, but functional tools of death, often worn, chipped, and stained. The poisons they used were derived from common plants or animal venoms, painstakingly prepared and often unpredictable in their effects. There was no clean, instant death. Sometimes a victim would linger, suffering for hours or even days, a grim testament to the crude pharmacology of the age. Imagine the sheer difficulty of maintaining their anonymity in a world without photographs or widespread centralized records. While this offered some protection, it also meant that a vague description could lead to the capture and torture of an innocent person, mistakenly identified as the assassin. The real assassin, meanwhile, would constantly have to change their appearance, adopt new personas, and meticulously plan their movements. They might learn different dialects, adopt regional accents, and cultivate convincing backstories for each new locale. This constant performance, this perpetual charade, would be mentally exhausting, a relentless drain on their energy and focus. They could never truly relax, never fully be themselves, for themselves was a dangerous identity to possess. Let's delve into the story of Serafina, a young woman whose life as an assassin began not with vengeance, but with a desperate need to protect her younger brother. Their parents had been unjustly accused of heresy by a zealous local inquisitor, their lands confiscated, and they themselves burned at the stake. Serafina, resourceful and cunning even as a child, managed to spirit her ailing brother away to the capital city, where she quickly discovered that survival meant making impossible choices. She was approached by an agent of a secretive guild, drawn by her sharp eyes and quiet demeanor as she pilfered scraps of food from market stalls. The guild promised her protection, sustenance, and the best healers for her brother, in exchange for her absolute loyalty and her emerging talent for disappearing into crowds. Serafina's training was rigorous, focusing on stealth, observation, and the art of misdirection. She became adept at creating distractions, at using the chaos of a busy street or a crowded festival to her advantage. Her weapons were often unconventional: a hatpin dipped in a slow-acting sedative, a weighted coin for a quick, silent knockout, or even a strategically placed tripped rope to cause a fatal fall. She was told to never rely on brute force, to be as invisible as the wind, and as deadly as a hidden viper. Her brother's frail health was her constant motivation, the image of his pale, sickly face pushing her through the darkest missions. She clung to the hope that one day she would earn enough to buy their freedom, to live a life free from the shadows. The medieval world was rife with strange and arbitrary laws, often used as tools of oppression. Serafina once had to eliminate a pompous tax collector who was enforcing a decree by a local lord that all peasants must pay an additional tax on the air they breathe, if their homes were taller than a single story. The sheer absurdity and cruelty of it infuriated her, but she remained professional, her mission a duty, not a personal vendetta, though a part of her rejoiced when the tax collector met his end. Another time, she had to assassinate a wealthy merchant who had invoked an ancient, obscure law to claim ownership of an entire village's fishing rights, driving them to starvation. Such injustices were common, and Serafina, through her dark trade, often became an unintended arbiter of a perverse form of justice. The cruelty extended beyond the laws. It was woven into the very fabric of society. She saw beggars freezing in the streets while nobles threw lavish parties, their excess a stark contrast to the suffering around them. She witnessed public floggings for minor thefts, disfigurements for insubordination, and the casual indifference of the powerful towards the plight of the common folk. This constant exposure to human suffering, this unending parade of injustice, slowly eroded her own sense of hope. She questioned if her actions, however targeted, truly made a difference in such a deeply flawed world. Was she merely pruning a few rotten branches while the tree itself remained diseased? One of Serafina's most perilous missions involved Queen Lyra, a vain and frivolous monarch whose love for ostentatious jewels and elaborate gowns had plunged her kingdom into debt. Lyra's arrogant dismissal of her advisor's warnings and her cruel disregard for the impoverished led to widespread discontent. A powerful consortium of nobles, fearing outright rebellion and the collapse of their own estates, secretly hired Serafina's guild to orchestrate Lyra's removal. This was a politically charged assignment, one that could ignite civil war if mishandled. The challenge was not just to kill the queen, but to make her death appear natural, or at least deniable, to avoid public uproar. Serafina spent months within the royal palace, disguised as a seamstress, meticulously observing the queen's daily routine, her habits, her weaknesses. She noticed Lyra's obsession with a rare, exotic perfume imported from the distant east, a fragrance she applied lavishly. Serafina, with the help of a guild alchemist, created a slow-acting, potent poison that could be absorbed through the skin, leaving no immediate trace. The plan was chillingly simple. Replace the queen's cherished perfume with the poisoned concoction. The subtle, gradual weakening, the eventual collapse, it would mimic a sudden, mysterious illness, allowing the nobles to seize control without open bloodshed. The day came when Serafina, her heart a drum against her ribs, made the switch. The queen, oblivious, continued her daily ritual. Days turned into weeks. Serafina, still maintaining her disguise, watched as the queen's vivacity slowly faded. Her skin grew pale, her eyes lost their sparkle, and her once vibrant laughter became a weak cough. The court physicians were summoned, baffled by the mysterious ailment, their remedies proving useless. Finally, Queen Lyra, the arrogant ruler consumed by her own vanity, died in her sleep, her demise officially attributed to a sudden fever. The consortium of nobles quickly consolidated power, and a new, more pragmatic regime took hold, averting the impending civil war. Serafina accomplished her mission flawlessly, but the experience left her deeply scarred. Watching the slow, agonizing decline of a human being, even a frivolous and cruel one, was a burden she carried. The downfall of Queen Lyra was indeed a victory for the kingdom, a small step towards stability, but Serafina was a ghost in the process, unseen, unheard, and unthanked. She had merely been the instrument, the shadow that cleared the path. And in the aftermath, the guild, seeing her efficiency and her deepening resolve, entrusted her with even more dangerous, more morally ambiguous tasks. Her dream of buying freedom for her brother seemed further away than ever, replaced by a growing sense of entrapment within the very system that had promised her salvation. The moral or lesson from Serafina's life was complex. It highlighted how individuals, driven by love and desperation, could be drawn into a life of violence, and how quickly the lines between right and wrong could blur. It showed that even when an assassin's actions led to a seemingly positive outcome, like averting a civil war, their personal cost was immense. The shadows she embraced to protect her brother ultimately consumed her, making her a permanent resident of that dark realm. She learned that while powerful rulers might fall, the underlying system of injustice and cruelty often remained, simply shifting its face. An assassin's life was a constant struggle against forces far greater than themselves, a battle for survival that often meant sacrificing their own humanity. They were merely pawns in a cosmic game, their existence a testament to the sucking reality of a medieval world that had little room for mercy or true justice. The constant fear of exposure was not just about capture and execution. It was also about the profound social ostracization that would follow. In medieval society, those involved in dark trades, even if their actions were secretly sanctioned by the powerful, were considered beyond the pale. They were seen as witches, devils, or agents of chaos, feared and reviled by the common folk. If an assassin's true identity were ever revealed, they would not only face legal repercussions but also be shunned by everyone. No tavern would serve them, no merchant would trade with them, no village would offer them shelter. They would become a wandering outcast, a ghost with a price on their head, eternally condemned. This added another layer to the suck of being a medieval assassin, the absolute impossibility of ever truly returning to a normal life, even if they somehow escaped the clutches of the law. Their methods, too, often contributed to their grim reputation. While discretion was paramount, sometimes an assassin was tasked with making an example of someone, a public warning delivered with a brutal message. This might involve a strategically placed accident that was clearly no accident, or a body left in a prominent location with a symbolic wound. Such acts, while effective in spreading fear and deterring others, further cemented the assassin's image as a monstrous, soulless killer. They became the bogeymen of bedtime stories, whispered about in hushed tones, their legend growing darker with each passing year. This was a heavy burden to bear, to know that you were the embodiment of terror for countless innocents. The sheer unpredictability of life in the medieval period also played a significant role in making an assassin's existence miserable. Famine could sweep through a region, disrupting supply lines and making travel perilous. Plagues could decimate entire populations, turning once bustling cities into ghost towns, where the living feared the dead and the dying sought quick oblivion. Wars erupted with alarming frequency, altering borders, changing allegiances, and creating new threats and opportunities. An assassin's plans, meticulously laid out over weeks or months, could be shattered in an instant by a sudden turn of events beyond their control. A target might suddenly leave town, a guard rotation might change due to a skirmish, or a plague outbreak might seal off a city. Adapting to this constant flux required incredible resilience and mental fortitude, a readiness to discard weeks of planning and start anew at a moment's notice. Let's turn our attention to the plight of Kalen, a former soldier whose life took an unexpected detour into the world of shadows. He had served bravely in several brutal border wars, witnessing firsthand the horrors of pitched battles and the casual brutality of his commanders. After a particularly bloody campaign that left him with a crippling leg injury and a deep sense of disillusionment, he was discharged, a broken man with no family and no prospects. Destitute and desperate, he was recruited by a manipulative guild master who saw in Kalen's combat experience and his hardened demeanor the makings of a capable, if somewhat blunt, instrument. Kalen was taught to use his strength and tactical mind in new ways. How to silence a sentry, how to incapacitate a target swiftly, and how to make a struggle look like a simple accident. Kalen found himself often employed for tasks requiring physical intimidation or direct confrontation, rather than subtle infiltration. He was the heavy hand, the one who ensured a difficult target met their end with finality. His world was one of dark alleys, backroom deals, and the cold glint of steel in the moonlight. He rarely dealt with poison or elaborate subterfuge. His method was often simpler, more direct, reflecting his soldiers' past. Yet the moral cost weighed heavily. Unlike the battlefield, where there was at least a veneer of honor and comradeship, here it was solitary, sordid, and entirely devoid of glory. He was killing men not for king and country, but for the whim of a wealthy lord or the greed of a cutthroat merchant. The medieval justice system, in its arbitrary cruelty, frequently ensnared innocents. Kalen once witnessed a stable boy, no older than 15, publicly flogged for insolence after accidentally spilling a drink on a noble. The boy's cries were agonizing, his back a bloody mess, and Kalen felt a surge of familiar rage, the same rage he felt when his commanders executed deserters without trial. He was often tasked with eliminating witnesses who had seen too much, or even common folk who had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret. These were the most difficult assignments, for they lacked the political justification, however twisted, of other contracts. He was forced to snuff out lives that were truly innocent, leaving him with a deepening sense of shame and self-loathing. One of Kalen's most harrowing experiences involved a contract on a powerful guild master, Lord Alaric, who had made countless enemies through his ruthless business practices. Alaric was a formidable target, always surrounded by heavily armed bodyguards, and he rarely left his fortified manor. The guild master who hired Kalen wanted Alaric's death to be gruesome, a clear message to others who might defy him. Kalen was to stage a home invasion, making it appear as if rival thieves had broken in, and then ensure Alaric suffered a prolonged, terrifying end. Kalen planned meticulously, using his military knowledge to assess the manor's defenses, the patrol routes, and the weaknesses in its structure. Under the cover of a stormy night, he breached the outer walls, silencing guards with grim efficiency. He moved through the manor like a ghost, his old leg injury aching but his resolve unwavering. He found Alaric in his bedchamber, rousing from sleep, surrounded by opulent furnishings. The struggle was brief but brutal. Alaric, a man accustomed to command, fought with surprising ferocity, but Kalen's strength and training eventually prevailed. The death was indeed gruesome, a scene of manufactured chaos and violence, designed to send a chilling message. As Kalen made his escape, leaving behind the carnage, he felt no triumph, only a profound exhaustion. He had fulfilled his contract, but the act itself left him cold and empty. He had become the very thing he despised, a purveyor of senseless violence, a tool of cruelty. The downfall of Lord Alaric was swift and complete. His guild, leaderless and shaken by the brutal nature of his demise, quickly fractured, its power waning. But for Kalen, there was no satisfaction in this outcome. He was just a weapon, wielded by others, and the blood on his hands felt heavier than ever. The moral or lesson that Kalen eventually gleaned from his wretched existence was that violence, even when directed at the truly evil, has a way of corrupting the one who wields it. He had sought to escape the horrors of war, only to find himself in a different, more insidious kind of conflict, one that offered no redemption, no glory, and no peace. His life as an assassin was a testament to how desperation could lead a man down the darkest paths, and how easily one could become a monster in the fight against monstrousness. The medieval assassin's life truly sucked because it offered no escape from the moral quagmire, no chance for true healing, and no forgiveness for the deeds done in the name of survival or vengeance. They were trapped, forever bound to the shadows they inhabited, their souls slowly devoured by the darkness they served. The psychological toll on a medieval assassin was immense, far beyond mere stress or anxiety. It was a constant, gnawing erosion of identity, a slow descent into a world where reality itself became distorted. To consistently suppress one's true emotions, to adopt multiple false personas, to commit acts of extreme violence, these were not things a human mind was designed to endure without severe consequences. Many would likely have suffered from what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress, experiencing flashbacks, nightmares, and a perpetual state of hypervigilance. They might develop a detached, almost robotic demeanor, a necessary defense mechanism to cope with the horrors they inflicted and witnessed. But this detachment came at the cost of their own humanity, their ability to feel empathy, joy, or genuine connection. Imagine the struggle with morality. While some assassins might have convinced themselves they were delivering a crude form of justice, or simply surviving in a brutal world, the act of taking a life, especially a premeditated one, leaves an indelible mark. The moral compass, once perhaps pointing north, would spin wildly, eventually settling on a direction dictated by necessity rather than principle. They might rationalize their actions, invent elaborate justifications, or simply suppress all thought of right and wrong, operating purely on instinct and instruction. This internal conflict, this battle for their own soul, was perhaps the most agonizing part of their existence. It was a suck that reached into the very core of their being, stripping them of their peace of mind. The lack of any social safety net in the medieval period made the assassin's choice even more stark. There were no pensions for retired killers, no hospices for the ailing, no benevolent institutions to care for them when their usefulness expired. An assassin, once too old, too injured, or simply too slow, was discarded, left to fend for themselves in a world they had helped make more dangerous. They faced a lonely, often painful end, their lives extinguished with as little fanfare as the lives they had taken. Their mastery of stealth and violence might allow them to survive a few more years, but the inevitability of their decline was ever present, a bleak future awaiting them. Consider the narrative of Lyra, a woman born into a lineage of assassins, a family tradition stretching back generations, bound by ancient oaths to serve a particular secretive order. Unlike others who stumbled into the profession, Lyra knew her destiny from childhood. Her training began almost from the moment she could walk, her nursery rhymes laced with lessons in poisons, her games of hide-and-seek becoming exercises in covert movement. She was taught by her stern, unsmiling grandmother, a woman whose eyes held the wisdom and weariness of countless silent deaths. For Lyra, it was not a choice, but an inheritance, a heavy mantle she was expected to wear with unwavering dedication. Her life was one of relentless discipline and emotional repression. Affection was a weakness, curiosity a danger, and personal desires an indulgence that could not be afforded. She learned to read faces, not for warmth or understanding, but for tells, for vulnerabilities, for the subtle signs of fear or deception. She became a master of disguise, adopting new identities with chilling ease, her true self buried so deep that even she sometimes struggled to find it. Her body was a finely tuned instrument, her mind a sharp, calculating tool, but her heart remained a locked vault, untouched by genuine human connection. The arbitrary and often nonsensical laws of the realm frequently served as the backdrop for Lyra's assignments. She once had to eliminate a court jester who, in a moment of drunken candor, had revealed a dark secret about the king's lineage, a transgression punishable by death, not just for the jester, but for anyone who heard it. The sheer disproportion between the crime and the punishment was staggering, but Lyra simply followed orders. Another time, she was sent to silence a group of peasants who were daring to hold secret meetings about a fairer distribution of the Lord's grain during a famine, a form of sedition in the eyes of the powerful. She executed her task with chilling efficiency, even as her heart ached for the starving families, a silent scream trapped within her. The cruelty she witnessed was not always grand or dramatic. Sometimes it was the quiet, insidious cruelty of neglect. The sight of children with distended bellies, begging for scraps, while armored knights paraded through the streets in gleaming finery, left a bitter taste in her mouth. She saw the despair in the eyes of young women forced into marriages with old, cruel men, the hopelessness of serfs forever tied to the land, their lives dictated by the whims of their masters. This constant exposure to suffering, this endless cycle of oppression, reinforced her belief that the world was a fundamentally broken place, and her role, however grim, was merely a response to its inherent darkness. One particularly significant assignment for Lyra involved a powerful and deeply pious archbishop, Father Benedict, whose unwavering moral stance threatened the political ambitions of a rising noble house. Benedict was beloved by the common people, a symbol of incorruptible faith, and his influence was vast. The noble house wanted him removed, but subtly, without arousing suspicion or turning him into a martyr. The task was complex, requiring not just his death, but the quiet undermining of his reputation, making his eventual demise seem like a natural consequence of old age or a hidden malady. Lyra spent months cultivating a relationship with the archbishop's household staff, gradually earning their trust under the guise of a devout, charitable seamstress. She meticulously studied Benedict's habits, his simple diet, his preferred brand of ink. She learned of his failing eyesight, his occasional bouts of coughing, and his deep devotion to his illuminated manuscripts. Her plan involved a slow-acting poison, one that would exacerbate his existing health issues, mimic the symptoms of a natural decline, and be virtually undetectable. The key was his inkwell. With practiced precision, Lyra introduced the poison into the archbishop's favored inkwell, knowing he would repeatedly moisten his finger with his tongue as he carefully penned his sermons and letters. Slowly, insidiously, the poison began its work. Father Benedict's health deteriorated, his coughs worsened, his vision blurred even further, and he became increasingly frail. His concerned parishioners prayed for his recovery. His fellow clergymen consulted physicians, but no one suspected foul play. After several agonizing months, the beloved archbishop passed away peacefully in his sleep, his death attributed to natural causes, his reputation untarnished, his passing mourned by thousands. The downfall of Father Benedict was a quiet, almost imperceptible shift in power. The noble house quickly moved to replace him with a more compliant cleric, and their influence expanded unchecked. Lyra had succeeded, fulfilling her family's oath with cold precision. Yet, as she watched the procession for the archbishop's funeral, seeing the genuine grief of the common people, a flicker of doubt, a momentary crack in her hardened exterior, appeared. She had removed a genuinely good man for the sake of political maneuvering, and the moral weight of that action settled upon her, a chilling realization of the true nature of her profession. The moral or lesson that resonated with Lyra, and perhaps with any medieval assassin caught in such a web, was the profound spiritual emptiness that accompanied their success. While they might achieve their objectives, and even bring about changes in power dynamics, the cost to their own soul was often unbearable. They were instruments in a corrupt world, their lives a perpetual sacrifice to the machinations of others. The constant dehumanization required to carry out their tasks, the suppression of empathy, and the acceptance of their own isolation, truly made the life of a medieval assassin suck. It offered no true freedom, no lasting peace, and ultimately, no escape from the haunting echoes of the lives they had extinguished. They were condemned to wander through a world of shadows, forever separated from the light of true human experience. The fear of divine retribution was another significant aspect that added to the suffering of a medieval assassin. In an age deeply steeped in religious belief, where the afterlife was a very real and terrifying concept, the constant act of taking human life, especially through treachery, would have weighed heavily on many. The Church preached of eternal damnation for murderers, of fiery pits and endless torment for those who committed such grievous sins. While some assassins might have dismissed these warnings or rationalized their actions as necessary evils, for many, the psychological burden of potentially sacrificing their immortal soul would have been immense. Imagine living a life knowing that every mission you undertook pushed you further down the path to eternal hellfire. This spiritual torment, often unseen and unspoken, was a profound and constant source of anguish. Confession and repentance, the traditional paths to spiritual absolution, were largely inaccessible to them. How could an assassin confess their true trade to a priest without immediately facing excommunication, arrest, and execution? They were forced to carry their sins in silence, unable to seek the solace of the church, forever alienated from the spiritual comfort that sustained much of medieval society. This isolation was not just physical and emotional, but deeply spiritual, leaving them adrift in a world that offered no forgiveness for their particular brand of transgression. Their very existence was a defiance of divine law, a perilous dance with damnation. The lack of any upward mobility or lasting legacy also made their lives particularly bleak. An assassin rarely rose to a position of power or prestige within society. They remained in the shadows, their deeds attributed to accidents, diseases, or rival factions. Their names were forgotten, their faces unknown, their lives a mere footnote in the grand tapestry of history, if even that. There were no monuments erected in their honor, no songs sung of their bravery, only the silent, chilling fear they inspired. For humans, the desire to leave a mark, to be remembered, is a powerful motivator. For the medieval assassin, this fundamental human need was systematically denied, contributing to a profound sense of meaninglessness in their existence. Let's explore the tale of Gregor, a man of immense physical strength who became an assassin not by choice, but by brute coercion. He was a simple peasant, known for his gentle nature and his ability to tame wild horses. One day, a corrupt baron, hearing of Gregor's strength, decided to recruit him into his personal guard, a euphemism for a brutal life of enforced servitude. When Gregor resisted, the baron ordered his family's small farm burned to the ground and threatened to enslave his younger sister if he didn't comply. Faced with such monstrous cruelty, Gregor had no choice but to bend to the baron's will, but his heart remained heavy, his spirit broken. The baron, recognizing Gregor's quiet efficiency and his unquestioning obedience born of fear, soon started using him for darker purposes. Gregor was initially tasked with enforcing the baron's arbitrary laws, collecting exorbitant taxes with threats, and intimidating rebellious peasants. But soon, the assignments grew more sinister. He was ordered to silence outspoken critics of the baron, to remove inconvenient witnesses, and to discourage any challenges to the baron's authority. Gregor's training was brutal. He was taught how to kill efficiently with his bare hands, how to use bludgeons and garrots, leaving minimal trace. He became the baron's enforcer, his personal assassin, a man stripped of his former gentle self. The cruelty of the baron knew no bounds. He would publicly humiliate those who displeased him, forcing them to grovel in the mud, or tying them to posts for days without food or water. He had a particular fondness for creative torture, once ordering a man to be slowly branded with hot irons for daring to question his land claims. Gregor was often forced to witness these atrocities, his mind recoiling in horror, but his body paralyzed by fear for his sister. He became a silent observer of boundless injustice, his soul slowly corroding with each forced complicity. The odd laws of the baron, like declaring Tuesdays days of absolute silence under pain of mutilation, only highlighted the absurd and terrifying power he wielded. One of Gregor's most agonizing assignments involved a charismatic traveling preacher, Father Thomas, who had gained a significant following among the local peasantry. Father Thomas preached messages of hope, compassion, and the inherent dignity of all souls, subtly challenging the Baron's tyrannical rule without directly nomming him. The Baron, perceiving this as a grave threat to his authority, ordered Gregor to make an example of the preacher, to ensure his message died with him. The order was to publicly execute Father Thomas, framing it as a bandit attack, and then make it appear as if the preacher had resisted, thereby discrediting his message of peace. Gregor ambushed Father Thomas on a secluded road, accompanied by two of the Baron's most brutal guards. The preacher, unarmed and unafraid, looked at Gregor with eyes full of pity, not fear. He spoke not of damnation, but of forgiveness, even for those forced to do evil. The guards, reveling in the cruelty, demanded Gregor execute the preacher. But something in Father Thomas's gaze, a profound sense of spiritual purity, broke through Gregor's hardened exterior. He saw his own gentle past reflected in the preacher's eyes, the man he once was. In a split-second decision, a moment of profound moral rebellion, Gregor turned on the Baron's guards, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. He then released Father Thomas, urging him to flee, knowing full well the consequences of his actions. Gregor, having defied his master and saved an innocent life, became an instant fugitive. The Baron, enraged by the betrayal, unleashed his entire retinue upon Gregor, determined to make him pay 1,000-fold. The downfall of the arrogant ruler, the Baron, would come later, not directly from Gregor's hand, but from the unrest his cruelty had sown, and the defiant spirit that Father Thomas, now free, would continue to inspire in the populace. Gregor, however, would never see it. He was hunted through forests and across barren plains, his strength and tactical mind keeping him alive for weeks. He lived like a hunted animal, always one step ahead, but always pursued. His end came not in a glorious last stand, but in a desperate, lonely struggle against overwhelming odds. Cornered in a remote cave by the Baron's men, weakened by hunger and infected wounds, Gregor fought with the ferocity of a trapped bear. He took several of his pursuers with him, a final act of defiance against the tyranny that had stolen his life. He died not as an assassin, but as a man who, in his final moments, reclaimed a piece of his lost humanity. The moral or lesson from Gregor's story is a poignant one. Even in the darkest corners of medieval society, under the most brutal coercion, the human spirit could still find a way to rebel against injustice, to choose compassion over cruelty, even at the cost of their own life. His life as an assassin truly sucked because it was a forced existence, a constant battle between his innate gentle nature and the monstrous deeds he was compelled to commit. Yet in his final act, he found a measure of redemption, proving that even a life steeped in shadows could, at its very end, cast a fleeting light of hope, a powerful testament to the enduring, though often suppressed, goodness within humanity, a goodness that made the assassin's life a perpetual, agonizing struggle against their own true self. The sheer psychological burden of constant deception was another crushing aspect of an assassin's life. To constantly wear a mask, to feign emotions, to lie with every breath, to manipulate others into trusting them, only to betray that trust with a deadly finality, this would undoubtedly warp a person's perception of reality. They might struggle to distinguish genuine interactions from manipulative ones, eventually becoming suspicious of everyone and everything. This erosion of trust, both in others and eventually in themselves, created a profound sense of isolation. They became performers in a perpetual play, with no audience but their own haunted minds, and no applause but the silence of a completed kill. This constant internal battle, this suppression of authentic self, led to a deeply unsettling existence. Consider the role of fate or sheer bad luck in an assassin's career. Despite meticulous planning, perfect execution, and supreme skill, a sudden gust of wind could deflect an arrow, A loose cobblestone could trip them during an escape, or an unexpected patrol could round a corner at the worst possible moment. The medieval world was full of such unforeseen variables, and for a profession that demanded absolute precision and control, this inherent unpredictability was a terrifying adversary. One small mistake, one stroke of ill fortune, could unravel years of careful work and lead directly to their capture or death. There was no margin for error, no second chances, only the unforgiving finality of consequence. Furthermore, the lack of medical knowledge and effective treatments was a constant threat. A simple wound, if not properly cared for, could lead to infection, gangrene, or a slow, agonizing death. Broken bones would heal poorly, leaving lifelong pain and disability. Poisons, if not fatal, could leave lingering ailments, slowly debilitating the assassin over time. There were no antibiotics, no advanced surgical techniques, only rudimentary remedies and superstitious cures. An assassin's body was their most vital tool, and any injury, however minor, carried the risk of ending their career or, worse, their life. This vulnerability to physical ailments, combined with the constant threat of violence, made their existence a fragile dance with mortality. Let us consider the story of Alara, a different Alara from our earlier tale, though perhaps a spiritual sister in suffering, a master of disguise and a mistress of subterfuge. Her journey into the Assassin's Guild began when her family, minor nobility, was disgraced and stripped of their titles by a powerful rival lord. Alara, then a young woman of keen intellect and artistic talent, saw her family's fortunes vanish, leaving them in abject poverty. Determined to restore her family's honor and wealth, she sought out the infamous Order of the Veiled Hand, a guild known for its discretion and its ability to manipulate the highest echelons of power. Alara believed that by serving this order, she could eventually gain the influence and resources needed to exact her family's revenge and restore their name. Alara's training focused on infiltration, on becoming anyone she needed to be. She learned to mimic accents, to adopt mannerisms, to craft elaborate backstories, and to forge documents. Her beauty became a weapon, her charm a deadly lure. She could walk into a lord's court as a visiting noblewoman, a renowned bard, or a humble scholar, her true intentions hidden behind a flawless facade. She rarely used overt violence, preferring instead to orchestrate accidents or to administer poisons that mimicked natural illness. Her kills were often elaborate, requiring weeks, sometimes months, of careful planning and manipulation, weaving complex webs of deceit around her targets. The peculiar laws and pervasive cruelty of the medieval world were often the very tools Alara exploited. She once took down a greedy abbot who used an obscure religious decree to extort money from dying parishioners, claiming it was for their spiritual salvation. Alara, disguised as a penitent noblewoman, gradually exposed his hypocrisy and embezzlement, turning his own flock against him before orchestrating a heart attack during a public sermon. Another assignment involved a particularly cruel queen who delighted in making her ladies-in-waiting compete in humiliating games, with the losers suffering public ridicule or even physical abuse. Alara, posing as a new lady-in-waiting, subtly manipulated courtly intrigues, sowing discord and suspicion among the queen's inner circle, until the queen herself was overthrown by a disgruntled faction, her fate left to the mercy of her former victims. Alara witnessed the constant abuse of power, the casual disregard for human life, and the endless suffering that permeated society. She saw beggars freezing in the streets, children starving in the shadows, and peasants toiling under the yoke of oppressive lords. This fueled her initial drive for revenge and restoration, but over time, it also bred a deep cynicism within her. She realized that removing one tyrant often simply made way for another, the cycle of cruelty unbroken. Her meticulously planned assassinations often merely reshaped the faces of power, rather than fundamentally altering the suffering of the common people. One of Alara's most challenging and morally compromising missions involved the young, innocent heir to a powerful dukedom, Prince Alaric. The Order of the Veiled Hand, having been contracted by a rival kingdom, wanted Alaric removed to destabilize the region and open it to invasion. Alaric was a kind-hearted boy, known for his generosity towards the poor and his genuine desire to rule justly. This was a target Alara's soul recoiled from, but the Order's threats against her own family, whose safety she had secured through her service, left her no choice. She infiltrated the ducal palace as a visiting tutor, quickly gaining Alaric's trust and affection with her knowledge and gentle demeanor. She spent weeks with him, teaching him history and philosophy, watching him grow, and all the while knowing her ultimate purpose. The plan was to administer a subtle poison that would induce a coma, making it appear as if he succumbed to a sudden, untreatable illness. It would be a slow, quiet death, causing minimal suspicion. The day came for the administration of the poison. As Alara prepared the subtle concoction, her hands trembled, her heart heavy with a grief that felt profoundly personal. She looked at Prince Alaric, his bright, inquisitive eyes full of life, and she saw not just a target but an innocent soul, a potential good ruler, a future she was about to extinguish. She administered the poison and watched, helpless, as the boy's laughter slowly faded, replaced by quiet confusion, then lethargy, and finally unconsciousness. He died a few days later, mourned by his family and the entire dukedom, his potential unrealized, his future stolen. Alara completed the mission, earning praise from the Order and securing her family's continued protection. The downfall of the innocent Prince Alaric did indeed destabilize the dukedom, leading to a swift invasion by the rival kingdom. But Alara found no satisfaction in this victory. The face of the dying boy haunted her every waking moment, his innocent gaze a constant accusation. She had used her charm, her intellect, her very humanity to betray an innocent, and the weight of that deed was crushing. She had gained her family's safety, but at the cost of her own soul. The moral or lesson from Alara's story is particularly bleak. Sometimes, the greatest suck in being a medieval assassin was not the physical hardship or the fear of death, but the profound moral compromises one was forced to make. The demands of the profession could force an individual to extinguish not just lives, but hope, innocence, and even their own sense of right and wrong. She learned that even when driven by noble intentions, such as protecting her family, the path of the assassin could lead to irreversible spiritual ruin. It was a life where the tools of manipulation and betrayal eventually consumed the manipulator, leaving behind a husk of a person, forever haunted by the ghosts of their victims and the unbearable weight of their own choices. The medieval assassin was a tragic figure, forever trapped in a cycle of darkness, their humanity slowly stripped away with each silent kill.